It's irrelevant, I turn daylight into medicine. I'ma stay alive, cause it's heaven sent. But if fake it, I'll be keeping it right. Can you tell me, are you feeling alright? Oh, some people fall, some people falter. I've seen it all, they could not alter our rise. As we come for the prize, we'll make them see it. We're gonna bring them the light. We'll go off like a live wire. You and me like a wildfire. I feel it in my bones. I hear it echo through the choir. There's something greater in my soul. Are you ready to go higher? Oh, higher, oh. Let's go. Cause if we stay here, we'll get tired up. And I was born to be a fighter. So are you ready to go higher? Oh, higher, oh.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome into not just the Chinese feed, but also, hello though, why don't we change over to here as well? I'm actually not sure if Sam's back yet. I'm actually not sure he's...
I am here.
Hello, how's it going?
I just can't see anything. I can now. Hello, folks.
There we go. Welcome into another LPL Grand Finals, the Grand Finals of Split 3 2025. I have to say, Sam, I didn't know what to make of this playoffs bracket. It's taken me a while to kind of get a gauge of what's happened in this playoff so far, and I gotta say, like, I'm not sure these are the teams I would have put immediately into finals, and yet here we are, another BLG versus Top Esports finals, the same finals that we had in spring last year. It's been a little while since we've seen them in this position.
I'm not going to lie, Alex. I genuinely thought it was going to be AL and IG in the finals coming into playoffs, and then it's not. Top Esports, I think, were a good front runner with how they were playing in the regular season, but BLG doing the upper bracket run of all the ways for them to get to finals in the manner they did, with the switching of junglers, with Shadow coming back in the last moment to rescue some series. It's been a hell of a story. It's been a hell of a ride, to say the least.
Yeah, that it has. So we're going to be sitting around, we're going to be chatting a little bit, and of course we'll be waiting for that opening ceremony here on the big stage as well. I'm sure there's going to be some very fun stuff. LPL never goes half measures, and also, particularly for this, because Worlds is in China, I'd imagine a lot of the tech we see at this finals, we may just see a preview of what they're going to use at the World Championship, which should be really, really fun as well. Typically, they bring out some musical acts and the like. In fact, one of the last finals I remember would have been summer of last year, where they had a promo for Arcane, where they got the Chinese voice actors for Arcane to be on stage, delivering their lines live to an animated trailer, which was so cool. So when it comes to big shows, LPL finals is very, very hard to beat. And of course, very delighted to be joined by you, Sam. We missed one finals together this year, I want to say. I don't think we managed to do Winter. Did manage to crack out that last one. And now, yeah, we get to have a brothers cast for the last finals of the year, determining our first seed.
It's really awesome to be here and being able to do this with you all. I'm on a remote setup as well, so it's just testing out some cool new kit. I might travel all the way back home and find a cool spot to be able to get involved regardless, which is pretty awesome. How are you feeling with regards to today, Al? I don't want to dive too heavily into analysis already, but as we kind of said, look, the teams that have got here perhaps are not the ones you would have expected to be here, especially, as we said, in the manner that they got here as well.
Well, and perfect, fantastic. You've seen it in advance.
They're
so we get the class bracket
there you go.
Up here. I would have thought that Invictus Gaming would have put up a stronger fight. Of course, they bowed out quite low into the lower bracket, partly because AL were down there because they lost to Weibo. I would have thought that Anyone's Legend had a strong shout of making it up here, and I thought Invictus Gaming would be a little stronger too. Top Esports, I thought, would potentially be in finals. I thought their regular season was very, very powerful. The fact that it was BLG, as you're saying, making that upper bracket run, that was the surprise factor for me. And another surprise to that too, Beichuan starting again.
Okay.
Now, they are truly running a 6-man roster now. They weren't doing that before. They are switching in Shadow and Beichuan, depending on whether they need a honeymoon buff or not. But they did switch in Beichuan midway through their first series after they had a disastrous game 1 versus JDG, and then they reverse swept. Patreon lost a game, then reverse swept through the rest of that series. They've managed to find themselves a lot more cohesion in ways which I didn't think that they had in regular season. And real credit to them, they found ways to scrap and brawl their way through games. They are a better version of what they were in the regular season. Do I think they are flawless? No, I still think that there are some individual jungle flaws. I think that there is some team cohesion flaws around the jungle role. But BLG coming into this finals, I think are a lot better than they were. And now I look at top esports on the other side and I think, well, okay, you can win through jungle diff, through Kanavi. That did not happen last time, though. I think the rule of LPL playoffs has largely been about jungle diff throughout a lot of our series, but I don't think it was the case last time that these two faced off, so we'll have ourselves a cool little highlight package to go see these teams.
It will be really, really good fun to watch this. And again, I think having seen some of their previous interactions, it started a little more top esports favors a few years back, but this year has actually interestingly been more of a BLG. More of a BLG-sided affair, which is not necessarily what I would have expected, considering BLG's, shall we say, lackluster performances, generally speaking, across the year. But here's that highlight package we were talking about. Bit on things like the Gwen. She's been busted all year. I think we can all see exactly what's about to happen to the Shy.
And Bin had some trash talk to say yesterday. After the semi-finals, BLG was sat on stage with top esports to talk about each other. And Bin was asked about, what do you think about the level of the top laners? And he said, you know what? I think most of the other top laners have been mid. They've been average. I just knocked out the All-Pro third top laner, and I've knocked out the All-Pro third top laner. Oh no, sorry, the first one. I'm gonna knock out the second today in 369 as well.
Fantastic.
So basically, he's been kind of doing that, Grim Reaper knocking on the door, and yeah, he's saying, and on the other side, I believe it was 369 saying
it was.
369 saying that I hope when he does lose tomorrow that he'll finally bow his head in respect, because Bin has been criticized for not giving the appropriate respect to people who win when they walk over for handshakes when he's lost the game.
Yeah.
So some great trash talk from the top players.
Always amazing to hear. Man, this one got pretty dicey. Knight getting away with murder in this one off memory. And of course, this is way back when BLG were taking down JDG, who are one of the few teams to give them a serious run for their money in playoffs. In fact, BLG had to reverse sweep to make their way through the upper bracket. It got me nervous, I'm not going to lie. I thought BLG's run was going to end the series after that one, because I went, oh man, they didn't look that great versus JDG, and they proved me very, very wrong indeed.
Yeah, and to everyone in chat as well, welcome to all our regulars, and hey, you Dutchers, how's it going? I hope everyone's having a good time here as we, of course, while we're here to enjoy some League of Legends as well, we're here to enjoy your company in chat as well. So if you have, if you want to say hi, you can say hi. I know, incredible. You can say hi. Chime in, ask questions, and enjoy yourselves here. It is a special time of the year getting to enjoy the finals and the best that our teams have to offer. Oh, that is a wonderful shot. Oh, whoever is controlling these replays, hats off to you. I appreciate the cinematography.
It's been absolute cinematography is what we're going to call it, because it's been a pretty wild one, and it's fun to see top esports here again, because obviously they were phenomenal in winter, and then the first stand incident happened, and it wasn't great. And top esports, who knew only how to snowball the game.
What you mean? Oh, this is fantastic. This is why I went early today. Because I knew we could go live a few minutes before draft, maybe. No, we have to watch all the cinema. We have to go watch whatever the opening ceremony is going to be. I'm telling you, man, LPL, they have a sense for the dramatic, and I love it, Sam. I love it. Oh,
the Impale. Oh, yes.
Oh,
and Jackie, again, had a fantastic bit. He became the All-Pro first AD carry, and of course was the MVP as well.
His first regular season MVP ever in his career. So now Jackie Love now has like the grand slam of MVP performances. He's had a World's Finals MVP. No, he's had a Finals MVP performance in terms of LPL. He's had Finals MVP performance. He's had regular season MVP. He's got Worlds and regional title. So he's had almost the clean sweep of every MVP you can get, which is kind of insane.
Just needs one for MSI, I guess. That's all he's waiting on. Here's a look at On as well, who has been so up and down. There's been some exceptional plays, mechanically daring, flashy plays. And then there's been the ones where you've gone, why on earth are you doing this with no one around to come with you?
And I have to say, the support battle in this finals is going to be an interesting one, because I thought that Hung and On, this is a battle of supports who I had given up on. In a lot of ways,
Yeah.
I thought that on, yeah, he's been good, but realistically, I think it's been too egregious now. He's gone too far this time. He's proved me wrong. His Elise was fantastic throughout playoffs. He's the only player in the world really playing that. He's been just, again, a breath of fresh air. And Hung, I genuinely thought his career was over. He was so poor last split playing on Weibo.
Full top. Yeah,
And then he switched over to top esports. I mean, Hung was this guy who was dying trying to cancel recalls, misusing all of his combos. He has been an incredible sport. Thank you so much for what I've done is I've actually covered the alert box with Sam's camera.
My camera.
So I do need to go quickly move that over.
Guys.
I'll put that in the center of the screen. We will have that up there. Yeah, you know what? We're still streamers. We're allowed to have some fun with the follow emotes and stuff. But sorry, Sal, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Oh gosh, what was I saying? But yes, I thought that both these supports were ones which troubled me a lot earlier this year. I'm so glad to see that they can buck that trend, because while it is right to criticize, it is even more important than at that point to celebrate the bounce back and celebrate new highs. I think that also applies to the BLG jungle role to an extent. I do think that there are still some issues and some teething issues. The way I've phrased it before is that when you change a jungler, the person roaming around the map on a team, you are putting open heart surgery on the table for your team, because it is so core to the way that macro is played, the strategy for the team. BLG, you can see that Baytran's in there, right, in terms of finals appearances. 10th finals appearance for Knight. What?
Yeah, a lot of those have been on top esports once upon a time. And he was on the JDG team that was so incredible.
Oh my gosh, what is it? You know, I'm going to have to take the cameras off for this one to see what the stats are. This is incredible. What is this? This is, I believe, the most final. I think this is the most finals appearances for any team. With RNG first, EDG second, top esports, JDG, then BLG. I believe this is finals appearances for each team. BLG made finals in 23 spring. They made it in 24 spring and summer, and now they've made it in spring and summer here too. So that is their 5th there.
Very tight head-to-head there between Bin and 369 as well, who were just hearing about those. The photos from yesterday where they were both trash-talking each other, as said. Understandable why they're quoting there, and I don't read a lot of Mandarin, it has to be said, and yet I know exactly what those quotes say, and Alex was just telling you them earlier. Basically, we've been saying, I'm going to mash up the next person in the All-Pro list. I've done the first team, now on to the next one. And 369 going, I'm hoping Bin's learned to bow by the time he has to come and shake my hand, which is just... It's just remarkable, isn't it?
Thank you so much for the Ko-fi donation, by the way, Fed, as well. It means an awful lot to you. By the way, if you are watching the show and would like to support us as well, we do have a couple of donation links you can have in chat. There is one called League Mastery, which is a site which Sam and I are going to be hosting some guides on how to be a caster. So we are professionals at this. We wanted to give some kind of learning material out there for you to know, even if you're not interested in casting yourself, doing it yourself, understanding why we do things the way that we do as well. And we have a Ko-fi as well. And also you can like, comment, subscribe. All of these things help us battle the algorithm. We have finals here today. We'll have regional finals in the next few days as well. It's a very special time. We'll be determining the teams which we send to the World Championship, but then also the seeding of them as well. With that in mind, we should probably talk about the stakes for today as well.
Yes.
We'll just muddle our way through all of our big talking points. So here are the implications. Whoever wins today goes through as first seed out of 4 total being sent from the LPL. The second seed is where things get a bit interesting. Because Top Esports bombed out of last split, they have less championship points than anyone's legend. So,
really?
if BLG win, anyone's legend go through a second seed after having a second finish, and then a third finish here, whereas Top Esports had first, and then they had a lower result in spring, and then in summer, WE knocked them out much lower down the bracket. They ended up not even getting to top 3. So what that means is that if BLG win, it's BLG, then anyone's legend second, and then our other teams will be decided through the regional qualifiers. For the record, the teams which are in our regional qualifiers are, we'll have one of Top Esports or anyone's legend, depending on the results of today. And then we'll have Invictus Gaming playing off against that team for the first spot, and then the loser of that will play off against the winner of JDG versus Weibo, one of the best rivalries that we have here in the LPL as well, which I'm looking forward to that so much.
And it has to be said as well at this point, you know, you're looking at a team like Top Esports who came off such a storming winter split. to theoretically go down to regionals here if you don't win, to like really kick you when you're down, because it is a tight turnaround when these things start happening. You lose, you have to pick yourself up and go right back up against a load of people who have just been watching you, sharpening their knives, feeling angry that they are caught in the regional bracket, and you have to come off finals, shell-shocked, tired, disappointed not to win, and still have to play regionals. Like, that is rough.
Yeah.
So I think for top esports, if they don't win here today, I think they can have a really tough time of it in the regional playoff bracket. I'm not going to lie to you.
So with that in mind, it is kind of an LPL summer classic where one team just plays a million series back to back. I mean, top esports, well, I mean, technically, they will have played 1, 2, 3, 4. This is their 5th best of 5. If they are to lose this, there is a chance that they have to play 7. If they lose the first one in regionals, there's a chance, a maximum 7 best of 5 since the start of playoffs. That is 7 best of 5s within about 3 weeks or so.
That's quite a lot.
Which is kind of
insane.
insane.
A lot of them will have been end-loaded as well, you know, so especially a lot of them will come up more recently.
Since the 8th of this month, which was, you know, 13 days ago, they have played 5 best of 5s, including this one, which is kind of insane when you can see the amount of games that they have. It still doesn't quite match LNG and Team WE's runs from LNG in 2023 and WE, I believe, in 2021.
Well, they had to start at the beginning of the brackets, yeah.
Well, LNG, I believe, ended up playing something like 9 5-game best of 5, 7 5-game best of 5, something like that. They played something like 30, 35 games within 3 weeks, 2 weeks, which it doesn't. I know you think, oh, it's just playing games, right? It is very difficult to play a full series, prepare for the next one, play it, and just go on repeats. But with that in mind, I think that brings up another interesting topic as well, because this may well be one of Jakulov's last ever series. Jakulov was talking about how constant the grind is in League of Legends, means that when you have a health issue, it's very hard to address it because you always have to be practicing. You always have to
take the time out. Yeah.
Jakulov said earlier in the year that actually this kind of schedule helps. Hello, Ari. REs. There are multiple REs.
It's a heaven for Alex.
But Jakulov was basically saying that the more intense game schedule helps him more often, because it means that he has to focus less on the practice and more on just the weight of the games, just the games in front of him. Because he said it was harder for him to practice, 12, 16 hours a day, rather than just play day in, day out. Because he is now the oldest AD carry within the LPL, Hope being the second oldest. Of course, they played off another time just yesterday in the semi-finals. And of course, the finals of spring was between those two AD carries as well. Yeah. I can very much appreciate the tenacity and the rigor put into the gameplay of that. Got the fans out here in the fan zone.
Oh, that's so fun. Ooh.
God,
the BLG fans out there by the looks of it.
And I will say, so when I went out for 23 summer finals over in Xi'an, there was like a whole festival outside pretty much.
That's incredible.
Because it was a whole I think it was an Olympic gymnastics facility, so it's a huge stadium. But outside they had stalls and they had a stage for music on it as well. But yeah, Jakulov may well be retiring after this year, and it's. So, enjoy the time we have left with players like him. I'm looking forward to seeing how he performs today after an MVP split.
I mean, you can't blame him. You can't blame him. It's a hell of a thing to have to deal with. And here's the top esports fans that have been rounded up. There we go. Having some great fun with that. You can see the caster desk having a blast as well. A list desk, actually, I suppose. Not quite a caster desk. Though I'm sure you recognize those chairs. They take them between venues for when you're... casting out, of course, Alex, not so long ago, was on site.
I'm pretty sure I've sat in one of those chairs probably at some point.
Yeah, I know.
Don't know, probably just reuse what you've got for part of it. Yeah, I still have my LPL 10th anniversary sticker somewhere as well.
Oh no way! That's cool.
I have it on a tux jacket of mine, and
very fabulous.
And I have one. In fact, I have one of the stickers on the back of my laptop. Oh man, it does feel like it is a real time of celebration as well. Fun fact: Monkey D. Raffi has redeemed a fun fact. Do you have a fun fact, Sam?
I'm
springing this on you.
Do okay. So I'm currently stood in a very cool music studio. And so I'm going to give you some music studio facts is what we'll do. Compressors are a really cool part of microphone setups, and myself and Alex have got some very cool ones to work with. But what they basically do is, if you look at a sound wave, and you see it's very up and down, when someone's getting really loud, it looks like this, and when someone's really quiet, it looks like this. Compressors bring the quiets up and the louds down. So if you're going to be a play-by-play caster, if you're going to be a caster in general, you want a compressor in your setup somewhere, either being a digital one or a physical one if you can get a hold of it. Like I've got one down here that's being currently used. It's a very cool optical compressor that does some very cool things with sound waves. But what it basically means is when you're getting very, very loud and blowing your head off because something crazy is happening, the sound wave just gets brought down that little bit to ensure that you don't take the heads off people while still allowing you to still throw your whole weight behind a cast when you need it. And similarly, then, when you're being quiet, it also just brings those quiets up so people can still hear them when your energy's that little bit lower, when you are just being that little bit lower energy. So compressors, guys, are a really important part, not just musical setups, but broadcasting setups too, because they help do cool things to sound waves that allow you to be a lot more dynamically engaged with your voice and your tone and stuff without destroying people's eardrums.
Yeah, and typically in casting, you want, like, actually a pretty hefty compressor on there.
Yeah, you do.
Because, yeah, if you're going all the way from a whisper up to a scream, then you do need to make sure both of them are the right kind of tone. Because let's be honest, you're there for the tone, not always the volume, not completely there. You need to be able to hear everything that's meant to be heard, which, when you're talking, often like that as well. Okay, so we're getting close towards that opening ceremony. And, yeah, I guess we should talk into, predictions. You want to do a prediction? Because, personally, do I think that Top Esports can bounce back from the 3-1 loss that they had versus BLG the last time?
Yeah.
Because there are a couple of things. I watched back that series. I think that 369 has been better since. I think 369 is on really good form. He was awesome yesterday, so that's 1 point in favor of Top Esports. I think that Knight was a little bit shaky actually throughout this plus. He's still been great. I still think he's been the best mid laner in plus, but I know that Knight can be better. What happens if he turns up incredibly well in finals? Is it Jakulov's last dance in the LPL that seals it, though? Perhaps it could be. I think it might be a 3-2.
Top Esports?
I think it's a 3-2.
I think it's, yeah, agreed.
And
I'm going BLG way, though.
Just to be contrarian, I'll go towards Top Esports then. And I think it's a 3-2. I think it's the 3-2. I think 369 bodied
Yeah.
Flandre yesterday. And I think that Bin, it's been a little bit shaky throughout this split. Of course, players is starting to tick up again, but for all this trash talk, I need to see him shake off the poor form of this split and come back stronger. To you too, Analyst Desk.
Yeah. Boom. I personally think that looking back at that upper bracket, was it the upper bracket finals, what it actually was between BLG and Top Esports, I actually think Bin kind of smashed 369 in that one. It was a little bit awkward, and I feel like 369 has stepped it up again, but I do wonder whether Bin's just kind of got a bit of a read on 369 right now. And on top of that, I think some of the creativity from bot lane, as the series gets later, because it's going to get later, is going to become problematic. Because I do think things like the Elise support and stuff like that coming out for On, I don't know whether Top Esports have answers for some of BLG's wilder late fearless drafts.
BLG, yeah, they've started to gain some steam. The Swain as well was so good in that Game 5 the last time. Sorry, it was the 3-2. I completely forgot it wasn't the 3-1 last time. It was the 3-2, of course. What's Game 5 with that Elise and the Swain pick? Okay, folks, I'm going to need some help from you in chat, which will be about volume balancing. Sam and I need to be balanced to each other, and all of us need to be heard from the game, but also the game needs to be heard too. So you let us know what needs to go up and down. Yes, the adverts are a little bit louder than the rest of it, but as we go into it, please let us know what the volume is like. We're trying a new setup, and we have to do some stuff on the fly. And I believe, Sam, we're getting pretty close to our walkouts and our opening ceremony.
Oh, fabulous. This could be very exciting. I am very excited.
Well, this is actually a Mercedes advert, so it's a very cool Mercedes advert.
But that's what it is, yeah.
Can I make Sam a bit louder? Yes, I can. God, need more of Sam? There's not enough of him already?
I can up myself on my end a little bit as well, if that helps.
It's all good. No, I'll do it on my end, so it makes it easier, I think.
Fabulous.
Because what I'm worried, Sam, is that if you make it loud on your side, maybe it'll start cutting out something in the way that it was before. Okay, well, folks, welcome in to a very, very special time of the year. So LPL finals opening ceremony. Enjoy whatever the heck we're about to see here. Silver Dragon Cup revealed here on the stage. Cup which so many players have fought over for years here. This is not the cup which was raised earlier in the year. Only for this summer split will the Silver Dragon be awarded. We have separate trophies for the others. It's BLG and Top Esports which step into the arena. Oh, and that is so stylish.
Oh, oh, that is very cool.
In the top lane, Bin versus 369. Sparks flew between them yesterday at the Trash Talk. Perhaps more sparks on the Rift.
Certainly building the hype, isn't it? Look at the lighting alone. It's going to be a lot of noise. A lot of these players have been here far too many times to be completely shaken by it by this point. But even then, you just know, however many times you've done it, how many times you're going to do it afterwards, it's always going to be a little bit more intense than anything else you do.
H1 starting here today in the jungle. Cream versus Knights. Elk versus Jaculov. Kanavi in the jungle, of course, missed him out here earlier. How could you possibly do that for Top Esports? And the supports of On versus Hung make up our rosters today.
It's going to be an interesting one to manage, isn't it? The last series we saw between them was a neck and neck affair and came down to some very wild Game 5 shenanigans. You heard it before, but yes, you heard right. Swain and Elise coming on out. Yeah, it did feel like for the longest time the LPL wasn't managing Fearless at this level correctly. For all that theoretically they had so much more experience with it. The LDL, the Academy League, has been using Fearless for years. And yet when it came up to First Division, LPL level, teams just weren't ready for it. But as we've come through this playoff, teams have started to really hone the knife, really get an angle in. That sounds like potentially Chrissy Constanza, by the way, on the vocals, who, so rumour says, may well be at the World's opening show in some capacity. She's back in the recording booth.
Every single LPL event, they will always play Legends Never Die and Phoenix. Those two songs are always there. Yeah, very popular out here. Welcome your teams to the stage, to the arena. God, the lighting is cool there. We'll get ourselves a proper cinematic.
成为 LPL 第一支锁定世界赛名额的队伍。恭喜滔博以一个我们没有预想到的方式，再与 BLG 来挑战明年的总冠军。让我们恭喜 TES。
季后赛的过程比我想象中的要更加艰难一点。
今年我们也有很多失败的时候，大家一起改正这个问题，然后达到了现在。
我们现在终结比赛的能力有点起伏，我希望我可以承担这个责任。
369在决赛舞台上越是非常开心，但他离开我之后好像就没拿过冠军，就希望这次也一直保持。
自己做的比之前更好，我觉得在我心里面就够了。
这个冠军对北川还有沙斗来说是特别重要，他们俩还没有拿过 LPL 的冠军嘛，想他们两个拿一下。
能够一路走到决赛，就非常感谢两位打野的付出吧。
无论对面是谁，
我们都会有个打野在场下研究你们，等着吧。
这次也是一个很好的机会，希望我们一起能拿下这个冠军。
如果能夺冠，当然对于我来说是很难以忘怀的一个瞬间吧。
再次站上决赛的舞台，BLG想向所有人证明，我们依然是 LPL 最强队伍。我相信努力是有收获的。今年虽然遇到了很多困难，但是我们从来就不服输。
灭期有效，希望保持。
这个冠军对于我们来说特别重要。我们一定会拿下这个冠军。
无论是谁都不能阻止我们拿下今年的年度总冠军。
Well, they don't do half measures, do they?
Well, that was cool.
They don't do half measures. I realized I didn't unmute on Discord. I did do on the stream, so they heard. So pretty much the same thing you were saying. God, and yeah, for those of you asking in chat, did they just make that yesterday? Because of course, Anyone's Legend lost to Top Esports there. It could have been either of those teams. Typically, they will do 2 versions of the videos, and then they'll just push the final one to live after that point, after doing some final cuts. Now, obviously, we don't get to speak Mandarin, but we can get the vibes from a lot of what was said there. Particularly, one of the questions that was asked yesterday in the post-semifinals trash talk was to Jaculov, saying, how do you feel, Jaculov, about the only person in being in this finals who has a world skin, and the only world champion on the stage? And he said, my skin's in the past. I'm here for the future. I'm walking forwards. Who cares about that? There have been some fantastic lines. They are so very poetic in their trash talk. Some of them are a little more tame, but even then, some of the timidity of them was pretty laden with some meaning there too. Kanavi sat there saying, it doesn't matter if they send Shadow or Beitron, or both of them. I'll 1v2 them. Kanavi on...
That's not shy!
I know, right? Because BLG have been subbing in and out of their junglers. We don't know all the time who's going to be playing. Beitron is starting here today. And yeah, Kanavi says, send whoever you want. I'll beat them all the same.
Oh my days. I mean, look, I believe the official designation for words like those, Alex, is them's fighting words.
Ah, sorry, good.
Yeah, just so you know. Just figured you ought to know that. But that is...
Yeah.
That is
okay,
a remarkable statement.
I am going to put on some ad breaks like right now, just because I'm aware that we might go into draft like immediately, so I'm quite worried about that.
Make it happen.
So I've got to make sure that those ads are on like right now. Who do I think will win today? Well, Sam and I both think it's going to be another 5-game series. Sam said BLG, I said Top Esports actually, just to be contrarian. And they're fighting over that, the Silver Dragon Cup. That is the LPL trophy we fought over for so long here in the LPL. The earlier splits in the year had different trophies. They were not the Silver Dragon Cup. In fact, actually, Bin, one of the reasons people were saying, that's a little bit disrespectful, a bit rude. He was saying, anyone's legend, they're not truly an LPL champion. Only when you raise the Silver Dragon Cup, are you the LPL champion. Well, you get to do that here, don't you? Let's see if Bin will learn to regret those words or potentially do something more again. We're into our first draft of the day of finals. Top Esports BLG into the draft first off. Let's see where it takes us.
In a game one like this, we've seen both teams go up against each other a number of times this year. We've seen them do it again in playoffs. Any first draft picks, bans you really want to see come out here as opening salvos? Things like the Kiana has now started hitting the ban table, I'll note, and it is going to do so here again today for Top Esports. You can't give that one up right now to a good LPL jungler.
No, you can't. I think that securing a solid top lane matchup is very important here, actually. So that's one thing which I've really got my eyes onto. I'm aware, Sam, that you're not going to be saying anything for now. I'm just going to make sure that while we're in draft, probably follow the notifications. Probably have to be turned off. It's a big occasion, of course. And the first pick, Nymaera comes through. Was let through, particularly with stuff like the Varus going down in terms of power. The Nymaera has been left alone as the most powerful AD carry on the patch.
The only thing I'll say, though, is we've seen this before from BLG specifically, and we've gone Elk. Not sure about the build. The early lane looks fine, and then we hit those mid to late stage team fights, and the Nymaera just wasn't it. We were seeing something like 2-5, 2-6 for Elk on the Nymaera, and it wasn't looking all that impressive. Has he stepped it up here for playoffs? Has he stepped it up here, more importantly, for finals? The response, though, looking like an Azir very swiftly for Kree, one of our few big-time Azir players. Not always been a big LPL specialty, actually, much to our chagrin when LCK comes in and makes us look a bit silly with it. But there is the Pantheon to follow Kanavi. For my money, the best damn Pantheon in the league as I bite my tongue. Ow, don't
So it really, now I have to question now whether does Knight... Well, he's been playing the Ziggs into the Azir. He, in fact, actually, the last time that these two played, it was Knight that played the Azir, and he had a great game on it to take that win away from him. Goes towards the Aurora instead. I was wondering whether it would be the Ziggs. And with the Pantheon locked in, it looks like we are going to be just straight into AD Skirmisher meta. Now, you would play the Poppy if it wasn't banned. Perhaps you could play that Wukong, because you can cancel out the Pantheon W quite easily. But the Vi is more aggressive, even if you lose the jungle 1v1 more heavily. That'd be what I'd be thinking between.
That's a fun hover. I am waiting here, and I think the Wukong, as you were calling, would be a lot more sensible.
I would imagine
yeah.
that Kindred is a call out to Shun, who was the jungler on BLG. The lineage of BLG junglers having that one so heavily involved with Shun as Sion locked in for 369, the tank master himself.
Indeed it is, and they've already got themselves some very, very good front lines and very, very good zoning denial here between decimating smashes and shuffles and shield vaults. Pretty good to work with. The skirmishing from BLG, of course, nothing to sniff at. Nymaera, one of the better skirmishing AD carries. Add in an Aurora ult, add in the double Wukong Cyclone. You kind of see where that one's going. into the second phase of bans, though, and Bessa being taken away from Bin, who has put a lot of time to get mastery up on the champion. He didn't initially click with that heavily. Corky away from Jackie has really felt like the jack-of-all-trades champion. Fits pretty much every draft, so many sports. Just get rid of it. It'll be the Aatrox as your other big AD skirmisher, though I will note Renekton is up, and it is a Bin specialty.
That is potentially really important because we were talking about how we really want to see a solid top lane matchup because 369 has indexed so heavily into lane pressure, particularly against Flandre. Bin was very successful against 369 in the last series too. Maybe you do end up having something like Yorick here. Actually, for Bin could be quite big too, just going into that tank matchup. Could be quite powerful. Top Esports setting up for a front-to-back team fight. You have a long-range, high-damaged backliner in the Azir. You have a tanky frontliner to buy them space and time to do that damage in the Scion. Jackie, we'll see what he goes towards. He doesn't get that Corky, as you were saying, that early lane pick. What will he go towards? He's been playing a lot of Xayah, but he could also play his own Kai'Sa skin in the finals. Jackie was saying, my skin is a champion of the past. Well, he's bringing it to the present to move him into the future. Jackie locks in his own Kai'Sa that he won Worlds on 7 years ago.
Someone keeps Scrooge away from this. The ghosts of Kai'Sa's past, apparently. But you're right, it's going to be a hell of a follow-up with all of this CC and all of this setup as well. I'm very happy to see it. And again, take away from Elk as well, who has been a bit of a Kai'Sa specialist. In fairness, all of our AD carries that have made it this deep in playoffs in general have been good Kai'Sa players. It's always been an LPL pick, and now with Fearless, you only ever get to play it the once, and it will be Jackie that snaps it up. Leona was rapidly locked in. Bin with counter pick, debating a Mordekaiser that we've seen it more and more. Things like the Hex Plate changes and
what happens with this is that when someone flies into your lane, you buy yourself that 1v1. If you look at the enemy team, they have a Kai'Sa and the Pantheon which can run into your lane. If you want a solid 1v1, that's what you go for. If you want more team fight power, the Rumble is your pick. What are they choosing? It's the team fight power. It's the Rumble. The Mordekaiser are not chosen here to give that true 1v1. Last pick now for support for Hung. Likely, honestly, going to just be that Nautilus, but it could be the Rakan if you want a little bit more versatility.
Yeah, the mobility on Rakan is pretty much unmatched, and they will go towards it. Hung picks up the Rakan. Another dive buddy to go with your Scion, with your Pantheon, hell, with your Kai'Sa. Very easy to follow up there with the Battle Dancers and the like. Of course, BLG, not exactly shy of skirmishing themselves. Look at the AoE CC and just ultimates in general between Worlds, Cyclones, Rumble ultimates. And again, this is Bin's Rumble, a champion that I think, to be frank, at points we have been very down on for how strong the champion has been. Bin himself has not always put up the best performances, but agnostic of players, these drafts look pretty competitive to me.
Top Esports wants to have the front-to-back draft. They are playing around tank front line, long-range back line, and with some solid lanes in there too. BLG, I think you're absolutely right. I think they're indexing more towards skirmish, quick plays where the Rumble and the Aurora can just jump in from Fog of War with their ultimates. First games of the day, I think Top Esports going back towards tried and tested. BLG, a little bit similarly to them too. Both these teams playing towards their strengths in game 1 here of our grand finals.
You really can't ask for a more auspicious set of champions, really, for a first game, can you? You're gearing up for some no-holds-barred team fighting, some strong skirmishing. Like exactly what I want to see in a game 1 of finals. It's an LPL game. It's an LPL finals. I am hoping and praying for some serious action. There's our skin choices in Jackie Love. Oh, Jackie Love. He's playing it. That is his own skin.
No surprises. The Invictus Gaming Kai'Sa won at the 2018 World Championships. Brought out here in 2025 LPL Grand Finals. Let's get on to the Rift for our first game of finals.
Just getting the hints of those gyros from the mics. It's noisy out there, but the mics are a little far away, so it will be just the faint rumbles we get. But trust me, they're there. And
yeah,
the rumble on the Rift, I'm hoping for BLG will not be so faint.
It looks like
my
we're
predictions
setting up for a level 1 ward being put down. Is taken by Top Esports. So Kanavi will not be seen on the start of his clear. And what that means, he's not going to go, he is going to put that extra ward down. Okay, so now that's really important, because now they know that Kanavi is not starting on top side of the map. They'll see him over there. Zenith Blade landing.
Elk stepping forwards with the Cultivation of Spirit stacking, heal for heal, but Jackie's the one that ate a lot of that damage, and now Elk gets to press Q, gets a lot of value at that level 1.
Actually,
and a Zenith Blade.
And he's still got himself the lethal tempo active as well there. It means that Jackie and Hung starting on low HP. Now the Rakan, if he hits more Qs in lane, will get some sustain, but Elk is just walking forwards, and there's the auto reset.
It's so menacing. Forced off the wave. They're going to reset at level 1.
They have to. What else can you do? Now there's the threat of that flash coming through from On afterwards, On knowing that there's likely a reset coming through, so using the Zenith Blade to push the wave faster as the Leona at level 1. Quick level 2 going to be hit by the bot lane of BLG, and Top Esports so strong usually in that 2v2, getting bullied about here right at the start of the game.
Jackie tried to stay in range and hasn't. They're going to try and dive this. Jackie having faked a back, still looking for it. They've gone too deep. Jackie's fake back works out in their favor.
Elk takes tower aggro way too early, and he will die for the first blood of finals. We were just saying Top Esports getting bullied around in the 2v2. It's BLG, which overstepped their safe boundaries now. Big mistake from Elk.
Oh dear. They genuinely thought Jackie had backed, and he just pulls off the back of the tower. They want it hung in a 1v2. We can do this. Let's do it. Let's step forwards. And it goes so wrong. Jackie gets to pick up the wave. He gets first blood. They blow summoners on out. Well played. Well managed. And Hung, masterful baiting as ever.
And just on the other side of it, you need to juggle that tower aggro much better. That's a problem. BLG, if they give leads over towards Top Esports, I get really worried for BLG, because BLG are not a team which are not playing a composition, rather, which retakes an area of the map particularly effectively against Top Esports. When you have that Scion and the Pantheon stood in Fog of War protecting an area, BLG don't get to retake that space particularly well. If you give leads over, it's more likely that Top Esports get to use that more powerfully. Lane swap now coming through. Jack11 Hung, happy to get out of that lane after buying a Cull.
Cull is the prize for the overstep from BLG, and again, it is how these bot lanes work. It's how Elk and On work. They are knife fighters. They do try to get every advantage they can. When it snowballs, it looks fantastic. And when it goes wrong, when they get called out on the aggression, sometimes it can lead to moments like that, and it's why sometimes we've been... Oh, sorry, I'm not sure... Try that again. Not even sure it's sometimes. We just have been quite critical of this bot lane at various times across this year for basically doing that, just overplaying their hand a little bit and getting themselves in a bit of hot water. In this case, hot water was first blood over to the Kaiser, who had otherwise had an abysmal start to the lane.
Top Esports now zoning out Bin for a next 2 waves. On finally coming up here. Top Esports, though, doing much better in the lane swap than BLG. This is something that we've seen more across the region. And now, when they try and fix that freeze, Kanavi's here to punish.
Boy. Shield vault onto Bin, into the grand entrance. Jackie gonna get a flash on forwards, needs the passive, has it. Second kill for Kaiser, for Jackie loves Kaiser.
Jackie Love off to the races. And he's so far ahead of where he should be in this game. After the early levels, you would have thought that BLG would just stomp through them. But the mistake from Elk and On, elevating Top Esports to grand new heights here. Top Esports, they're going to send Kanavi back into his own jungle. Happy to clear away now. Now they can crash the wave in as it's slow pushing in. Bin has lost so much value from what he should have had before too.
Dance away, not shield vaulted part way through. Now On uses the Eclipse. That's the end of that mid lane. Knight taking a slightly ugly trade there with Cream. Actually got stuck on the soldiers a bit there. We're looking to reset. Baitron was around, so I don't think it was ever going to go much further than that, but there you have it. In goes On. He's not been shy, to say the least, this game. Hung taken very low. Second battle dance. Didn't quite burn out there, but Jackie throwing out the Void Seeker will get a heal out of On.
This is quite important, actually. This is a lot of back recalls. Hung using that heal. He was unlikely to die there because he had that heal in pocket. When you come into lane swaps like this, cancelling backs, moving to the lane on the appropriate time is so important. So stopping that back there, actually quite important. You can see here, Elk and Baitron trying to crash in this wave, making sure that this wave is not frozen out on the other side of the map. Again, Top Esports really quite successful with this lane swap so far.
And stuff for them. They're up about 500 gold as a result, and one of the things we have said about BLG in general is you have to hold on bigger points with Kanavi just walking through midnight. Safe enough, so Comet Spear not landing would lead to much in the way of action. There is a Scuttle Crab on the top side of the map, which I suspect will be Kanavi's prize, but what I was about to say, as 369 doesn't interrupt that back, is that BLG without an early lead, without an early snowball, have looked a lot more foible than a lot of other teams out there. And Top Esports, on the other hand, when they get an early lead, think back to Winter, think to some of their playoffs games this playoffs as well, have been absolutely ruthless if they get the early game lead. Kanavi in particular, if it's in a game state where the team is ahead, will just start eviscerating the enemy jungle. The issue was then in Winter, of course, that when they did go international and they didn't get the snowball, they looked a lot more mortal, but here is Top Esports with the level of lead they needed.
And a lot of that lead for them does come through bot lane laning phase. And Jackulove and Hung got themselves a big lead from a mistake, but they have that now. So Top Esports, if you're looking at the checklist of good things for Top Esports, that is one of the big things. Bot lane, stable and powerful. That's what they have right now. Patron walking topside has Cyclone.
Flash for the Nimbus strike into the Cyclone, and Jackie's just dead. And a kill donate to Elk. Beitran, excellent gank.
Very quick, very easy. Beitran, he has had a strange year. Started the year on TT, a team which many of you probably have never heard of unless you are actual, LPL enjoyers. Mid-table, someone that was good on his team, but we didn't think he was going to be competing for a finals or anything like that. Then joined BLG later in the year, did well in spring. Then MSI happened, and we started to have some second thoughts. Shadow came in and replaced him. Now he's back after Shadow had his own foibles exposed as well, and they're rotating between the two junglers. But Beitran, make no mistake, this has been a very notable year in his career, even with the downs to go alongside the ups.
Rubs now looking to go to Top Esports after the play. Topside Beitran burning Flash and Ultimate means it's unlikely you'd really be able to skirmish over this, especially with 369 making the rotation. Gold, dead even. Be the extra objective over towards Top Esports, which is the additional prize, but Ben will get a plate or two here bot side, which is nice because, again, he's been largely forced off a few waves and forced off some shoves he would otherwise like to have had.
It's 3 grubs to Top Esports, and they've used those grubs very well in playoffs so far. If you watch back yesterday's series against Anyone's Legend, I think in the first 2 games, 369 ended up getting a full turret with 3 grubs in the first Dragon contest of the game. So watch to see if Top Esports do that again here in this one. 369 not exactly on a champion that can do much with it, but Cream is. Top Esports, with the 3 grubs, have been good at getting plate value in the early stages of the game as a trade for those Dragons.
So, game state as it stands, Alec, gold is dead even. We've got slight markers towards feats of strength lead for Top Esports. They're the one with the first objective. They're the one with 2 kills to 1, but nothing's been confirmed yet. Who do you even favour at this point in the game? Is it really this game state favouring either side particularly? My impression is no.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of comments in chat asking the same question. From a layman's point of view, is it even? What does it look like? Right now, it's very even. I'm going to hold my breath until we get the first big skirmish of the game. BLG must really win that. I think if they lose the first big skirmish, that's when this lead, which this very even state rather, becomes problematic for them. Top Esports, the later the game goes while it's still even, the more confident they are, because I think they're better in an even game later into things. Elk going to be farming out this mid lane. But yeah, that first big skirmish might happen around the Herald in 5 minutes, might happen around the Dragon when that comes up too. Top Esports, with that in mind, I wonder whether they just don't commit to any big fight until they're ready to.
Worth noting, they will have their triple globals up if you count Scion ult as a global, and I kind of do, but between the Kai'Sa, the Pantheon, and the Scion, some ability to say, well, actually, we'd rather just rapidly collapse somewhere else on the map, and that could get a little scary for BLG to manage. Well and good if they're there and ready to skirmish, as we've been talking about for BLG and all of their AoE in various capacities. Too much happening here around Dragon start. We are starting to see a bit of fight for lane shove and vision control. I think we might just have a bit of a skirmish on our hands out.
Exactly, and the first skirmish of the game, that's what I'm looking for BLG. They need to get a good one down, otherwise Top Esports, so I think with the superior teamfight comp later into the game, will be very, very comfortable. Top Esports trying to sync up their waves. They can push at the same time, then move off it towards that Dragon, as you noted beforehand. Knights will get to a point where he can lane very well into that Scion. Not quite there just yet before that first item. Top Esports get mid lane and bot lane shoved and start the dragon.
You need to chunk the way through it. Not actually going to have a full contest there from BLG. You don't feel like they're in the position right now to fight, and I think that is fair enough. So that'll be another objective over towards Top Esports. But again, it's just those little extra markers that are going Top Esports' way right now. And at some point, BLG, they are going to want to start pulling the trigger. But Elk on that reset did just get himself a Kraken Slayer, so you can understand why playing for that rather than this initial dragon made some sense for them.
Getting towards the 1 item mark now, and this is where I think BLG's composition starts to get very scary for Top Esports. When you have, you know, Sundered Sky or Triforce kind of built up on page 1. I actually didn't see which one he had that. Sometimes you change it based on your role within the team. Elk with a Kraken Slayer, Knight getting towards something like that, Leandri's bin as well. That's where Top Esports do need to be very careful. Now, they do have a lot of globals to pull to the play. That's the farm alarm. That's just the Scion ult trying to get towards bot lane. No one panic. Just yet. Just yet. Maybe later. Maybe we can panic later. Oh God! Yeah. He's just ulted into a wave.
Actually, which there is on just cancelling us back there for a second. You always did wonder, no, On has cancelled it again, but no, won't turn into anything. Again, it would have been into a Scion who probably does just get to walk away, but
yeah. Fun story in chat there as well. Now, some things we take for granted because on our stream we talk about them so much, but then again, it's a finals. Let's revisit all of our old faithfuls. We do have Knight versus Kanavi from the JDG 23 Super Team in this game. And 369 was in there too. Knight was teammates with Kanavi on 369 on one of the best teams of all time. Some people would consider it the best team of all time, despite never winning a world championship. Only lost in a single best of 5 the entire year. That was the team which Knight left Top Esports for. He was the guy on Top Esports. Their logo looks like a Knight's helmet because of him. He was there from his debut up until 2023. He won many titles on them, then left for JDG, one of the greatest teams of all time. Then on BLG, he started a new era. Knight has been the kingmaker, realistically, for the LPL for a very long time. Perhaps the greatest player in the LPL modern era. He's definitely up there. Up against several of the others, let's be honest. 369 Kanavi and Hom, the coach behind Top Esports. A trio for them, which has incredibly high win rate across the LPL. Might see another skirmish coming through. We're getting towards the point where the Pantheon ult and the Kaiser ult are very good at responding to the first play. Surely we get a fight soon. Feels like everyone's gearing up for that.
So that, doesn't it? But it's just been fights for wards, basically, where I'm coming in with a sweeper, and what you're really fighting is macro moves, not actual people right now. It has been, after early action at the very least, a little bit of a slower affair. Again, you're talking about Knight and the Top Esports logo. It's worth reminding, of course, when he left Top Esports for JDG, who was his top jungle?
Pantheon might come through top lane here. Cream's going to go for that shuffle.
Speaking of, there's the Grand Starfall behind. Knight tried to go across the Veil, but was unfortunately denied, but gets a wonderful exit with Between Worlds and the Flash, so has to burn the Flash, but nice problem solving there from Knight.
Top Esports playing League of Legends. Knight is playing Asteroids off one end of the screen and onto the other. Doesn't quite get the ultimate in the way that he thought he could get clean over the wall with his ultimate. Just a little short there. Does have to blow that flash. Was wondering if he'd get out without it, in fact. But he's safe, and that's Pantheon ult now down. And BLG, with that ultimate, the global now down, maybe they can find their own aggressive entrance into the game.
And Ben, of course, with Leandri's now built up, certainly has a little bit more teeth in this lane, and is chunking 369 very heavily there, forcing him off the wave a bit, and can begin to be with the threat himself. Basically everywhere you care to look, you are going to see first items. Double Leandri's for Ben and Knight. We're looking at Kanavi with the Sundered Sky, Nash's Dude, Kraken Slayers, Rady carries. Kind of down the list. Might be the time for that fight we were asking for.
Yeah, this is the Herald. We did say maybe first Dragon, maybe this Herald is where the fight comes in, but Top Esports using their ultimates earlier. Choose not to fight. Now, Top Esports, they tried to look for that pick on a side lane. They didn't find it. We're at a point now where no real big fight has happened in 15 minutes. And we did say, look, Top Esports, maybe this is good for them, actually. No, it's not that different in gold. They've got a slight lead. Herald's going to be put topside. If Top Esports keep things even and they do get towards 2-3 items, then I think they feel quite confident. Herald goes into a side lane, though. Knight will get himself first turret of the game, and that'll be an important marker towards the feats of strength. Top Esports, of course, slightly ahead in terms of the kills and objectives parts of that. We'll track that as it goes on.
30 seconds on Dragon. You can see Kanavi hung already towards that bot side of the map. 369 with ult and teleport. If you were to join a play, theoretically, is Kanavi and Hunger looking potentially at Elk, who has no idea they're there. He's shoving up mid lane. Flash in with the shield vault, the quickness after, and a very easy kill on Elk, who was not as safe as he thought he was.
Isn't running the cleanse, has the barrier. Quick play coming in from the jungle support. Kanavi and Hung, only a new jungle support for this split. Hung joining Top Esports after a dreadful stint on Weibo, but then finding new form here. That's going to open up the dragon. You can't fight this without an AD carry. That could be genuinely very important. BLG giving over a second dragon now. We'll find out what the rift is. It's going to be an ocean one with a Scion. That is a problem. If you end up getting that Scion with so much HP and an Ocean Soul, BLG will not be able to kill that tank easily at all.
Worth noting again that that was just a kill and the objective, so Feats of Strength went the way of Top Esports because of that play onto Elk, so earns them some extra spicy boots on top of that all. Quick check-in with the game state, worth noting. Decent lead here for Cream, who's farming very well on this Azir. He's well ahead of the 10 TS, a minute mark on the Azir. We're going to look at this replay again as Kanavi and Hung just come. Pool party. Hot Spring Nymaera got eaten up by the sharks of Kanavi and Hung.
Yeah. Worth noting, yes, Jackalev did go Cull Blade, by the way. He did. He's bought... Actually, both AD carries went Cull. They cashed it in, and they've both sold them off. So both AD carries slightly ahead of the curve compared to the rest of the map. Elk, of course, now with those 2 deaths. Really need to see more from him, a player that's been doing quite well throughout playoffs, really. But his Nymaera has been a champion which we have criticized quite heavily, actually, compared to a lot of others. Given how powerful the champion is, we would expect more from an AD carry the caliber of Elk. Now, BLG playing the bush baits now, stood on a control ward, off a vision, but Top Esports, very good at slow, methodical play compared to the rest of the LPL. Pretty good, actually, on the whole of playing safe where they can do. I say that they're still not immune to occasional ints or what have you. Teleport now down towards the bot side as BLG look to farm out again.
Just noting as well, of course, that Jackalev would get a bit of a meme for himself this split. Getting caught in mid lane at least once a game. Not so far today. It was Elk who ended up having that moment happen. And again, as you were calling out about the Nymaera, not always been his most convincing champion. For all like the proactive plays on the champion have looked good. See the level 1 play, fantastic. There's been some oversteps. There's been some defensive mismanagement on the champion. Now a potential fight here over the blue buff. Kanavi going to get the smite. Goes on in. On's in danger. In comes the quickness. The grand entrance. Hung needs to flash away. Kanavi low. Shield vault not available to get more CC.
Jackie!
Over the wall goes Jackie. Looking for the kills. Flashing. Can't find it.
BLG find their skirmish. Cream is now alone on bot side. Sion will come to help. I suppose with his flash, he might be safe. How much can 369 do to save his mid laner?
Oh, that equalizer stings. Knight low. Gonna be a 2v4. In comes the teleport to even up the numbers a little bit. Hung now looking to go on top of Ben, who doesn't have an equalizer anymore. Jumping onto Cream. The heal keeps him alive. Base one's gone very deep with the Nimbus Strike. Has to try and warrior tricks to Ow. All the while in the mid lane, turret being attacked by Elk. So that might end up being a prize on top of everything else. So it will be a turret for a turret. But the 2 kills on top of that for BLG. Excellent play from them in that bot side river.
The gold swings into BLG's favor, and who gets the gold? Elk ends up getting himself a kill, as does Beitron in there. Kanavi wanted to see if he could pick off a retreating knight. That's the Pantheon ult down now. Not bad there. Knight has been known occasionally to get caught up by a random Pantheon ult. I will say it's been one of his foibles. But throughout the rest of this too, we do see that Cream has got a huge lead now on that. Is it 800 gold at this point in the game? I was worried for BLG at the start of this. I was looking at On's HP bar and thought, well, it's a little bit low. But then the Cyclone's fantastic. Again, Beitron, a player which has been brought onto the team a split ago, subbed out for poor performance, and realistically, Shadow was brought in. It's a good entrance into the game for him now. We'll see if that continues for him. A player which I have a lot of time for, given how much effort and impact he had on TT as a roster. He made a mid-table team into an actual threat. By the way, folks, BLG's best of 5 win streak within the LPL was broken by Beitron on TT of all teams. It wasn't, JDG, Top Esports, what have you. It was Beitron on TT. And then if you can't beat them, join them, I suppose. Well, no, if they beat you, make them join you. That's the way that phrase apparently goes. Beitron then
script them exactly.
Join the roster.
Steal them from their homes. Bring them into the legion of your own. Yeah, that's basically what they did multiple times. And right now, Beitron having a great Wukong game. I think it's fair to say. Had a wonderful flash Nimbus strike at the end there to secure the kill onto Jackalev, make sure that he went down before he managed to take Elka on with him. Potentially both, actually. It was getting very dicey in that river, has to be said. Atakan now spawned. That has been the death of many a team here in the LPL, BLG and Top Esports included.
Yeah, that's the point where you forego any other analysis. This objective, which BLG are now starting up, it does so much damage and it reduces so many of your defensive stats that you can lose so many fights even when ahead of the game. Top Esports looking to contest. BLG, please don't tell me it's another Atakan incident.
I can smell it. I can smell the burgers. They're being flipped. Get ready for it. Someone's eating good. Down to 3,000 HP. It is just going to be the flip. On down at half. 369. Frontlining takes a bit of damage from the Leandri. Still at 3k. About to reset is the Atakan. There goes Hung into the backline. It is a flip. It's won by Base Run. In comes the Solar Flare to slow down the backside. Elk still free firing as he decides to transcend himself. It's Knight who picks that one up with the weirding. Top Esports failed to get the Atakan, failed to get the kills, and BLG come away with the flip with the tastiest burger of all.
I'm very surprised that Baytron managed to get that smite down. Kanavi did have the Pantheon Q smite. It helps you with the extra damage from that spear flying forwards, but it didn't secure it. Baytron was better on the smite key, and now BLG get themselves some extra value from the Atakan, giving you that XP and extra damage from the petals it picks up across the rift. Look here, it gets really, really close. Hung goes in, gets some damage down with the quickness, and this Q comes through so close. How the hell does he get that?
Baytron just avoided the quickness as well, was just out of range of it, was invisible with the Warrior Trickster and couldn't be found by the side of Hung. That gives BLG a bit of an edge in this game. Suddenly they're up the 1,000 gold. They're the one for the Atakan.
But Top Esports just got themselves the Dragons. They're on sole points. BLG resetting from the Atakan, giving the Dragon over to Top Esports. That could be a big issue later. Of course, when you get that 4th Dragon, the Ocean Soul will be available for Top Esports, giving you that extra healing throughout the combat. And that is going to be very, very dangerous for BLG to give over. However, the immediate value from the Atakan in terms of their fighting potential, the XP, everything else could be really, really important for BLG. They're going to crush through this bot side of the map. Cream on the other side, split mapping to make sure that he can get himself some gold from that top side. Top Esports are still very much within touching distance of this game. The gold difference is not that high. We're getting towards the point where perhaps Top Esports can play around this Azir backline DPS.
And a step there from Elk to speed away is there's a potential threat of a decimating smash. Won't lead to all that much. Cream doing his best to nab away some camps while he can, as the Azir should pick up that Grom towards the blue buff we go. As a scene of a crime earlier, Hung on one side, looking to potentially find a way onto Onu's front lining, but 369 will step on forward to get the decimating smash. Teleport's now flying. Zenith Blade, blast come from Hung, not the best, but the redemption coming on through, trying to keep on high. Will keep him alive for a second or two as the decimating smash part 2 comes along. Baytron had to Cyclone to try and stop Top Esports from following TP in from Bin, who immediately had to flash.
Not the best teleport I've ever seen. Realizes he is in a lot of danger as Top Esports do manage to play around superior frontline on. Was wondering if there was a play to be made, but 369 used his ultimate to go unstoppable. Made things quite nasty for a little bit. No Aurora ultimate committed to that play or the equalizer, so BLG did hold back a lot of their fighting potential. Baron up in 30 seconds. Any big fight from this point could lead to the greatest of all objectives here within the lake. I say that Elder Dragon probably is that, but the most important of most of like. Okay, now I'm just killing my point with context. They would lead to a very important objective here in the late game.
We are here today to celebrate the life and death of the Baron point. Slain so cruelly.
Yeah. You know, at the start of this year, I was chatting with Dracos about you know, don't kill your point with context. If you're gonna say something, just say it. Don't waffle about it. Baron's now available, and perhaps we will see that next big fight give over that gigantic objective in that top side of the map. Elk, most gold in the game, has 3 items, including an Infinity Edge. He'll have both of his summoners available for the next fight, but notably does not have a cleanse if Hung or Kanavi get on top of him. That could be a huge changing point in these team fights.
And it has been Elk's build of choice. He loves this damage build on the Unara with the Kraken Slayer, with the Inf Edge. It does mean there are no defensive tools. There's no Blade of Ruin King, there's no Lifesteal, there's no Mortal Shield Bow. And it does mean that if you do get caught as a relatively short-range AD carry, and there's quite a lot of tools to do that, things get dicey. But he's got Flash, he's got Barrier, he's got people behind him. He certainly can, especially if he's given half a second, really shred through some health bars.
It's been a fairly low-kill affair for an LPL game. However, Top Esports, when they play a composition like this, I don't think they're unhappy with this. We mentioned this earlier. If the game goes to even 5v5s later, I do think Top Esports have a better composition to deal with that. They have way more ability to tank damage. BLG don't really have that. Occasionally the Leona can, but you know, you go late game against a Kai'Sa and a Azir, and that becomes much less of an easy thing to go towards. Knight almost on 3 items, going towards his Magic Pen item third. Perhaps this Aurora, which Knight has done so much damage with across this year, could be a difference maker too. Top Esports trying to group up, push in, take a little bit of damage out of that Leona, and start to secure the map for 1 minute's time for that Dragon Soul. Top Esports, they can give up a Dragon. It's not like BLG have the threat of a Soul on the other side. BLG, what's your plan now? Teleporting up towards here, perhaps calling Top Esports bluff and say, you want to play Dragon? We'll play Baron.
Na'Vi's got Grand Starfall, worth noting. May try and play this slow and look to come and teleport or ult in where required. There is 369 with the TP in himself. Bin slowed down. Needs to back away as he's hit by the Roar of the Slayer. Down to 9k HP is Baron. Half to go. Knight on a potential flank angle. Keep your eyes on him.
A lot of poke coming onto Beitron. They're tanking up that Baron. So much damage. And now maybe even Top Esports. Now, there's 30 seconds to Dragon now. This is a problem for BLG. They wanted a quick bait, I think, to make sure that Top Esports were down a teleport or two. Now they're going to be down HP on the way over towards that Dragon, particularly on being solo HP, eating another Kai'Sa W. Sniping him as Jaculov means that BLG are now in a bad position for the Dragon in 10 seconds.
You see the theory, the practice was a little different, and now, despite things like the Hex Drinker in Elk's inventory, they're not going to be anywhere near this Dragon, just saying, screw it, we've got to do it again, we can't fight the Dragon, this is our best bet.
Okay, so Baron started up. They are giving up Soul for Baron. A hard trade in the best of times. Top Esports, though, they might just take the Dragon. And BLG, they're floundering now. They can't finish the Baron. They can't tank it long enough. And they give the Ocean Soul. Big objective won by the slow, methodical play of Top Esports.
That is a game breaker. While it was just a potential Soul, it wasn't that much of a threat in the way that the Atakan take was. Now that it's gone over, you've got a Kai'Sa who's got the upgrade on the W, so she can throw out a hell of a lot of poke. You've got Comet Spears, you've got the Azir. You will be proccing Ocean Soul pretty much constantly here the moment you start seeing enemy champions.
And in moments like this, you gotta remember that BLG, despite the fact that they're trying to split the map, at any moment, there's the fight.
Gonna try and get on top of Jaculov, who will flash ult away, stays alive, he gets a shield, he gets a redemption, he gets a Grand Starfall to help try and take down Beitron, misses the Comet Spear, doesn't get the redemption in time himself, he is dead. In comes Sion, it's the Ice Express. In comes the Equalizer afterwards though, trying to split the team off, deny Top Esports from going too much further, and it will, but it's a dead jungler, it's a 5v4, Baron, I fear, is on the cards.
Not enough engaged to follow up Beitron's jump forwards, and Top Esports playing things slow, respond well. They have the Ocean Soul to keep themselves topped up. BLG, I don't think they've got anything left to fight this with. In the last minute, Top Esports have shown their solid objective play. They get the Soul, they get the Baron, they protect themselves from the engage, and now are in firm control of the late game.
And now, despite what has been a very back and forth mid game, we thought, oh, hang on, BLG with 1,000 gold lead with the Atakan, maybe that's the edge we need. And then we kind of just see, wait, Top Esports gets Soul point. Top Esports off some good map moves, get Soul. Here's Beitron looking to find anything here as things are starting to go wrong. A jump onto Jaculov made sense, but they can't finish what they started.
I think the big thing is that On was not there to follow up. Beitron, it's a good angle. It genuinely is, but On needed to be closer. I'm not sure what the communication was like. This is the thing for BLG. It's not necessarily about one player making a mistake. It's about the other players not always being in position to follow up. Top Esports managed to get themselves into huge control of this game now, and BLG will escape a slide forward in the mid lane as Elk pops the ult to dash back.
Needed to, because if you look in the inventory of Cream, you'll note that there's a very fancy hat in there. Death Cap, happily completed. This is here, starting to get some nasty looking damage. Numbers Kanavi going to eat a weirding, but it's a fight over the empowered red buff. Here we go, here is Sion with that ultimate looking to crash on top of Bin, gets it. The equalizer back is good, as is the Between Worlds. Kanavi with the smite, secures the red buff. Redemption for redemption, on low. Knight needing to hop away, Bin's gone golden, but I think all it is a statue to memorialize his own damn grave. Flashing on forward, 369 with Ocean Soul is an absolute behemoth. Kanavi with a shield vault, with a Kai'Sa ult to follow up a double kill for Cream. And he's making sure they're all eating dessert today.
And the Ocean Soul turns the tide. Top Esports will take firm control of the map now, as if they didn't have control of everything else going on. Top Esports, slow and steady, breaks the base. BLG only with the Aurora alive, as they could not get the skirmishers to pull ahead in this game, and are now going to have to defend their base 1v5.
I'm not sure they can, is the answer. Top Esports see victory in game 1 in their eyes. First game of LPL finals here in 2025. And on's down. Knight's about to follow, flashing away, desperate to hold on to something. But I just don't think it'll matter. Sand and water through the fingers. Top Esports secure game 1.
Top Esports strike first in our LPL Grand Finals for 2025. Top Esports win here, they go through to Worlds. If they lose, they have to go through Regionals. BLG destroyed Top Esports in a 3-2 close series. Or maybe not destroyed, beat them. It's the only definitive statement we can say that. In the upper bracket finals to get here. Top Esports, though, calm. Good game plan. BLG will have to reassess. And welcome back, everyone. That's our first game of the day done. BLG. Their late game strikes again.
Yeah.
Bad late game. They fumbled around both the big objectives.
And look, the Atacam flip worked in their favor. It was a great way back in. And then kind of the resets got tricky for them, and they did just get pulled between Baron and Dragon. And we saw what the thought process was. Like, look, we don't have setup around Soul. Let's try and drag them to Baron. But they didn't have the damage check. The HPs were good enough. They weren't threatening the actual Baron take. And then Top Esports went, well, cool, we forced you to back off through your own jungle. We still have command of mid lane. We still have command of Dragon. Now what do you do? And the answer was, kind of just lose it. Desperately engage onto Jackulov and fail to get the pick, and it was a desperation play, unfortunately.
Yeah. So now we'll get ourselves into a bit of a break until our next game, and we will see whether someone like Shadow will come through into the roster for BLG. BLG, your camera's died, Sam.
It did. I'll sort that in the break.
Yeah. Also, just Sam, just in terms of the microphone, you've got a little bit of a like a bit of a lisp, a little bit of an S filter on there, I think.
And that might just be me, Alex, to be honest.
No, it's definitely the mic thing. It's definitely the mic thing. So perhaps maybe you can have a look at some audio settings through there, because obviously we had to set things up for a new setup here as well. And yeah, we'll go on to a quick break. We'll see who our MVP was of that first game, and we'll try and work around through the rest of the series. Stick around, folks. We'll put some ad breaks on, and we'll keep chilling out. Make sure you're chatting in chat if you do have any questions. We do pay attention to you. We do see you on Onivia, Twitch, and YouTube. And we'll, yeah, we'll have a fun time here. Oh, Cream, big damage on the Azir. And look, Top Esports just got to play slow. They got to play slow. It's a big thing for them. Oh yeah, no horse for today. So funny thing just happened. So I made a comment on the Umusume subreddit, and someone was like, yo, is that the real Nymaera? And I'm like, yes. So I've had some random people recognize me on the damn horse game subreddit as well. That was, yeah. You good, Sam?
I am. I'm just going to run quickly to the bathroom and
all
just
good,
checking
all good.
what's going on with my camera. Basically, what happened is I moved some things around. Well, Dad did because it was using the studio space, and I didn't keep the power on to the camera, so it was going off that battery and not off plug. So I'm giving it 5 minutes just to recharge. So that's what happened. I was like, that would be why the camera turned off. I do apologize. Worst comes to worst, I do actually have a second camera. It's just my laptop.
Yeah.
It's slightly awkward.
Oh, do you not have like a cable for it? Your camera?
I do. I just didn't. I literally just didn't turn it on at the wall, Al.
Yeah. And just in terms of the mic settings, I don't know whether there's just like a 48 watt. I don't know what's happening with it, but it is just a little muffled, just in case. Because let's be honest, Sam, you want the best quality clips you want out of this.
Absolutely.
Right? So,
I'll give it a quick listen. I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, all good. And again, it's not bad. It's just it could be better, and we strive for the best here, Sam. We do. Because one thing, of course, we'll actually get onto this eventually. If you do want to support us and learn a little bit more about how we do our thing as casters, I will be talking about audio settings on the League Mastery casting course that we have eventually, because actually that's not something a lot of people learn about unless they've got a history in audio or in terms of music and stuff. Quite interesting thing to learn, I think, in terms of, do you change your EQ a little? Because actually, that's a thing which I could do. I technically could EQ my mic on OBS. If you have control over your OBS, you can change it. A little hard to do it if you're on your own mic settings, but yeah. Nymaera goat? Yeah, that's me. I'm bleating over here. Audio, set yourself to have a British accent. Sometimes that can be pretty good. I will say though, I mean, having diversity in accents on broadcast is really nice because it can set you apart for one. Because let's be honest, I sound very similar to a number of different casters out there, including one of the most famous and most recognizable in the scene of Edius. So I have that kind of working with and against me. Because people are like, oh my god, is that Vedius? And they, you know, that's a bump up in terms of, you know, notoriety and in terms of respect. And then people don't know it's me, so they're like, ah, damn, who's this Nymaera person? It works with it against you at points. I find it quite funny. Alternatively, put all of the casters with the same-ish accent together for maximum confusion. Aren't there 2 CS casters which sound very similar to each other as well? Cream, MVP of that first game. He was pretty damn good. I'm trying to... Yeah, you know what? That's really fair, actually. Cream was very safe, always getting value. Will my favorite brother duo spare a compliment from the member of the Berlin crew? Of course, Ghost. I'm just trying to think. Oh, wait, I didn't even see that cancel there. What was Knight doing teleporting in front of him? Oh, Knight, come on. I didn't even see that. That was really not great. What? Oh, come on. Oh, by the way, thank you an awful lot to Justice and Judge Peanut, who did subscribe during the break. Do appreciate you. Quick Shop, Hap Smithy, and I'm going to imagine you mean Deficio really stood out. For sure. Yeah. Atlas Hysterics with a glorious Aussie accent. Yeah, then you have... Well, I mean, you got a bunch of people with this... I mean, there's Spawn as well. He was also has the Aussie accent. Flowers' tone is goated. Flowers is very, very good at vocal control. Very, very good. Okay, so game 2 coming up. I did say maybe Top Esports take this. I did say. I'll have to wait until Sam gets his camera back on. Sam will have to let me know. And then we wait for game 2. So, yeah, I suppose... But yeah, here's an interesting one. Whoever's watching in chat, whether that's over on Onivia or whether it's in our Twitch chats or the like, what are your favorite LPL memories? What are your favorites? Flowers bass, Kobe treble. Flowers' voice is not that bassy though, on the whole. It's actually quite mid-heavy, I think, Flowers' voice. Kobe definitely has more of the treble. It cuts through the mix quite well, actually, though, for sure. Oh, sorry, Dead Ghost. I will get to that compliment. I just want to, like, think about it. Oh, really? The person on the desk is Wong Hee. Is a singer. That's very cool. When LPL had an official cast as my favorite memory, that was good memories for me too. You know, one of my very favorite memories was when The Shy walked out alongside Uzi for Regional Finals 2023, and the crowd just erupted. That was insane. That was insane to me. Yeah, over in Xi'an. Turn the camera off, actually. I'm not really doing much on camera. Oh, they have an interview on stage? Oh, they have some, like, prize draws. I don't know what they're saying here. They don't always have the mics live. One of my favorite memories was the BLG boys hovering Kale for Angel. Yeah, Angel's father passed away, I believe. Midway through last year, and yeah, they hovered Kale for him. Rookie just demolishing people on ASOL last year, and your amazing calls. Oh, man, yeah. Oh, my God, the game 5. Oh, yeah, Rookie's ASOL. Yeah, that was insane. Oh, this is like a prize draw they have for people in chat. This is not you, I'm sorry, folks. Wait, this is this is the Battle Bunny Misfortune skin, I guess, giveaway. Who is this random man on stage? He's someone he did this early for yesterday too. I'm not actually sure who this person is. Oh my god, did they just give away some... Wait, whoa, hang on. Did they just give away all of the the crazy skins to 2 people in chat? That's insane. That's like thousands of dollars worth of prize there, by the way. God, that's a nice dress, by the way. Very cool, very glamorous. Very shiny, very cool, very glamorous. The shy picking Vayne top versus RNG was memorable, and blind Callista top for a few games. Oh, with the lifesteal lethality item, yeah. Sanguine Blade. Isn't he 8-0 on Callista top or something? I was into Pro Gnar, my fave champ. After that, I became a shy fan and watched VODs of his big games. He played a lot of Gnar for the first years of his career. Everyone used to play Gnar. I think that's at all skins. They're giving away unlocked accounts. Right. That's insane. Wow. But Alex, would you wear this dress yourself? I don't think I've ever worn a dress before. Oh, I guess it's time to start now. Okay, folks, I've got to run some adverts now onto the Twitch stream. Remember his 80 cannon? Yeah, with the rapid fire cannon. Yeah. Wait, so you want a 2-1 up against Gen G? Jeez, okay.
They are now, yeah.
Wait, we're going game 5 then?
Looked.
Jeez.
Hello, mate.
Hello, how's it going?
Not so bad. Camera's back, hopefully.
Cool.
I'll double check now, but there we are. We're in and functional. That's slightly better camera angle too. There you go. It's all working out. And I figured out what's going on with my microphone, Alex.
What did you do?
You know what the answer is?
What, did you turn it backwards?
No. It's just basically what it is. I've listened back. It's my voice. It's just because I've come off playing a wedding band last night.
No, it's not that, Sam. There is literally like a muffle on it.
I've listened back. I honestly can't find anything. So
I can tell it's a mic thing, so.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, I know, Sam, turns to Sam, I know your voice very well, but yeah, there's a slight muffle on it. I remembered another moment, the double ace 5v5 in that one LNG versus Ultra Prime game. Oh yeah, well, that was insane. I think one of my very favorite moments was the Hacker Herald escape. That was wonderful.
That was cool. It was also just very well cast. You and Munch managed that super well.
Oh, I miss casting with Joe. What a guy.
He was pretty great, yeah.
How tall are you, Hat Bros? I am 195 centimeters or 6'5". Sam is what are you?
I have nothing. Where am I? I'm like 5'11", so that's 180 something. Is that 182? I forget what that actually is.
Yeah, 6 foot in heels.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Has that turned it off? Has that helped the microphone, by the way? Because it looks like Discord might have changed some settings on me.
Oh, do you have like noise reduction on or something?
Yeah, so for some reason it added crisp, and I took that off twice.
Yeah, if you take off, Sam, just take off all audio stuff on Discord.
Yeah, I have done. Yeah, for whatever reason it had crisp on. I don't.
So this is why, Sam, you listen back to the stream, not listen back to Discord for the actual mic stuff. So I can tell you, it's not just a you thing, Sam.
There you go. Okay. Anyway, hopefully that will have changed.
All good. Well, folks, you get to hear a very, very professional, look at how we...
Absolutely.
What the heck's happening there? As the camera just went dead. Hello, clean feed. Cool. Nice. What is happening there? The camera. Here we go. Sam's there. Okay, so close towards that game 2 now. And yeah, I know I have to like switch between things for my own stream, but yeah. So basically, if I tab out to change anything, Sam can't actually see what's happening on screen because
it's true.
The Discord screen.
So I just have to improv it.
Yeah, you just wait until I say something and then.
That's genuinely it.
Oh, the Qingtian Darius 1v3. Yeah, I was casting that too. God, that was another one.
It was a cool 1v3 as well.
3! Oh my god, that was insane. Because it was against the Kassadin, and for some reason, Kassadin like altered into the Darius Q to give the extra healing. Oh, what a wonderful time that was too. Oh, there was so the Ruler 2v4 with the Zerayumi. That one as well.
That was also cool.
It was 2v. Yeah. That was another Munch and I cast actually. Where they just exploded them in 2v4. God, yeah.
That 2023 year of LPL was just
it was so
fantastic.
Magic.
It was a really good year for LPL.
That was very, very special. We also I had one of my very favorite moments because that was the kind of era when people were watching more co-streamers than the regular streams. So a lot of people don't remember my cast. Plus, I wasn't as big a caster back then. But there was Game 3, 2023 Finals, LNG JDG. LNG just win a huge fight, which will likely put them to 2-1 in the series and get them into match points. They slaughter both carries, and my line was, no gods, no kings, no knights, no rulers. LNG behead the carries. Or like LNG put the enemy carries to the sword. It was just wonderful. That was wonderful. God. Who won the first game? Top Esports won the first game. We're currently at 1-0. And yeah, I mean... Top East was just way better around the objective play. BLG needed a better way to start fights. And I do wonder if they are not feeling confident to start fights with Beichuan. Maybe they do bring in Shadow if that will change up things. Now, they started with Beichuan. Of course, last series, I think they started with Beichuan and subbed in Shadow again through that series. I think they played with Beichuan for the first 3 games, I want to say. Maybe the first 3, and then they...
First 3, and then
Shadow came in for the last 2. Yeah. I will say in that same finals cast, I did say... Scout! When it was Knight doing a big play, so that was really bad. So I did kind of in that bit. My first big LPL finals cast. If you listen to game 4 and 5, I did kind of in game like 5 in terms of cast. That was really bad. And that's something like the kind of the embarrassment of that really powered me on to do much better final cast after that point. And now I feel like I'm actually doing very well in my big hype moments. But that was one really bad moment. But hey, you gotta make the L's to get. See, I gotta take some L's to get your W's sometimes.
I had that recently where I did a caster game and I got the wrong AD carry doing the move because the teams had switched sides. If you know what I mean, like it was blue and red side, but they managed to circle around each other. God. So they were coming at the play from opposite sides. So I saw the AD carry go in from one side. I was like, well, it's got to be this AD carry because it's happening from this side. I was like, wait, no, they've just managed to circle around on each other. And it was like around an Atacama bot. So I was like, oh.
Tell you what, I had a great line. I had a great line recently when I was casting with Medic, where I need to go find the vertical stream because it has caster reaction. Because I even got Medic to go like damn, because it was G2KC game 4.
The Jace comment.
Yeah,
yes.
and Sion gets a kill onto the Jace. And it was something. It was like, and like the woodcutter's axe comes down. My line was, turns out Sion doesn't just cut down trees but humans too, but men too. The man of tomorrow felled today.
It was so
beautiful,
nice.
Beautiful.
Man of tomorrow felled today alone. It's just
wonderful.
Line.
It was so cool. I think we're getting ourselves close towards the draft for our second game of the series. I'm just going to make sure our volume's up to max because it turns out the clean feed. Yes. The clean feed a little bit lower volume here today for some reason, actually. Cast a Teddy on the desk there. Got to chat with him a little bit, actually. It was very cool.
He seems like
getting
a
to
lovely guy, by all
Yeah,
accounts.
I have to say, folks, getting to hang out with a lot of the LPL cast when I was out there in 2023 was a very special memory for me as well. And yeah, for those of you who are joining our LPL community for the first time, really, for this playoffs, this finals, welcome in. We welcome you. We hope you get to enjoy the LPL alongside us, alongside such legendary players and teams here. Now, I haven't seen anything on screen which has said anything about Shadow or Beichuan staying in. We will probably see it as they come onto stage now. I believe the player... I think the players are now back in their chairs from what I can see. I don't know why I'm leaning around. I can't see around my own camera or around the casters by doing this.
That's
yeah, I'll just
fantastic.
check over that.
I was like, I've got you. Yeah, looks like they're on stage right now.
Fantastic.
That's feeling like draft. Yeah.
Fantastic.
I got behind the camera. Don't worry about it.
Gosh. But yeah, thank you everyone that subbed during the last game as well. Justice and Judge Pina does help us continue what we are doing. Of course, we are not paid to do this, folks. There is no official LPL broadcast anymore. We do have to do this spiel every so often. Because the LPL official broadcast, which I was part of, was shut down. Now we do this for effectively free. We do it for whatever you give us. To bring you the best LPL action in the best way that we possibly can as well. We hope you are enjoying yourselves. We hope that you are enjoying being part of the LPL community and seeing a little bit of our part of the world. And we will get it. And there you go. Shadow's in. I did see that. That smiling face. The honeymoon buff. Perhaps active again. Beichuan and Shadow both fighting for their first title here in the LPL, their first major region title. I don't believe Shadow ever got that over in the LEC. So both of them fighting for their own first one there. Second game draft coming right up.
This will be an interesting one. BLG with that sub in, and again, if there was a way to describe the differences in Shadow and Beichuan, in some ways they both provide a certain amount of similarity in the fact that they are your catalyst players who make things happen. But Shadow plays a little bit more for himself sometimes. It's a bit more of that, give me the resources, I will carry, give me the opportunity.
And now what happens is, if Shadow loses now, they're going to immediately sign JJ, who's waiting at home, and he's going to come in here and play game 3. Yeah, that's just the way of things. Every time you lose, all you do is just cut off one head of the jungle Hydra, and it comes back with 2 different players going into it. A lot of lane dominant picks being banned away here in terms of the Nico and the Corki. Those 2 are quite important. The Kiana, really, really good here within the LPL 2. No surprise to see that gone. We do have Trundle. We do have, God, what are our other important laners coming through? The Jarvan, very important. Especially with the Poppy band, gains a lot of power here.
Now, of course, that's a big one for Shadow to take away from Kanavi, who's been one of our better Jarvans in the world. We saw a Jarvan pentakill the other day from Ona over in the LCK as well, who had an absolutely exquisite series as well. So I'm sure a lot of our LPL junglers are looking at that going, I can do that too. Just give me the Prince Demacia. Let me have it. It's
also a takeaway from Kanavi, who has been very, very good on the Jarvan as well. Shinzao would be fine here. Normally, you would be thinking about something, like Poppy or Wukong, which can stop dashes quite well. Wukong with the ult, Poppy with the W. They go towards the Shinzao. Very good at just brutalizing the first levels of the game. I think that there are a couple of players. Yeah, absolutely too. And I think that we have a couple of players of the Shinzao in our league which are just godlike. Particularly Kanavi and Tarzan. Those are the 2 which I think are just so good. Tarzan very nearly carried a late game onto Shinzao versus Toppies was just yesterday. BLG going full lane pressure. What this also does is takes away one of the AD carries which can get out of the Cataclysm. You don't have the Kai'Sa, you don't have the Corki, Ezreal gone too. What AD carries can you play to disengage from this? Maybe you have to go towards Xayah and say, I'm going to go ult for ult while I'll be stuck in the Cataclysm. You are going to get Feather pulled back. We can play towards that disengage. Perhaps dangerous against the Ezreal, but what else have you got left now?
Well, that will be a question. And it is Jackie and Hung. Maybe something like the Jhin might be an option as well to say, I stay miles away. And Jackie has been an exquisite Jhin. I think, honestly, the game they won yesterday, I think it was game 4 that finally decided it. And I remember watching that game, watching the stream, in fact, and going, surely, actually, this is going to be an AL win with the game state. But no, Jackie on that Jhin, what was it, 12 kill game from him? It was a remarkable game from that Jhin, and a necessary one. Pan out the Renekton themselves, the top esports, having locked in the Ambessa and saying, okay, we see what you're doing, taking away a lot of these bot lane options, the Alistar, the Poppy, the Nautilus, Leona already gone. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Rel ban here as well, and just forcing Hung onto something a bit uncomfortable.
You could do that. It depends if you want to ban away something like even like a Bard could be a good ban as something which is lane dominant, brings you some engage, but has a little bit more laning power. I mean, the Rel does have the anti-shield potential of the Q, so that's definitely a decent call as well, but you're not going to be able to ban out every single good support in this instance. Also, need we remind you, Lucian banned out there, interestingly. Top esports are one of the few Kalista teams within the league as well. You could go Kalista, Renata, and fight for lane priority, so a couple of different options. The hard engage to the Rel, a bit of both with the Bard. You have something like the Kalista, Renata on the other side. You go towards the Rel, hard engage is the option.
The obvious issue here is that I look at the Ezreal Karma and I go, this really locks on for people, for me actually, who has been one of the most aggressive tethering Karmas you will see in your life. Plays it like an engaged champion by just sprinting at people and saying, I will tether you in place. It's very obnoxious with it. Been looking for an answer into the Ambessa, had a few of his key champions taken away. Well, one in the Renekton, and they will go towards the Yorick, which he has had some fairly good showings on himself. And if you lock in the Galio as well, double global between a True Shot Barrage and a Hero's Entrance to potentially set up a Yorick for a lot of success in a side lane.
You don't have that much engage, but you are against a couple of immobile champions. The Xin Zhao can't escape a Cataclysm very easily unless someone stands outside for him to dash to them, and then the Orianna as well. Jaculov likely going towards the Jhin, and God is he good at this champion. You do have Jarvan Galio. If that ever gets onto those carries, you're in trouble. Knight, I think, is one of the top 2 best Galio players in the world, perhaps 3, alongside Faker and Chovy, depending on stuff on the day. Jaculov going towards the Ziggs, not going towards the Jhin. It is still the same logic of saying I can stand at a long range. You have the Satchel, potentially escape as well now too. However, playing Ziggs Orianna into the Jarvan and the Galio is very, very, very risky. Your laning phase is fine with the Ziggs versus the Jhin, versus the Ezreal rather, and Karma you'll lose a little bit, but you'll still get enough farm to justify the pick. I think this is a better draft for BLG than it was last time. I don't think they are outscaled. I don't think eventually top esports will just infinitely win the front to back. Perhaps that means that BLG won't be forced into making hard engaged plays as top esports wait and scale as they were last game.
You've got quite a lot of burst damage on both sides when you're kind of looking to do your Jarvan Galio shot combo versus the Ziggs Orianna shockwave. Be pretty dangerous in its own right. I think if it is straight up team fighting, I think you possibly do hit a point where just the raw amount of AoE damage possibly favors top esports, but then you've got that slippery Ezreal to manage. You've got the Galio Jarvan combo, which is always a dangerous one. It's the Yorick angle. I think it's the global angle. That probably is what BLG will be wanting to use as kind of their way to bring a bit of an X factor into this game.
So, last game, it was a slow bleed out. BLG had their late game foible exposed again. This time, I think they have a few more options in mid and late game with that Jarvan, the Galio, the Yorick potentially winning in a side lane too. On the other side, top esports, they do have the Orianna and the Ziggs for a little bit of range, a lot of wave clear, and plenty of ability to follow up with that Ziggs bomb onto someone caught out by the Ambessa, by the Rel. Let's get on to the Rift for game 2, see where the tide brings us next.
Just listen to the crowd, guys. That is pretty special, isn't it? Hundreds and thousands of people out there having a wonderful time. Hopefully, all of you here in stream are as well. Pleasure to have you all with us. Initialise and Nymaera on the mics for game 2 here at BLG Top Esports. Interesting seeing that statistical overview. Very BLG favoured, more so than I was anticipating. The statistical bot is normally a little more even than that.
Well, I mean, in fairness, I do look at this team come from BLG and I think, well, you know, they do have the Jarvan Galio, nasty combo into a bunch of these champions. The Yorick, I think, is fine versus both of these side lanes. The Orianna, there is one fly in the ointment, which I do think that Cream's Orianna is very good, and Cream's Orianna will do fairly well into both side lane matchups. There is a chance that that causes issues, so BLG will need to make sure it's never just an extended 1v1. Q landing onto Hung. It's not the ult Q. We'll start laning phase proper.
To see how the early lane goes. Of course, Elkanon had won the level 1 so hard and then just overplayed trying to win the game outright rather than just take the advantage as it was. And you get why it's who Elkanon are as a duo. You know what you sign up for with these players. And when it works, it looks phenomenal. When it doesn't, you go for what you think is a 1v2 dive and realize Jackie faked his back and you die on the turret and it all gets...
Hey, I will still stand by the fact that it's not the fake back which caused it. It's the problem that Elk tanked the damn turret and Elon didn't.
I'm trying to give Top Esports some credit because you're right.
Okay, so this is a lesson on casting, folks. Now, in terms of my analytical opinion, BLG entered the dive in game 1. In terms of the caster opinion, you take the positive side and say, wow, great play by Top Esports. You have to balance things. You can't just sit there being negative Nancy all the time. Shadow's going to be spotted on his clear heading bot side. On the other side, Kanavi not going to be spotted on Raptors because the ward which BLG put down, you can see there, is actually already taken down.
And to kind of just muse back on draft a little bit, we were wondering whether it would be that infamous Jackie Love Jin that has been so good all year. But he did go towards the Ziggs, and I do think it will hit a point where Ziggs' just raw amount of wave clear will be really, really helpful into the Ezreal Karma, because even if they do get shoved, you can just clear the wave so freely, they don't actually get as much value, even in the 1v2.
And I think later into the game, On is going to have to hold on to his flash like a precious resource.
Yeah.
Because that Ziggs, throwing it all on top of Shinzao, jumping onto him or Ambessa, will absolutely one-shot the poor support. Absolutely one-shot them. So On will need to be aware of Jackie Love, of course, our regular season MVP here as well. Good trade there from Elk, though. As of course, have to pay respect to Elk's reel as well. G2 fans out there, I'm so sorry to bring up the trauma, but he's done some pretty good damage on this before. Of course, the Invictus Roadkill clip as well from a split or two ago. Elk has done some damage on this Ezreal.
He has, and then you're looking at a player like Bin, who may have also caused some additional trauma to G2. And, you know, I know the socials, guys. I know they're sometimes in here. Take this clip. Remember what you're going up against, guys. Prepare yourselves. You're not quite a world yet. Well, if you do make it, just say it. Some of these teams are looking at you and wanting to repeat some previous favours. Kanavi's managed to work his way on top of Bin and get a nasty chunk there onto the Yorick.
On the other side, though, it was Jackie Love zoned off with the bot lane turret, as we were talking about some other stuff too. So Jackie Love will have to teleport back, but did lose a wave of farm.
Hung, gonna get rooted up there, crashes down to buffer through some of this CC. Jackie comes back out with the teleport and amp tone. Gonna hop on forward as Elk gets a nice chunk there onto Hung with the Essence Flux Mystic Shot combo.
Forced under turret again. Hung stop. So basically both supports stopping recalls in. And because Hung is now very late on this back, it means that Jackie Love will have to 1v2 here. And, you know, against some lanes, that's okay for the Ziggs. Against the Ezreal Karma, it just means they get to fire all their skill shots at you, which is not great all the time. You do a bunch of poke there. Alec, does he fire the E in to get that W procs? No. Push in the wave. They'll make sure that they are getting themselves a recall in as well. Now, do we see an early lane swap? Hung is heading topside. Bin, currently under turret, has his own teleport, would like to hold on to that to make sure he knows where he's going on the map next. Top Esports in the last game had a much better read on the lane swap scenario than BLG.
We're saying Bin did manage to stick in lane, having been ganked by Kanavi. Hung has now gone topside. Jackie Love is not, he's still staying bot side, but looking to jump on top of Bin. Where is Hung with the flash and the heal available? I think Bin's possibly overstepping a touch here, but no, not quite enough. But now into the alcove.
Oh, he's not seen at all. They don't see this at all. Now, the Dragon's been started on the other side. Just Bin as a rule of thumb, knowing that his team's taking Dragon, should be careful on top side. He doesn't know where Kanavi is either, so he will back off. Showcasing that he is not just a strong side player. In fact, he's done many splits and many games now, playing towards the weaker side of the map, and will keep himself safe there. Elkanon go towards this bot side. No one here to respond to it. Jackie Love was forced to back, it looks like, sometime in the last minute off screen. So Elkanon will get themselves another plate, 20 CS up already, denying more CS to the tower to make sure that Jackie Love can't even that up as much. And Hung on the other side, while I think it was a good roam, has now wasted a fair amount of time here on his own support.
You see what the thought process was, but Ben just didn't quite give the ankle. Get some good wards down to help 369. The wave now very heavily in 369 favor here. That is not a great wave state for Bin, who does need to come forward and try and shove this. Now Hung's behind him. Bin may have walked back to lane rather than TPing, but he's now in so much danger. Will summon the Maiden of the Mists. Shattering Strike, crash down. Public execution flashed out
Oh,
of.
that's
In
nice.
comes the Dark Procession. And Ben plays it well, even steps back forwards for some more damage. Some of the Mistwalkers. Hog needing to flash away. The ghouls have reaggroed on the wrong person. Tries to mount up a Ben. In the 1v2. Keeps getting more damage and teleports away. Aura farms his way to a 1v2 kill.
Dive on the other side, on taking aggro. Jackie will get that kill, but they'll turn it back at least on the other side.
Requires a Cataclysm. Shadow uses it to exit, but Jackie going 1-for-1 there is not too bad for Top Esports. You'll take what you can get. It's Ben on the other side who is laughing his way maniacally to that kill.
Oh, Ben. There is something magical about Ben when he's on form. We haven't seen the best of Ben in 2025. He has had a bad year by his standards, but this is where push comes to shove. This is where Ben, with reputation on the line, title on the line, squares up and says, okay, I'm going to start taking some names. Hung spends minutes here waiting for this play, and Ben is ready and waiting for him. The Ignite goes down to deny some healing, and it's just not enough. Ben gets his maiden out and says, you know what? I've got the healing. I got the damage. And you know what? I think I can get out. No cancels left available. Awesome play from BLG's top laner.
Oh, and the flash out of the public execution. You sometimes just realize Ben's got that little bit of something in him. The aura is still there. And that arrogance he has that pisses off so many of the other top laners in the league. It's justified. That smug top laner's face, guys, whenever I see it.
Grub's now started. Top Esports
right.
looking to come in for a contest. Cream does have that shockwave in 5 seconds.
Another Dark Procession. Kanavi's in danger. Throws out the Crescent Guard. In comes the hero's entrance. The sigils are on the ground. Shadow in danger, needing to back away. Hugs too deep. Shockwave will trade it back out. Good double taunt there with the shielded around. Jackie now in danger, level 6, but nowhere to go. And Yorick picks up another BLG, beginning to put on the afterburners.
Solo lane domination from BLG around the Grubs. Awesome play from Ben with the Dark Procession, proving that, yes, Yorick can actually teamfight at points. And Knight's ultimate gets so much value in there too. One of the best Galio players in the world, making an impact early. Top Esports, last game, they could stop BLG from getting the early skirmishes. Not so easy this time. Shadow ends up comboing onto Ben, lands the Morning Mist, then the Dark Procession. And yes, the ultimate is okay from Kanavi, but the damage is done. He's out of position, uses his ult early. Yes, Shadow takes some big damage, but you just see the teamfight shape of Top Esports fall apart.
On looking to get the tether, but they're only going to find Shadow with the flag and drag it in. 369 trying to trade this one out. Good hop from Al. Keeps it safe, but a flash on forward for 369 ensures that On dies anyway. Flash
Nice.
a little bit wasted. Shadow now in a potential dangerous spot as Knight comes up at 369, is walking the wrong way forwards. Elf misses the Mystic Shot, but not the Essence Flux. Knight around a well, tries to get a cunning swipe, and a nice snipe from Elk ensures that 369 falls.
Okay, this is where your warning sirens really come on. Elxriel, double buffs, has everything available, and Cream doesn't have that much matter. He just needs to be quite careful up here. It's going to be the Grubs finally finished off for Shadow. So now BLG, not only getting themselves the early gold, not only do you have this Ezreal with double buffs, a Cull stacking in, and 2 kills, you have a Yorick with also 2 kills and 3 Grubs to play around. If all of this wasn't bad enough, you then also have Knight, who was looking to see if he could stop Cream from recalling that. You have Knight being able to support these carries with the global. He can be there on call. He can be your ambulance, your fire brigade, your police, whatever hotline you need. As Top Esports, how do they bail themselves out now? They must find a way to slow down the game, get some wave clear safely in before BLG start to really take off.
And again, you're playing with the Yorick, who's already got the lead. Global plus Yorick is something we've been talking about since Yorick returned to pro play. You can understand why it's such an obnoxious thing to manage. The Yorick in the 1v1 and the 1v2 still doing just fine. And then you add in some extra true shot barrages and heroes entrances. Yeah, that's going to get quite irritating quite fast. Top Esports in the bot side river, however, we've got Dragon spawning. Might want to try and play for that neutral objective. BLG claim this Dragon, they would get themselves feats of strength, so I can see why Top Esports might feel like they want to play around that newly spawned neutral objective.
Do they have the items for it just yet, though? They don't have Rod of Ages on Cream. He's going towards the full defensive build, Rod of Ages and that Seraph. So it's going to take a while to come online. The problem is, BLG are already there. They have enough gold onto Ezreal and for Yorick, who are already, as we've seen, quite good at early fights if you give them the right angle. Top Esports will need to have a bit more time. 2,000 gold at this timestamp is a problem. We really praised them last game for dragging BLG into their comfort style for their composition. BLG have done that to them this time, and that's why we value both of these teams. It does cut on the knife's edge. Hung will be spot out on this bot side. Safely away.
Quite get that little pick that they were looking for, but it does mean on the whole that BLG will be able to fight their way through all of this vision control. Not always been their best. JackeyLove in danger, but managed to satchel charge away, hit by the true shot barrage. Elqued looking, flash for flash.
Flash to flash. JackeyLove still has his ult. He can still stick around. The artillery available.
TP coming on in. Jackie kind of split off. Knight looking for an angle, can't quite find it. And Jackie only needs to stay at max range to find some value. Knight in danger, on being chunked out on the other side by 369, who's looking for an angle. Kanavi caught inside the Cataclysm. The Mega Inferno Bond ensures a 1-for-1, but the jungler going down is a problem. Public execution on the backside. Shadow so low, Shattering Strike. They get the kill on the Jarvan. 369 trying to heal his way through, but Bin will ensure he's eating his last rites. Cream needs to flash away. Knight looking to step on forwards, can throw out some more winds of war for the true shot. Make that mystic shot to secure the kill on JackeyLove.
The Elk becomes the hunter. Gets the box shot right into the back of JackeyLove, takes down his big game. And BLG win another early skirmish. Yes, they do lose Shadow again. Top Esports make sure that the smite is not on the table, so BLG can't get the dragon afterwards. But they're bleeding out gold, particularly in these carry roles. Elk is so strong. Hung will be able to stop a recall there from Bin. He doesn't have his teleport to get out onto the map. BLG, though, not even returning to that bot side of the map for the dragon, instead splitting the map a little more. We'll go back to a replay of how this started. JackeyLove started, spotted out on this side. Shadow not able to get the complete clean kill. Elk very nearly getting himself the full kill. Realizes that Hung could immediately CC him back, though, with no cleanse on the Azrael. Needed to play that safely. JackeyLove still has some value here, but you can just see how powerful BLG are at returning to one other side of the fight. They have so much mobility, so much extra ability to redirect areas of the fight. Yes, On goes down to the shockwave, but you can see how annoying it is to play into the Galio, the Ezreal, the Jarvan that can immediately ping themselves onto another side of the fight with their mobility. Picture in picture.
Looking for something topside, you're right. 369 trying to win the 1v3, but his health bar is so low. There's the slow-mo on JackeyLove's demise. On flashes out. Nice turret aggro juggling. Kanavi will take the dragon in trade for 369. However, that means first turret will be BLG's.
And they have the 3 grubs, so it's easy to take. The Jarvan standard gives them the attack speed. They'll raise that flag into battle. First turret won against the Ziggs pushing on the other side, importantly for them. That's going to be feats of strength, as you were saying, to BLG. Top Esports. You get some gold on the other side. They do get a dragon. It's not without a trade for them, but with 369 losing more gold. And the tower going down first. You can see again how they're not quite able to evenly trade.
Not this time around. 369 is still an okay-ish spot here. Picked up a couple kills, and that's all well and good. The problem is that BLG have snowballed well. 3,000 gold in some really scary places. The Yorick with 3 kills. The Ezreal with 3 kills. Yeah, that one is going to be a little scary. BLG, though, have been known post, shall we say, this point in the game until that dreaded Atakan spawn to maybe once or twice across this split give away some fairly significant early leads. No, maybe on occasion.
BLG has occasionally stood for bad late game. We're not in there just yet. On doesn't have flash. The Ambassador misses.
Ooh, went looking the speed up, ensures that it goes wide, and 369 now being punished for his attempt to go forward. Flashing in, looking to get as much Omnivamp as he can, but the redemption comes on through. Now the 4v5, the shockwave will mean nothing. They lose Hung. Hero's entrance inside the Cataclysm, and Cream is scrap.
And Besseralt misses. 369 looks for a flash forward, but his health bar hits 0, 0, 0. Knight is going to get aggressed onto, but he should be safe. Top Esports will lose the Herald, and BLG again claw another fight, another scrappy early play forwards in their own game.
This one is looking very decisively BLG favored now. They've gotten all of the other objectives. They've got themselves a significant gold lead. They'll have the Herald to play with at start again, because it starts with 369 trying to get on, who doesn't have a flash and doesn't give a damn. He's just
has enough move speed with the shield, and Shadow goes in with the Flag Dragon. Shadow's had a pretty decent game here on the Jarvan so far. Flash forward from 369, tries to get enough damage down, realizes, look, we gotta fight for something here. Can't find enough. On has died, and when we come back to replay, Hung flashing over the wall, he's out safe.
Nice pick off there. Doesn't really lead to too much more, but you'll take what you can get where you can get it, and that's a kill, I believe, for JackeyLove as well. Important that this Ziggs gets gold. That's his third of the game.
Yeah. Just returning back to something we were just saying before, Shadow, of course, subbing into this second game. Now, we'll say the big thing about Beitran or Shadow is not about individual play. It's about the coordination around it. You can see in the last game, the Wukong would flash forwards and the follow-up wasn't quite there. This time when Shadow comes forwards, well, there's a Galio, of course, which helps with the draft, but the coordination is the biggest thing between these junglers, and we've seen this happen to both junglers. And you know what? I'm actually not going to rate one over the other. I think that BLG, regardless of the whims of the team, just sometimes have a little bit more use when one's subbed out for this. How can they follow Shadow now?
Cream in danger. Reminder has got the flash shockwave to begin with. The redemption comes on down. Winds of War is there, but Cream backing away well. Turret falls, but top esports don't lose a member. 369 looking to potentially trade on that top side turret, but the wave is nowhere near there. There's a Herald charging at a tier 2 under threat.
Could potentially engage in, miss time on the Q.
Looking for it, can't find it. You're right, but the turret still falls nonetheless. And BLG will at least go.
He can charge into the mid lane turret. They have to try and kill it with the Ziggs ult. Yeah, JackeyLove realized actually mid lane turret could get killed there. So he uses the ult to kill the Herald to make sure BLG couldn't get one of those miraculous 3 turret Heralds.
369 trying to take that topside turret, but has no grubs. Didn't really do that much damage to the turret before. And at the very least, there are no teleports. So should get another wave, at least in terms of timing here, to get some work done on this turret. So I believe this should get secure. Bin's turning up. And actually, they can't do more than half the HP bar. Bin's there fast enough.
Bin is in such a strong point. You can't kill him in the 1v2 with the Ambassador at the point of power that they are at right now. BLG, incredible early leads. And you can see that Ezreal has the 2 items not fully stacked up, but he had them at 18 minutes. That's a ridiculous timing to get your Triforce Manamune built up for this champion. It used to be, 21, 22 minutes on a decent timing. That's 3-4 minutes ahead of schedule. He'll be able to stack it up a little quicker now he has the Manamune too. And top esports, if things weren't bad at this point, I don't think the absolute zenith of BLG's power is quite here. You need 2 items on the Yorick, 2 items on the Ezreal, and then that's when they're at their peak of power. That's about to come up.
Missing an item, Alex.
Yeah?
Just check in Knight's inventory for me and look for the number 10.
Oh, true. Okay, so the peak of power is not just Muramana and Shojin. It's, of course, the Magi's. Knight Magi's.
Indeed.
Yeah, this guy needs to just add like a light to his name, or L. Just needs to get himself on the Death Note train, because that's the only thing missing from his whole gameplay. Elk is going to solo the dragon.
That's the one. Elk will indeed help solo that until Shadow's there as well, so it's not really a soloing.
It was a solo for a decent time. They're waiting to see if JackeyLove will steal it with the ult. He will not.
That's a nice idea, yeah.
In fact, ulted mid lane instead.
Just to clear that wave out, that's fair. And you can just do that with no turret behind you as well. You get caught in a Jarvan Galio combo at this point as the Ziggs, and you have a bad time. In fact, the other thing is the Ezreal can just jump forwards and really threaten you. Either way,
and he just got that, upgrade now as well. So the Muramana is in. This is the strongest the Ezreal will get compared to the rest of the map. And Atakan has just spawned. Bin will probably recall, get himself a Shojin, and then I think BLG are ready to fight. They want to fight as soon as possible after this spike. Yes, there is a Horizon focus on JackeyLove. He's at a decent point too, and the Rod of Ages, Seraphs is completed and still stacking up from Cream. It's not like top esports don't have their own stats. BLG are just so powerful though with their relative item spikes.
369 did just pick up his own Shojin, worth noting. He's just sitting on the free ass boots. That's where the extra gold is for Bin. Assuming he goes back for that Shojin, there is going to be that discrepancy there in terms of defensive stats. Some good vision there, spotting out on and stuff, but it is getting increasingly dark here. Top esports gonna have to face check.
Knight just pushed in mid lane as well, and because they don't have a mid lane outer turret, that is a lot of vision gone from them. BLG full domination over vision control. Top esports have 2 wards on the map. One is on their blue buff, and the other one's around their raptors. They do not have the vision to safely approach this Atakan. Teleport back in from Knight, presumably getting himself topped up on everything that he needs. Bin yet to do the same, worth noting.
JackeyLove Kanavi still looking to find an angle here. They have to at some point plunge into the darkness, see what's happening now. Down half HP is the Atakan. I think we're flipping again.
We might do BLG look for the engage. Bin slightly low redemption, topping him up, and they're engaging on tonight.
They're trying to turn on tonight, but they just turn it all around. In comes the hero's entrance. Flash force to get the crescent gun. It's a decent angle. Can't finish him any kills though. Cream and Jackie trying to defend themselves. Elk hops away, but Cream on next to no HP. Jackie looking for an angle. 1600 HP into the backline. And the card secured by Knight. Elk gets a hold of Cream. 369 gets one. The 1v2 on the other side is Knight. He's trying to take down Jackie. Flash for a fist to the face. And the Ziggs eat stone. Hung will fall as well. Triple kill to the god of the LPL mid lane.
Knight picks up a second job. Not only is he a knight, he's judge, jury, and executioner. And he has found Top Esports, the team he made famous, oh so very wanting. Almost 5,000 damage in the team fight. Knight, the god of the LPL mid lane. Make sure BLG has their own advantage.
Sign on now, folks. It's the Knight agenda. It's always been the Knight agenda. It's gorgeous stuff. They jump on him.
I just can't believe it. I just can't believe they try and go for the engage. Shadow, full contact team fighting, says you jump on Knight, I'll jump on you. Yes, the Galio ult is cancelled out, but at what cost? At what cost? You're not jumping onto someone like Elk, and you haven't got the damage down you quite need at this point. Shadow ends up somehow, I mean, Knight secures the other gun somehow in amongst all of this. And Knight realizes, look, this is just an underfed Ziggs left now. He can get the kill on the other side of the fight.
And of course, we should give some big shout outs to Shadow, to Elk. Had a fantastic team fight themselves. The Elk's reel has been proving exactly why it's king of the jungle. I suppose the forests, considering the general habitat of an Elk. But Shadow as well, exceptional team fighting. That really good Cataclysm, really good flag and drags. And in the end, it's leaving BLG with a monumental lead in this game. And they're looking for more. BLG's wrapped his way around to get a Demacian standard and a Dragon Strike. Better known as a flag and drag into the Cataclysm. Getting some more damage, flag and drags back out.
Nice out of range.
Left alone, 369 though. Finds an angling back in with the public execution. Shadow just squeaks out.
Here comes Knight. Knight's coming in range right now. The Galio's about to jump on their heads. Here comes Knight.
And Ziggs goes down, got split up. Shadow might even look for a bit more. I wouldn't do it, my son. You're a little low for that one. On. Can speed his way forwards. He's been so aggressive with those renewals. Can look down, a little bit of a mantra. The prayers begin this morning, and Cream really doesn't want to respond to this particular bit of proselytizing. Look at Knight, looking for the flank angle. The Mystic shots keep flying. The ghouls keep hunting. And Cream...
Oh, Knight's got the flag. Here comes the W.
Oh, my God. The shield of Durand ensures that Top Esports are left wanting. Well, Justice punch forwards, finds a second reset. And the last thing, well, Cream, he is the crop, and he'll be harvested by BLG for a final kill.
BLG add Top Esports names to Knight's Medjai's as Top Esports gave over the early skirmishes in this game in a way that they denied in game one. BLG get their early fights, and Top Esports are wasted across the rift. It's been a whole team performance from BLG. Bin with his 1v2 in topside. Shadows, clutch engages on the soul engage here for BLG. The lane dominance of Alkanon, of course, Knight. Superb play here on the Galio. BLG occasionally bring out games like this, and it's becoming more and more often. Shadow going unstoppable through the Rel CC. I was worried for this fight. Knight was on the other side of the map. He wasn't in range for this. It takes him about 15-20 seconds to get truly in range. And even then, his ultimate wasn't the best ultimate of all time. But he does manage to rejoin the team. It's really later where he makes his impact felt.
It is. It's this wraparound. We said, look, Knight on this flank could prove really problematic. That turret's dead, by the way.
It's that he's completely off of vision. Oh, that is just wonderful sleuthing. Gets the full channel W onto 2. Gets himself the Q, the slam. That's some awesome play from Knight and the Fog of War.
Justice punch for a second, shielded around, and unfortunately for them,
yeah,
that shield is being used as a bit of a bludgeon. And Knight knows he's found a good one there. He's got the Medjais. He's on 20 stacks. There's 24. He just picks up a kill onto Cream.
And you know what?
Back to life and more death.
I think he might go for a death cap. I think he was meant to be a tank Galio.
Yeah.
I don't think he needs to be that anymore. He's got the Medjais. So much extra AP, as we were saying. Yeah, managed to find something into the top side. Got the full channel taunt onto him. Baron now started for BLG. Top Esports, I mean, you can't let it go, but how do you fight it?
He's in the bush. He's in the bush. He's doing it again. There's the Winds of War. Won't go for the full taunt this time. May have been a little bold. not that tanky as the Galio for building all this damage. The Mega Inferno bomb will spot out the Barrow's not quite down. They're going to turn around and team fight out. Kanavi is blasted, and he's left with no ability to contest. Elk over the wall, finds another, feeling it enough to go flashing for the extra kill, TPing in. Knight looking to continue turning the screws, ensuring they stamp down firmly on the throat of top esports. No breath, no hope, no options. 369 publicly executes. The shockwave is decent.
No way!
It's not enough. The shield from the hero's entrance. And Knight will find Cream one more time. A little bit of topping on the dessert for the game. And BLG will return the favor of game one, even up the series in dominant, decisive fashion.
No need to build statues to BLG. They've got their own one in the mid lane already. BLG, even it up. And we'll be having at least 4 games for our finals.
Oh my days. Well, I thought we were out in China. Perhaps we're out somewhere like Florence, because the statuary is just magnificent, isn't it? Unbelievable stuff from mid. But you gotta give credit to everywhere else. Shadow, phenomenal Jarvan game, made a lot of things happen. The bot lane, how much value did Elk and On get early? That Ezreal getting so far ahead. The 1v2 teleport out from Bin. There's a lot of the BLG verb, the aura, the swagger that had bled into arrogance and underperformance. But you can see why, even when you hate them, even when they piss you off, BLG have got a little bit of something to them. They turn up to another finals through the upper bracket, I may add. And you now remember why everyone still looked at BLG and went, for all the jungle changes, for all their underperformance. It's the words of Papa Smithy. It's a long-known phrase. Form, my friend, is temporary. Class, well, it gets you to an LPL finals, doesn't it?
Class is forever. Class is permanent. Form is temporary, class is permanent. And Knight and the whole of BLG, there's just a lot of just vibes gameplay with them. Which is why I think the jungle swapping, I think they finally found their answer to it. Before, they weren't switching in junglers and switching out junglers. What they were doing realistically was just kind of saying, well, when something goes bad enough, we'll just switch permanently. And we'll just figure it out after that. Now they're switching in much more readily, and I think that Shadow and Beitran, from everything that they've said, and On as well, is saying that actually, you know, we're here to support both of them. On says, I'm going to carry my Chuan and Do towards the finals, you know, his pet names for Shadow and Beitran. Saying, okay, look, I'm going to carry them both to a finals. They're both going to get their first title here. Shadow had a very good game. I actually don't think Beitran was bad in the first game, but you could tell that BLG were much more comfortable in their second game, and perhaps it will be in the future where they will change over between these junglers in the other way. Maybe we'll start with Shadow Enduring and Beitran. We've seen jungle swaps work before. Of course, arguably the most famous 6-man roster of all time, Season 6 SKT with Bengi and Blank in the jungle. And a lot of people remember Blank very poorly because of what happened in Season 7 and 8 and what happened after that point. At that point, despite Bengi being the more famous player, it was actually, you know, Blank, the guy, you had to earn the right to face Blank at that point. The Blank Knight, he was such high win rate. Maybe BLG can find something not dissimilar with this jungle swap themselves. Shadow coming in, very good flag drags across all of these fights, opening up much better team fights for BLG.
And the thing is, for all we're saying this, let's be real, who's getting MVP? It's probably Knight.
Knight was insane.
An exceptional Galio game. And yes, the early game, been with that very classy outplay. Alcanon played exceptional in the bot side. And again, we've just been praising Shadow. And understandably so, it was a good holistic performance from BLG. And I think that's great news. For top esports, we weren't as happy with the draft. We were saying, well, look, if you can get to mid-game and get a couple items, the Orianna and the Ziggs combo should get quite scary. But that never really happened. Jackie in particular just kept eating so much damage. Elk was feeling so empowered to do that on the Ezreal. And when Elk feels like he can just dance on the knife's edge and know he's, I'm not going to say safe to do that, but available to do that, it gives a lot more license for BLG to look even more dangerous.
There are a lot of times where top esports thought they could jump on the Galio as well, and they got fairly close in 1 or 2 fights to shutting down the Galio. It just wasn't quite enough damage, and it wasn't quite at the right time for them to get the follow-up they needed, and BLG walk away with the scrappy fights which they need. Now, I think we've now seen the blueprint for the series. If it comes to more tight-lace, straight-laced, I suppose, front-to-backs, 5v5s around objectives, top esports are going to be more comfortable. With BLG having more high mobility champions, high burst, less tank, more on skirmish play, BLG are more comfortable. Now, I'm not going to say they will win, because, of course, there's some variance in there too. But that's where the comfort zones are. Top esports want slower, more methodical, structured games. BLG, they want a freeform. They are our slam poetry team here. I don't know, there's probably a better term for it, but they're going to be here improving a lot of these fights. They need this kind of scrappy gameplay, but you can see what brought them here to the finals in the first place.
You really can, and I think when you then look at top esports, they get, okay, you didn't get to play those objectives, you didn't have an early game lead either, so you didn't get your two standard win conditions as either, look, we get into a really stable mid game, or we've smashed through early game. Neither really happened, and I think part of it as well is I want to see Kanavi set up a little bit better. He was very quiet on this Shinzao this game, and we know actually he's got some back pocket, very scary picks, and if you are coming into this game 3, maybe a bit of a change in form, looking for something with a little bit more teeth in the jungle and a bit more priority in lane, probably set up will serve top esports well.
Yeah. So we'll head in towards our third game shortly after this. If you would like to support us, reminder folks, Sam and I, we don't do this for money really, or well, I mean, we'd like to, but there is no official broadcast anymore. You know, I did the calculation the other day in terms of how much we earn per stream. I reckon per person, so just 2 of us, I reckon we earn maybe $30 a stream, maybe. So folks, we are definitely working below minimum wage. Somewhere between, maybe something like that. Depends on other stuff, right? And of course, we don't get to do this the whole year round because there aren't games here. We are professional casters. I think we're fantastic at what we do. I love doing this with you. If you'd like to support us, you can click on the Ko-fi link. There's also a pinned message in most of the chats as well to sign up potentially towards our casting course of League Mastery, where we can teach you what we do as casters. And I hope you enjoy our expertise and our own enjoyment here of the league. We've done this all year. There have been 800 games of LPL so far this year. We've covered, I would reckon, about 3/4 of them, maybe even a little more than that, actually. Maybe a little more than that.
80-90%, yeah.
Yeah, we've covered an awful lot of them. And if you'd like to support us as brothers trying to make it as professional casters in the hard, dark, dirty world that is esports and how hard it is to make it through it, please, if you can, like, comment, subscribe. If you can give anything to the channels which we stream on, it does make an awful lot of difference to us. Anything to add, Sam? Are you good?
I feel like you covered that quite well. I'm just trying to find a segue out.
Oh, there's a pause in LCK Game 5. You kidding me? Who's our MVP?
Oh, no.
I mean, it's got to be Knight, right?
Ooh.
Yeah, no surprises there.
I could have seen Elk. And I would have been okay with that one too.
Oh,
but yeah, he just had a wonderful game. 9-0-12. Insane damage share for a Galio. Went full damage Galio. Like, yeah, that's good. 12 MVPs, 4 in playoffs.
Well, occasionally Knight wakes up and decides that he's going to win a game of League of Legends. Every so often. Very few players have the ability to do so in the same way that he does. Really is in a class of his own. I think he's such a generational player. What a player he is. He's just in a world of his own in mid lane in the LPL. I think there are top laners which contest with Bin. I think that there are 80 carries which can contest with Jackal, Elk. You know, there's a whole load of 80 carries which contest with that. Yeah. Even Kanavi has a foil in Tarzan. And occasionally some other junglers like JJ can occasionally match him as well. Depends on the day. Knight is alone in mid lane. And when he plays like he does in this game, there is very little you can do about it.
Look, you've got players like Rookie who've been having a fantastic time. You're looking at people like Shanks as well, who's had a pretty great year. And you then say, well, maybe you have got these talent, and then you watch them go up against Knight, and he goes, yeah, no, you still got to get through me. And he has been nothing short of lethal in playoffs in particular. And this Galio performance, this little wraparound, we nodded to it, saying, I wonder whether we find something on the flank. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
I need to get myself another coffee. Probably get something energy drink as well. And, yeah.
I'll hold on here for a minute if you go do that. And
do you want camera on or off?
Keep the camera on. Go on.
Go on then. All right. I'll leave you with Uncle Sam.
There we go. I can't currently see anything though, Alex. So
you can now.
I can now. It's true. It's just me, guys. Hello, chat. Hello, chat, sir. In plural. Good to have you all in here. Hope you're all doing well as we are getting ready to head into Game 3 at some point shortly. But for now, I am holding on to the stream while Alex goes and gets himself some more caffeine. Very understandable. I'll be doing the same shortly afterwards as well. I've got more coffee to grab. But for now, here's to you, chat. How are we all doing? Is it safe with us to be with Uncle Sam? No, I'm going to sign you up to the army. I need you to subscribe to the Twitch channel. There you go. With that kind of motion. There we go. We do need an adult, it's true. Allegedly, I am one of those, so they tell me. I'm not convinced myself, but here we are. But yeah, pleasure to be here, casting from a very different location, trying out a remote studio setup, which has been really, really cool. Again, I'm actually in a very fabulous studio recording setup using some wonderful audio setup and all the rest of it, so it's been very cool. Lighting's fun. I've got guitars and instruments and amps all around me. It's been great fun to be here and messing around with some of the music as well. TFC saying, please no Weibo, not any further through regionals. Again, I'm just saying, TFC, you know what happens when Weibo hit summer best of fives. There is something that flicks in the players' brains and they become like the ultimate Schrodinger's team in LPL, having both got everything required to win a game of League of Legends and everything required to lose it simultaneously at both moments until the quantum superposition is kind of resolved. And they just make their way to Worlds Finals randomly out of nowhere, and you kind of just have to deal with the bizarre experience that is Mr. Weibo's wild ride. Am I making a Pilk song? That's the one. Going a little bit like this, hang. Pilky Gaming! That's the only line we've got so far. How's that? Want it to sound like a load of slightly drunk Englishmen at a football game. How's that sounding, guys? Second. Schrodinger's Weibo. You don't know where they'll end up and they actually get observed there? Yeah, that's the one. But the moment you observe them, that's when the weirdness happens. Exactly. Hope it's going to be BLG, AL, IG, Weibo, but Top Esports probably make it too. I agree. I suspect it is going to likely be Top Esports and BLG in some capacity, though again, the way things work with standings and stuff, that if BLG win, things get weird because AL won split 2. If Top Esports win, then it gets a little bit weirder that way. We've got a little bit of a show happening. Guys, I'm gonna be a little bit quiet while we got the show on, so let's enjoy this, shall we?
别让乌云遮住了天空的蓝，别让命运这帆没桨的船，别让黑夜都落在你的臂弯，让我来与你作伴。别让迷雾遮住了停靠的岸，别让你的世界这般不安。 别让心中的光变得黯淡，飞过湖泊与高山。
Oh damn! Okay.
Yeah, we got a little live music interlude. We did this at NLC first. That's all I'm saying. The mid-series
Oh my god!
show.
Hi Ari.
We got a half-time break, Alex.
That's fantastic.
Right, I'm going to run and get myself some coffee. Enjoy the show, folks.
曾经灼热的眼眶，是人生中少数的笨拙又可贵的时刻。那些正炙热的人啊，就肆意的追逐吧，有你目送就不算落单。每当我悲伤过，也被暴雨淋过，你离开出花朵，就让它生长着，燃烧小小的梦。 就在勇敢过后，挥手万里晴空，一粒米呼唤我，用温暖做脉搏，一方心呼唤我，凝视中有闪烁。
Let's
a real celebration of the history of the LPL that we've had. Celebrating, of course, 15 years of it. On to the next act. Welcoming the players back on stage for Game 3. A little bit of a halftime show. Well, if we were going to have a break anyway, why not add some song and dance? I'll say I dislike it. I appreciate it. At the end of the day, finals like this are meant to be a spectacle. Indeed they are. I have a lot of appreciation for live music too. I do think perhaps the audio is a little bit desynced there, by the way. So, so that was if it looked like it was desynced audio, it's on us, not on them. Should be getting into the draft very soon. 1 second, folks. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to very quickly just restart the media source just to make sure that the audio is resynced up very well as well. And what we're also going to do, just going to make sure I'm going to run another ad break just because it was a little bit of an extended break. In fact, I haven't done that yet. Definitely need to do that. So we're getting into the draft soon. Yeah. But I actually think this is exactly what it should look like in League. It should just be pure fun. I mean, personally, I agree with that. I personally agree with that. All good. But yeah, personally, you know, I think that League is an entertainment thing. And if people are there for the music, remember, folks, that, I mean, think about it this way, you know, you might not like the act which is on stage. It might not be your thing. But if you support that sort of show, you're more likely to get the acts which you do like on stage as well, because it benefits all of us, you know? Hell yeah, I'd love to see my rock bands up there and whatever. What's the name of Sam's band? Well, Sam was playing in a wedding band. This is also our dad's recording studio, so basically Sam's from home in the recording studio back there. So next year, Sam and I might do some more shows from that room, actually. We'll see what internet uploads like, because that's gonna be the limiting factor, but yeah.
Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视。
Okay.
纯净画质，细节尽显。
Hapdad Studio, yeah, a little bit. We would have loved the LCS Dome then. What was the LCS Dome? It really is Bard IRL. I have my guitar over there.
皇冠战马更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。
Our stream often desyncs a little because of the distance. Yeah, a little bit. And partly just be my CPU. I think actually it might be my CPU which desyncs a little. Honestly, I need to upgrade my PC. So I don't know, like if I get a big enough paycheck, maybe we can sort that out. So we had the whole halftime show. It was very cool.
I did see, yeah. I'm saying NLC did it first.
Yeah, that's true. NLC in fact did have like a K-pop band and a bunch of stuff like that. But I was just saying, like yeah, I mean, it's not what we've typically done as League broadcasts, but I will say, on the whole, I think that League should be an entertainment product at the end of the day. And while you might not like every song that's on there or every artist, the more you support stuff like that, the more likely you are to see the artists which you might like later on. So honestly, just support the event like that. I think it's a cool initiative. It's cool to get artists like that, because also that is also the kind of thing which brings in fans which wouldn't otherwise watch. Fans of huge artists that might come and play might come and watch in the way that they wouldn't otherwise.
I'm just saying, for things like the Super Bowl as well, how many people watch the Super Bowl, how many people go to watch the Super Bowl halftime act, right? And it's great for things like sponsors and advertisers too, if you set it up right. And one of the big things that League has been struggling to do over late is find more and more ways to activate sponsors, get cool opportunities for sponsors and people that actually want to invest in supporting League of Legends. And things like, hey, by the way, we're doing these cool broadcast short little shows between games that you might want to get your name on. That works quite nicely.
I'm just going to check out the audio for the 1v2, see how that sounded.
Why am I hearing screaming?
Because it was Ben! I just needed to make sure that the audio was echoing. I'm a little bit louder than you, so I need to drop my mic a little bit. I did wonder whether that would be the case, actually.
It might also be because the compressor drags me down a little bit, very, very high energies.
Yeah. I just think on the whole, it's more about our volume compared to the clean feed, because the clean feed for some reason is quite quiet today. Hello, cosplayers back.
There we go, looking fabulous. What a great Jinx cosplay, actually. I really love that.
I know, it's insane, right? There are a lot of very cool creators in the LPL fandom. But yeah. Oh my god, that Nico's really cool too. And also they found out a way to not have to paint themselves for that, because a lot of people don't do a lot of cosplays because you have to do the body paint. It's just a real pain in the ass trying to get it off later. What's that? What is this? I missed the streamer, blah blah blah. I'm gonna be MIA for a few days, taking my PC into a tech store. No worries, Blade. Do appreciate you an awful lot.
Yeah, appreciate you, mate. I know, obviously, you've been going through some technical woes between chairs and PCs of late, so I get it's not been the easiest route.
Oh yeah. In fact, actually, if you need extra tech support, there's a person called Mistos in our stream community and in the Discord and stuff, who does do like tech support for a living. If you do want someone like who can help you over Discord. But yeah. I had a nice hat with the big hat guy last year. Who was the big hat guy? There was a big hat guy? That's cool. But yeah, I mean, I think we've seen the blueprint for the series now, just dialing back in towards the gameplay itself. If things are going to be slower, if things are going to go towards 5v5 destructive front to back, I think top esports are a lot happier. I think if it comes around to early skirmishes and high mobility, flashy, dashy engages, I think BLG have the advantage. I think we've quite clearly seen that between the two. Also need to see what's happening in LCK, because what the hell is happening in this game 5? Are they unpaused yet? Because we had a whole halftime show while they were doing stuff.
Yeah. They got 3 minutes and they are into the game. Just look, they're in. Okay,
cool. They're actually finally into the game.
I'm assuming it's not replays. It looks like they're in. I'm hoping it's... Oh, no, it might be...
No, Sam,
replays.
Sam, don't bait me like that. Come on. You literally said it's live on that replay.
On screen. They are in game. There you go.
Are they?
Yeah.
There's literally no overlay. Did the overlay break?
Well, there's no back now. I think it was just a replay. They're back playing now. I'm seeing it.
Okay, the UI is back. Because I thought you completely baited me. Jeez. There's no UI, that's why.
Yeah.
You've then baited me with the bait.
With the bait.
Incredible.
Exactly.
Okay, we should be getting pretty close towards our draft now.
I know how I gotta get you, Alex. You know, I can't do this via basic ways to get to you. I've got to find new and creative ways to really mess with you.
There you go. They are actually properly into game now. We should be getting into draft soon as well, so we'll have to catch up on that as it goes on. Because of course, folks, the loser of that series plays our lowest seed.
Oh yes.
So whoever comes through in our second series of regionals second deciding series of regionals, will be the team which plays either Genji or T1. 4th seed from LPL has to play against either the back-to-back MSI or back-to-back Worlds champions. Ridiculous. More very cool cosplays there in the crowd.
Very full arena.
It is, it is.
Absolutely rammed.
And of course, everyone fighting for the Silver Dragon Cup. Special is it here in our LPL. BLG versus Top Esports, the finals that we saw in spring of last year. It was a one-sided affair. BLG blasted Top Esports before they went towards MSI and made themselves MSI finalists. And of course, they went towards World finalists. Top Esports didn't make it to that finals last year. They went toward, they were finished 3rd, lost to Weibo in the lower bracket, and then Weibo ended up playing the finals versus BLG. It was a pretty fun series on the whole, but again, BLG blasted that. This year has not been regional dominance from BLG in the way that we've seen it before. This sounds like sabotage by the Beastie Boys. It's not. And we're going to get ourselves into the draft.
You're going with it though.
Game 3, Top Esports BLG. The Poppy and the Alistair permanently banned, same with the Nico and the Kiana. Now these last bans, they're the ones where we're seeing more variation.
But the Civet has been taken away this time by Top Esports. It's been a very comfortable pick for both Elk and, of course, for Jackie Love, who has been really spectacular on the champion. It's been one of the sort of linchpin picks for a lot of this split. It has to be said, the Neferi away from Kanavi at this point in the draft. I think with some of those AD skirmishes off the table that are a bit CC heavier, you start to go towards some of those more mobility, carry style junglers. Your Neferis, your Kianas, and of course, your Zeds, but the first pick nonetheless will be the Rise.
And now this means that you have a global on the other side. Does Knight go towards Talia? That could be an answer towards it, because you can then follow it. It's the last real global mid lane left which people are really playing. Twisted Fate is occasionally in there, but I think Knight, being such a good player at the champion, might go towards it. Now, if you go towards the Trundle, it denies something like an Ornn or a Cassante being very strong later into the draft. And of course, Bin can now lock in a tank himself, knowing that the Trundle's not a threat.
Shadow at points was first picking the Trundle. It's always been a very strong champion for him. Don't have the Wukong, which is sometimes an easier answer into the Trundle. You match scaling quite well. You've got a lot of CC. You can escape with your Warrior Trickster. Not that easy for the Trundle to take you out in a 1v1, and you scale well, and you team fight well, but that's not the option. We have seen some Zed into Trundle, though, and we've seen some very, very dicey knife fights over first Scuttle Crab. Zed's turning up with the double daggers, but Trundle with the power gets really scary, so do watch out for those first clears and whether those junglers start clashing in the river very early on.
Double longsword first back, very important for the Zed. Double daggers attack speed.
Sorry.
I'm sure I see that one.
Sorry,
369 may go towards that Renekton and gives you that solid laning phase for 369. Bin, what does he do now? You see very heavy AD auto attack jungle top. You might have to side lane into the Rise later. You do need to take that into account. Does he think he can go towards something like the Gnar? Is that really the angle here? Do you go Cassante? The Talia, very easy lock in here for Knight, though, I think.
Yeah, you're correct. And again, look, Talia at one point was first pick worthy, was certainly ban worthy, has fallen out of perma-ban status, but it's not going to be that because it's a swift flick around to a Cassiopeia.
And that is really important now, because now, if Kanavi ults someone, he's going to land directly onto the miasma. If 369 dashes in directly onto the miasma, and then mobility dies. Knight, when he was in the LSPL, what used to be what the LDL became, or what came into to be the LDL, he was known as Orochimaru. He was the Cassiopeia one trick that blasted his way onto the scene in his tier 2 year. There's very good matchup into the Rise. As we said, the Zed can struggle into this if he ults someone, even if it's someone stood by him. That can be a big problem.
Easy petrifying gaze angle as well, much like the old tech with Ahri into Zed in mid lane. You just charm behind you. Just petrifying gaze behind you. It's the honest thing. You can definitely catch Zeds out, and it means they're going to have to pick their targets well. Still, it is Kanavi, who I think, after an initially dicey debut on the Zed, has been excellent on it. I probably still prefer Tarzan's just slightly. But Kanavi certainly a serious threat on it. Been debating an Ornn. Probably is his best tank for my money. I think I prefer it over his Scion, thinking it through. Even if I think his tank play on the whole has taken a bit of a step back this year in a way I was hoping it wouldn't.
And now you have long-range engage. Top Esports are quite a mid-range composition. The Zed has a little bit with the double shadow shurikens, which can give you a bit of poke value. Top Esports are getting outranged. The Varus here might contest lane, but I think it's very, very vulnerable. If you lock in the Varus, I'm really quite afraid for Trundle Pillar. Trundle Ornn is a good engage combo too, because Ornn can charge up with the E, and then you put the Pillar midway through the animation, so that unexpected knockup. The Braum comes in. I think top esports have such a low range composition into a lot of disengage. If you have to go full into the throat of BLG's composition, you are going to get disengaged. Unlocks in the Bard. Love that as well. It is lane dominant. It's more long range engage. BLG for me, smash this draft.
Look, at the very least, the Braum will make the Ornn's life a lot more challenging, and you can help keep Jackie Love alive. I think Jackie Love has got some quite tricky decisions ahead of him. You are into a lot of tanks, you're into a lot of people who can theoretically trap you into a fight. Do you feel obligated to go on hit, especially with the nerfs to the poke version? Although, of course, in a game like this, when you've got the Zed and you are feeling a bit worried about your range threats and how you're going to manage your positioning in this game, I can see why you might need to go the poke variant as well. And I'm not sure which one I would prefer personally.
100% on hit. I think it has to be the on hit. You have double auto attack at AD's top side, which means that your lethality is going to have less value. At least when you've got the on hit, you mix your damage a bit more, and you've got double tanks to cut through, especially with that Trundle occasionally stealing some stats from the likes of your Braum or from the Renekton. I think BLG have smashed this draft. Yes, you have the Braum into the Ornn. That can be a bit of a counter to deny the ultimate, but on the whole, I do think that BLG will have a much easier time playing at their intended range. I think their lane matchups are fine as well. Top esports, they are the ones which will need to find early skirmishes now. Kanavi on Zed will need to find early advantages versus the Trundle. You can occasionally do that. We'll see if he goes for the full clear, recall into double longswords to fight early for the scuttle. I think that a lot of this game is on the early playmaking of top esports, which is where BLG have typically been beating other teams.
Completely agree. That has been a scary thing to contend. Of course, you do still have some pretty scary picks, some pretty scary dive and burst combos. But to the Rift we go for the third time today. Crowd voicing their pleasure. It's phenomenal Yone cosplay on the side there as well. Let's listen in for a second or two. That's the BLG mascot. Look at that. Someone's dressing up. It's not Miseko Mikoto, but it'll do just fine.
Oh, gosh.
Ooh, level 1. Bit of damage going forward onto BLG. Cream a little bit split off, but gets to walk away. Twin Fangs begin to fly. Oh, here comes Kanavi. Cream will reset, and I think that'll be the end of that. No one really gets down a ward on the bottom side of the map, but 369 does manage to wander in and get a ward on the red buff.
Okay, so good vision, well. Very good vision. This ward will be spotted out, so BLG will know that they're spotted on the top side. So they know that they know. Knight will be finally able to get a ward into that bot side. And these kind of wards are really important. We have actually seen Kanavi at multiple times take one quadrant of the map and then gank one side of the lane. Good trader at level 1. The electrocute on the Bard. It's not going to be the Guardian or the spell, but really wants that lane prio.
Heal. Looking for a Winter's Bite and a starting and stacking the concussive blows. Instead, it will just be a trade of those summoners.
Starting lane on a little low HP, definitely hurting them, and that might lead to a better trade here.
Ooh, flash for flash. Elk forced into a dangerous position. Jackie also flashed there. Don't know whether that one was necessary. Was really wanting to get some value there with the lethal tempo stacked.
And again, just starting on a little lower HP means these early trades can turn from a good trade to a kill trade very quickly. It is the on-hit Varus, as we were mentioning just before this, which means that an extended trade does get some nasty value out of the W. And out of that lethal tempo. Kanavi spotted on the bot side, no surprises there. Zed clearing very, very quickly. And it's Shadow doing bot quadrant, getting level 3, and he's the one taking an early gank on the bot side.
Can you find a way in? Remember, you've got the Bard for the magical journey.
I don't know if he's leveled it. I don't know if he has it. He's only the level 2 right now. So he only has the level 2. It will just be a defensive hover round. The wards are now timed out on top side, but top esports should know that Shadow wasn't on top side, so they still know by process of elimination that he should be approaching that side of the map soon.
Yeah, I think that's partly why Hung and Jackie were a little bit wary over shoving that wave, saying, look, still hasn't turned up on Raptors. He might well be looking for that level 3 gank, and I think that's quite heads-up play. Zed gets to back, pick up those double longswords who can look to contest around those scuttle crabs spawning in 20 seconds. Good damage onto Jackie. It'll be all right.
Looking for a Q, lands it onto On, not onto Elk. Importantly, shield goes up. Level 3 hit by both bot lanes.
Does that deny the cannon?
No,
Ooh, not quite. Nice idea.
Very hard to do that against the Foss Bomb. Kanavi, level 4, double buffs. Fighting over this first scuttle. Not a fight, really. Shadow, well, I guess he could walk up here. I think it's going to be gone before the time he gets there, though. Smite could be there for Kanavi. Doesn't need to. Does he look for a double scuttle now, actually? Knight trying to push up in mid lane to give his jungler an advantage. But Kanavi walks over. It means that Knight has to give over the push there, too.
Does indeed. And actually, Kanavi farming so fast and
he did go for the double
longswords. He's going to get the
longswords.
double Scuttle Crab, and he did get those double longswords. He does manage to get the early Scuttle Crab. Shadow's going to be spotted coming in here. There will be a respawn on Grump soon-ish, I guess, but he's not going to find a lot there, and Kanavi just happily wanders to both sides of the river and gets both Scuttle Crabs, and now can wander back towards his spawn. Hang on, mid lane. Knight forced to flash away, but he still falls as Cream follows.
Flash
Overload
double
confirmed.
shuriken. Flash for Cream with the overload. Knight goes down. Orochimaru beheaded. The mid jungle of Kanavi and Cream coming out on tops. But the reason this happens is because Shadow is trying to play a bit of, creative pathing in the early game. Knight is trying to get a mid lane shove to buy him some space, but Shadow isn't strong enough and he's not on the map early enough to make a difference. Knight dies because Shadow is behind in jungle clear. It can happen against the Zed. He spots out the Zed there. Doesn't expect him to flash forward for the extra damage, though.
Oh, flash for the Shadow into the slash after as well. Gets the shurikens, and Cream goes, right, I got this. And a really good pickup, and that's what you need from someone like Cream and Kanavi to get rolling. They were really in the game last time around. They are this one.
I mean, you don't expect the jungle Zed to flash for the double shuriken like that. Just gonna say that. I mean, it's very close on the kill angle. Very, very close. The Rune Prison setting up for that. And Knight very often plays ballsy like this in the early game to try and buy an advantage for his jungler. That's the way he plays. He plays it, 100% at the breadth of his HP bar. Threatened there, and of course killed. Now first kill over towards Cream. And Cream, a player which I think a lot of people ran hot and cold on. Were happy for him at the start of the year when he got his first title, and then thought, well, first down was poor. Cream, is he really all he's cracked up to be, this new class of LPL mid laner? I think he's had a pretty good playoffs run. Diffed Shanks in the last series, really. And had a very good game one of this series. Got the MVP on the Azir. If he gets a lead here on the Rise, perhaps he can turn around what we assume to be a very good BLG draft.
Top Esports actually up over 1,000 gold right now, largely through mid and jungle. Engage onto Jackie Love here is still only level 5, needs to be aware of the potential brittle proc angles, but in goes Hung, forced to flash out a bin, who realizes suddenly he was in a bit deep.
But what it does mean is that Jackie Love is very low HP. Kanavi, level 6, maybe looking, okay, looking for something under here, but that is a level 6 on, even with just the stats, has himself some extra HP, and the Bramble Vest and cookies.
Just built one up, only going to take a little bit of a shuriken trade and then forced to back away, but it does give Jackie Love a free crash and a couple plates.
Yeah, no one's coming to help Ben on this bot side of the map. Use that ultimate for kill pressure, which means he doesn't have it for wave clear. Top Esports, I do think in terms of them moving around the map with early lanes, have been much better at BLG in all 3 games, actually. They've forced BLG to drop some waves here and there. You can see here, Bim lost some CS because he was a little afraid being in that 1v3 situation. We'll be able to get access to farm now. Ooh, they catch Jackie Love out. He's only just got his flash back.
Just about okay for now. Ben can look for them to charge to the wall. I think Jackie going to flash now. Out comes the door, trying to get in range. Piercing arrow, but Knight over the wall. Can look to get involved. Doesn't quite get in range. Ben, though, brings his own hammer down and forges Jackie Love a nice looking gravestone.
And just as we were saying, Top Esports are the ones getting the better of these tricksy map scenarios with lanes moving about the place. Jackie Love and Hung overstay, and they will lose themselves summoners and their lives, giving a kill over to the Ornn, which I'm not going to lie, Top Esports can struggle to deal with. They do have decent anti-tank damage between Rise and, of course, the Varus a little later, but if Bin gets ahead of the game, that is a front line they don't really want to be dealing with.
And he had just lost a lot of CS. He's down 20 or so to 369, and that's roughly, a third of the CS of what 369 has in that one. It's got 2/3 of the CS, missing a third. Let me do maths another time on air, then why don't I? But either way, had been getting challenging there. Does get some of that back. The problem I'm also still going to note, though, is you're looking mid lane, you're looking jungle. The Zed farming angle is beginning to get a little bit scary, and the Rise getting ahead of this Cassiopeia could also still be problematic for BLG.
Elk picking up the wave here, has the Cull. Jackie Love does not have that. We mentioned that yet? Don't think so. Cull there for the Corki. We'll bring Elk ahead of the game. Now, Corki, a champion which has enough lane pressure for people to play around it, but in this kind of game, Corki is very strong, I think. There isn't that much to lock you down outside of Flash, Renekton, W. Rune Prison, again, similarly, kind of, you have to flash to confirm that a lot of the time. Elk with the cleanse, I do think that he has a chance to really shred through the low-range composition largely of Top Esports. Grubs will be given over by BLG to Top Esports. Instead, they'll say, we want gold on a side lane, give that over towards the Cassiopeia.
Understandable. Of course, the thing is, giving Grubs over to something like a Zed actually can be pretty scary. Renekton and Ryze also good side laners in that sense as well, so more ability to play fast and loose for those turret shoves can be valuable. BLG got a lot of value last time. Bin now potentially in danger under this turret. Shadow looking to potentially lane gank and give him some support, but I don't know how much that makes a difference when in comes the Realm Warp. Everyone's here from Top Esports, and BLG are invited to the party. Hell, they're the guests of honor. Shadow goes down as well as a 2 for none right now. Elk's got in! Flashing! Gets nothing! It's too far. Magical Journey out on. Now in danger himself. Gets the Cosmic Binding for the stun. Flash from Kanavi. Looking to secure the kill. The Shurikens land, but on out to safety. Top Esports outplay, and BLG a little slow to get involved.
Huge misplay from Elk, who throws all of his damage into the Braum shield. And after that, he flashes to look for the last auto. But the damage is done. He didn't realize that Hung's shield was up. First turret likely going over to Top Esports with the 3 grubs. There's a teleport there to confirm. Bin, what are you doing?
I don't know about this one. A good petrifying gaze, but unfortunately for Knight, he eats his own CC. And Braum gets that kill. The blows concussive and leave Knight with a headache.
Well, that's what Bin's trying to do. He's trying to clean up Knight with a terrible teleport under turret. It's not Bin who's at fault there. It's Knight who's had a difficult early game on the Cassiopeia, making mistakes now. Bin threatened at the start of it. Forced out of that turret again. Very, very discoordinated from BLG, going one by one, and then Elk makes some huge mistakes here. He jumps forwards, thinks he can kill with the last order, and then flashes late. The big problem is he flashes late. Even his Frost Bomb goes into the shield. He could have gotten 2 kills there if he flashes behind the shield and then Qs. Big mistake by Elk.
Very problematic. And now Top Esports find themselves with a significant gold lead. 4,000 at 10 minutes. Still got a few minutes to play with. Plates as well. Dragon in 20 seconds. Yeah. BLG theoretically able to come and contest, but I don't know how easy that's going to be. I really don't.
Yeah, and we were just saying, after the draft in this game, Top Esports were the ones that needed the early skirmishes this time, where BLG have looked very comfortable. However, really, when it comes to... Also, I think our mum's just followed the Twitch channel. Hi, Mum. How's it going? Mum. Are we on the TV? I think we're on the TV. God, make it a family business, folks. Remember to say you love your mum sometime. Go call them.
She delivered me coffee first thing this morning.
That's very adorable. Can I get one of those? Anyway, we say the Top Esports needed the early skirmishes, and they've got them. BLG so typically very strong in that area of the game. Top Esports, who are making the wins there this time.
Dragon falls. It's Top Esports picking that up. That's the second of the game. What are we getting? Soul-wise? Another Ocean Soul.
Oh, we love water. Oh, Knight. He is very alone here. This is a dead snake again.
Unfortunately, Kanavi stepping forwards. He's got an Eclipse shield. Knight now down the miasma, though. His defensive tools getting a little limited. Waves being cleared by Jacula.
On's going to come down. They have the Bard ultimate. They might just use that to make Knight go golden. He'll clear out as much of the wave as possible. Top Esports maybe call off the dive now, knowing that's an option.
They'll take the TP. They almost catch out Elk in rotation, as well as Cream catches him briefly with a Rune Prism, but it's a good Valkyrie away that prevents the CC from meaning too much there.
Yeah, the wave didn't quite work out for Top Esports in the way that they wanted, so Knight escapes a grisly fate there, because BLG do get there in time. Bin now here, he has the ultimate if things comes to the worst case scenario to wave clear. He can also respond to playing the spot side jungle. I love that Top Esports are grouping up and just bullying their way into the enemy jungle, using the power that they've gained from the early skirmishes.
Blue buff secured. This time by Top Esports, just going in and nabbing that one away. A few minutes till Dragon. We've got a couple minutes till Rift Herald. So really, at this point, if you're wanting to burn summoners, it's around turrets, around catching picks. I'm not having to worry too much about objective timers.
Been left to be defensive on this side. 369 going to get a full demolish on that tower. Will get himself another plate. And the gold lead is getting really scary for BLG. Looking at Top Esports inventories, Realm Warp used to close the gap a little. There is a Corki and a Zed coming in, though. Elk might be able to save him.
Smite, Redemption coming on down. Will not heal him up enough as Kanavi just introduces him to a Shuriken or two.
Alec, does he have the Valkyrie? Might have to use it to get over the wall. There you go. Shadow, difficult early game. We're saying, look, this Trundle can get out-dueled by the Zed early. Well, he's definitely getting that now. Shadow, of course, not starting the series. Was Beichuan. Came in, had a good game too on the Java. Now he's the one that's really struggling individually. The largest individual gold lead on the map is to Kanavi over Shadow. The early jungle path of Shadow meant that Knight was left alone a little bit in mid lane, trying to push up to give him some space. I think it was just the coordination of mid jungle a little off, and now you do wonder if Top Esports win this game. Do they bring Beitron back in?
Oh, you wonder, don't you? But now 369 looking at this turret bin left alone. On is coming, does have the Tempered Fate. Can potentially make everyone go very golden, but right now playing for the turret. On the other side, though, they know where the bard is. And Kanavi looking for the 1v1. Gets a chunk on tonight with the death mark. Won't find too much more. Turret bot side, though, secured by Top Esports, playing both sides of the map at once.
I really think Top Esports doing a great job of not over-pushing their advantage, but using it well enough. Right now, they're not going for the full dive in, must get the kill. They take the chunk, which is easy, but they realize when they're going too far. They play on the other side. They take the turret down there in the bot lane. Top Esports playing fairly measured for what we know of LPL teams. And I know that they're still an aggressive team. Every LPL team is, let's be honest. But Top Esports, when it comes to our top teams here in the LPL, are the team that are most likely to think again when something doesn't look like it's going to cleanly work out. Again, they still sometimes have their own strange, wonderful, what the hell are they doing moments, as every team worth their salt here in the LPL does that every so often. The Top Esports here, starting to play a more controlled game, and BLG are getting access to precious little farm and resources.
They do. Herald's alive. A minute and a half till Dragon. Top Esports would like to play for one or the other. Soul point available to them on... was looking at Hung, who's caught on the wrong side of the bottle rocket. Shadow trying to induce some diabetes there with all the sugar from that giant bottle of pop, but then goes the Herald. They're starting it up. Top Esports going to try and collapse. 369 looking at the tier 2 bot side.
Slaying with Sucrose. Yeah, the Herald will go down. It's an objective bounty. That's how far behind they are. Very rare to see them, really, in a game like this. 369 continuing to just wail away on turrets. Top Esports denying easy access to this mid lane turret. Elk needs the Valkyrie over the wall to try and get access to this farm. 369 could actually go for a dive here. Valkyrie is down, of course.
Realm Warp incoming. Tempered Fate buys time for Shadow and for Hung. Resetting some of that turret aggro. Down very low. The Core of the Force God is summoned. Looking to knock them all up. They do bring down 369 a knock up as well. On to Creamy. Flashes into the Raptor Pit, but now On will magical journey over and bring everyone from BLG with them. Top Esports overplay on the mid-tier 1.
Just as we said, Top Esports were playing a more controlled game. God damn it, they go too far into the mid lane there.
Yes.
Great play from On. Yeah, uses that bar to buy time to get BLG back into position. Bin then follows through with an awesome ultimate, and that will give them a numbers advantage for the Dragon. Perhaps this is their way to get another objective bounty and get themselves on the objective board.
Jackie Love, down about 20% of his HP, could theoretically be problematic. A lot of flashes down on Top Esports. BLG with significantly more to work with. Top Esports don't need this Dragon, but may look to contest anyway. Kanavi looking to see whether there's an angle to shadow in. Here comes the rest of Top Esports.
That's going to be the kill here. Kanavi looking for the steal, doesn't get it.
Oh, doesn't get it. Nice idea to look for it. The rune pressing comes down. Kanavi, death marking, trying to go deny, flashes away. They get a couple. BLG beginning the comeback. Jackie Love, lethal tempo, but now flashes out. Bin on the other side, flashing away. Knight potentially low, dangerously low. Blast cone knocks 369 back towards the river, and BLG get Dragon. They get more kills. They get everything they needed to bring the game much closer. It's only 1,500 now.
It's a second objective bouncy. BLG get that off the Dragon. You were saying, well, they don't need the Dragon, but it was a damn nice price to get. Delays potential soul from Top Esports by another 5 minutes, even if they were to get the next 2 to get the objective bouncy. And Knight massively outplays in that fight to 1, get a great combo onto Kanavi, and then stun him partway through that fight, meaning that the Zed, so much of the gold lead was taken off of the table on T1 Bard. Gets the huge play there. Of course, T1 playing in their own Game 5 right now against Gen G. We'll see which seed they end up. And a double stun on the turret. What awesome play by that Bard. Yes, Bin cleans up after, but this is not possible without the slick skill shots from On.
There's some great stuff there, and BLG, even in a game like this, not to be underestimated. All right, mechanically incredibly proficient team who have managed to claw their way back from some mid-game fumbles of their own. This time, they catch Top Esports just overplaying it. They didn't need to contest that. Back in the picture though. Violence occurring. Cream's got to go down.
Cream's gonna go down. On gets the kill this time. Hell yeah, give it to him. He's had a great game so far on the Bard. 203. Goddamn, that's a lot of gold for a little old support Bard. Top Esports will do have the 3 grubs though, and they're likely gonna get this bot turret and the gold with it.
Tier 2 falls. Top Esports pick that one up. Expend the gold lead a little bit. There's that replay. Looks like it was a magical journey to catch out Cream. Nicely done.
Herald in mid lane. BLG, of course, earned. That was their first objective of the game. I'll get down a mid turret. And Sam, the gold is basically back to even. They get it.
Yeah.
How have BLG managed this? BLG, very, very good turnaround for what was looking like an unplayable early game with the gold that they'd given over. Ornn is back to even, has good XP. Knight is a little bit behind, but it's playable now. He's got his 2 stacking items well on the way. Trundle is behind, but at least you're still a Trundle with your pillar and your ultimate. Shadow has definitely been the player who's been punished the most by Top Esports here. I mean, Kanavi in his interview yesterday on stage did say, it doesn't matter if they send Shadow or Beitron at me, I'll 1v2 them. Gotta say, Kanavi's had a great game here, but he needs to make sure the gold which he has been given is used well. He had a huge advantage. Now it's a big one, but it's not game-breaking in the way it was earlier.
2 minutes till the next dragon. No Baron as yet, no Atakan as yet. Still got to wait 20 seconds on the second of those. Second item's beginning to come on through. Both AD carries getting that. The Muramana transformation not there from Elk at 18 minutes this time around. Shout out to his Ezreal. What an insane timing that was the last game around. Still, though, BLG don't have the best look into the rivers right now. They've got a little bit of something on this bot side.
I think we are now at the point where the gold lead is close enough where BLG's composition will really start to pull its weight. Top Esports, they're going to look for quick chunks where they can. I think particularly Jaculov's ult is the biggest tool which I'm looking for, because if you get a good Varus ult into Rune Prison, Double Shuriken, someone will die on BLG. That's the biggest tool available to them. If BLG manage to avoid that, use the Mikhails on it, which Honor's brought up, which I think is very important here, then I think they can slap back with stuff like the Ornn ult and the Tempered Fate very, very well. The Brawl can stop some things. You can't stop that Bard ultimate. That's a great chunk onto Elk. Great chunk. That might just win them the Atakan.
Significant. Yeah, it may well do. It's already down to 6,000 HP. Where is Shadow on the top side being zoned off by 369? Cream in a 1v2 is winning it right now. Hit by the Tempered Fate. Atakan secure, but Cream may now be the prize. But Elk and a Valkyrie over Cream. He's got a Seraph's shield. He's 1 versus 3 and takes one with him.
On the other side, Ornn dies on the top lane. Bin didn't get the memo. Overstays around Atakan and Top Esports. We said they needed to use their pick opportunity. Cream, awesome 1v2. Opens up the Atakan, opens up the kill top lane and the turret with it. Top Esports back in firm control.
BLG will at least try and get this mid lane tier 2. That TP from 369 could... It doesn't suck, it's just a little bit awkward.
Yeah, Shadow uses the ult there too. I mean, that's going to be the Trundle ult down. 20 seconds till Dragon. I mean, Cream is dead, but he has teleport. 369, I guess he doesn't have teleport and have to walk his way over. Perhaps without teleport or Dominus, BLG still think they can take this because the Renekton is out of the picture. Come towards the Dragon now. Looks pretty dark on the bot side of the map for Top Esports. They do have the Cassiopeia for damage on the objective. Kanavi might have to go for a steal. Has the flash to potentially do some stuff. Miasma stops one dash. He has to go into the pit now, though. What's he going for? He's going for the steal. He takes it.
Nicely done by Kanavi. Gets that one. That puts him at soul point. Knight left low. What about the rest of Top Esports? Slightly split up. Awkward flash over the wall from Bin. Realm over to the backside. Death Mark into the backside. Knight is likely to die. Just about survives. Kanavi quite get it. Ball bring Bin with him. They do lose Jaculov. Elk picked that one up and slowed down by the Essence Plug. Where is the Rune Prison? Flash from Cream out of the Tempered Fate. Looking for some more value. Flash from Shadow. Looking to get a jump on down. 369 on top of the Valkyrie. Cream overloads the Trundle. Flash from on. Gets the Cosmic Body. But Cream's got another Seraph shield. Again, it's the bane of the bot lane's life. Blast going out to safety. Elk, I don't think has a Flash or a Valkyrie to work with. Just backstep the Winter Spite and will survive. But it will end up being a 2-for-1 in favor of TES. And they got the Dragon.
But sir, Kanavi, their miasma will block out the sun, then we shall fight in the shadows. Kanavi gets a huge outplay, stealing the Dragon, outplaying the Ornn ultimate and the Cassiopeia at the same time. Kanavi drops a slick play on his old teammate of Knight. Look how slick this was. I think Knight makes a mistake by dropping the miasma early. It's too important to lock in. Knight can't stop the auto smite coming through then at that point, and things go worse after this. Kanavi gets to wait for his second shadow and his ultimate coming through beyond that too. You can see that he goes right onto Knight, dodges back, gets out of the Ornn ultimate, and survives. Knight just about lives through the death mark, but God, slick plays from the Zed.
And at this point, Cream flashing out of the Tempered Fate. That was an attempt, of course, to keep Elk alive, and it just about does work. The problem is that to do so, it cost Shadow his life as he went to try and find some value, but Seraph's shield is just a little bit much, isn't it?
And also, you know, Shadow's having a bad game now. You know, we can talk about Beichuan in that last game, in the first game all you want, but Shadow now here at 0-4, failing his own damage combos. This is the thing about BLG. Either jungler can have these individual underperformances, I suppose. And while you look at one player and you may favor the other, both of them are on a similar level at this point. BLG trying to get that honeymoon buff. Shadow, he needs to start stabilizing. I do wonder whether they bring back in Beichuan. What is their logic here? It seems to be a lot about vibes. What are they feeling like now?
Bent takes that turret. Esports in the enemy jungle, just getting some wards down because, of course, what's spawning in about 30 seconds would be Baron. Kanavi looking to nab away this red buff. Shadow's over, and actually Kanavi smote early to try and get the passive off on the Zed. Can't get away with the steal.
So Shadow will get something back there. Let's have a look at the grand state of the game. Because of that steal from Kanavi, 3 dragons for top esports, threatening the fourth, the all-important fourth dragon, which gives you that big advantage in the late game. Gold, not crazy out of proportion, but you really look at that Zed and that is scary. Also, I think this Rise with the upgraded Merc Treads has a lot more to brawl with. Cream's had a great game here, 4-3 and 5, taking a 1v2 earlier, surviving that last play. BLG getting vision control though, and holding dominance over the Baron area.
Navi scouts it out with the Shadow and finds the whole of BLG waiting. He's like, very glad I put the Shadow in there.
He did, but then also Bin messed up that knockup. I actually think he could have caught Kanavi there. It was just a little short on the E. Could have changed a lot there. Poke coming through from Jackulov, even on the on-hit version. BLG failed their first push bait, and now top esports have a chance to push mid, claim vision back.
Navi switches bodies with his living Shadow. Into the river they go, and they clear out the vision that BLG just fought so hard to get. In their own jungle, need to find a way into the river.
Arrow poke from Jackulov. Again, it's the on-hit version, not the full artillery Varus, so it's more about up-close and personal damage. Less about that poke. Still nice to get. Top esports managed to disarm the vision trap that BLG have. Now they get vision over the Baron. Dragon in a minute. Top esports are in a position much like game 1 where BLG don't want to give the Dragon and they don't want to give the Baron. They have a hard choice to make. Top esports won that game really heavily off of that. BLG, what do they do to escape the curse of BLG standing for bad late game?
Theoretically, taking a Baron wouldn't be a bad idea, or stopping this Soul in 40 seconds, recalling on vision. Redemption interrupts. He's not getting the reset off in time.
He's completely on vision. Vaculov can even charge up a Q and... Elk, my friend, you gotta choose a different place to recall. They'll spot it out now, but now suddenly, no recall with 20 seconds until the Dragon spawns. Big win for top esports. BLG gave the soul for free the last time. Can't imagine they'll do that again. Surely not. Lord Dominate's regards built up for Elk, but he's going to be late to the play.
Yeah, he may well be. Overcomes Elk. Into the jungle he rolls. Damage down on the waves.
Okay, so BLG want to get into the river safely. They've done that realm mob over to the Baron. So top east will say, okay, we can take the Baron or the Dragon. The Dragon is much less powerful for you. They will take the Baron. BLG will stop the soul. BLG will give over the temporary buff for a permanent one for themselves.
Decision made. Top esports, though, with the Baron, are getting a lot more value for BLG. It's just denying one of two really awful options. They choose the lesser of the two evils, but even then, this Baron may end up being a crushing blow against them.
Really nice. And honestly, good use of that realm warp. A lot of the time, Rise, the value of a Rise is determined by the X factor you bring to the game with that global ultimate. Does it deal damage? Technically no. Yes, the passive does, but technically no. But it gives you more tricksy, creative ways to play the game. And right there, bring his whole team, teleporting them to the Baron, moving quickly across the map. It gives them that great objective for them. We're getting towards late game now, folks. Getting towards that, 3-4 items across the map. BLG, we said that the composition feels really good in late game, but now it comes down to execution. Shadow potentially has a pillar here.
Doesn't quite get onto Jackie, who gets to turn around a little bit there. The Tempered Fate catches Jackie. Redemption coming on through. Jackie just about alive with the Glacial Fissure, catches 2. Indigo with the Living Shadow, and the Death Mark in the backside. Petrifying Gaze! He's dead, but they'll take 2 with him with the Death Mark. Grabs Knight from beyond the grave. The call of the Forge Call comes on through, but the door comes on up. And unfortunately for them, the strongest heart is the strongest muscle. And Top Esports absolutely blast what remains of BLG. Elk alone must try and hold on to his base, but with Baron-empowered minions, the Legions march in to BLG's base.
Top Esports, I think they've just gone on to match point. BLG look for a snap engage and instead find Doom.
Boy. The Rune Prison comes out again, and Cream ensures the magic is looking like it's sparking in Top Esports' favor.
Top Esports on a roll, beating anyone's legend. The spring champions are now facing off against, well, the recent tyrants of the LPL BLG in finals. Jackulov in what could possibly be his last LPL finals ever. Perhaps retiring after this year, perhaps, we shall see. Wanting to make a statement that he is as good as he has ever been. Welcome back, everyone. My name's Nymaera. I'm joined by my brother, Samuel Initialise Hapgood, and we now have Top Esports on 2 match points, 2 championship points here against BLG, who were coming in from the upper bracket. They beat BLG in a 5-game series before, and despite BLG having glowed up a lot over this playoffs, it did feel like they are now backs against the wall. That early game was so dominant from Top Esports. BLG almost mounted a comeback, but they couldn't seal the deal.
No, they could not. It was a solid bit of recovery. We appreciated what they attempted to do, but again, you still had to give credit to Top Esports. The early game was good. It did get them the objectives they needed, and even when they did give up some fumbles there, that mid lane play that went a bit wrong into the Dragon contest afterwards, still very, very strong showing from them. Cream, phenomenal Rise game. Kanavi on that Zed was a menace as well, and it just ended up being a little bit too much for BLG to manage. Again, still have no doubts that BLG, especially when the game was tricky, and they still managed to come back from it, will have some firepower left coming into what will be game 4. But TES, for my money, have looked just that touch better, I think.
I think they have done. I think that they're more coordinated when it comes to slower games. And that's what we saw again once the game gets a little slower. When there's less mobility in the game, I think Top Esports are better at positioning. I think BLG are very good at pouncing on opportunities. But you could see here they had less follow-up. The Cassiopeia can't jump forwards in the way that the Galio can. And Knight really struggled to do anything this game. I think that Shadow falling so far behind in the early pathing really, really hurt BLG. I think that Knight was way too bold with his early pathing. He teleported partly under turrets, and I think that the mid-jungle fell apart. Knight and Shadow both having quite poor games here.
I mean, they've both done less damage than their support. On's nearly done 10k damage. Knight is 1500 behind that. Shadow, look, I know you're a trundle into a game where you didn't really get to do much skirmishing. Sometimes that happens in the jungle, but even so, that is barely 1300 damage between your mid and jungle. That just ain't it.
Yeah, so Top Esports, they have 2 championship points now against BLG. What's some of the highlights coming through from this? I think they have highlights after this most of the time.
They do indeed.
Yeah. Gosh. Wow. BLG, I thought the composition was fine. I think the early game play was not. And we could see there that Jackulov and Hung was so good at buying space after the initial slap with the Varithol, the Brawlmalt, delaying follow-up from BLG. Perhaps I underestimated that a little bit too much, actually. Cream, awesome game on the Rise, too. I think that Cream's been very good in this finals. And the series of side lane plays from Top Esports made this game so hard for BLG. It felt like every time BLG went to defend a side lane, they were losing farm. Elk, a huge misplay here. He could have killed 2, except he flashes late after using all of his skills and gets nothing done. Big mistake from Elk. Perhaps that could have turned the game too. Last game we were saying everyone on BLG was playing well. This game, On had a good game, but besides that, much more mixed bag from BLG.
Sometimes the way that this team functions, they will try and take the mechanical checks. They will hands check you, and when it doesn't work, it looks a lot uglier. See the Elk play that we just went over. And again, sometimes it allows you to make comebacks like this. BLG did do a fairly good job of making this competitive after what was an abysmal early game.
And folks, not going, what? No, I guess we kind of have to. Everyone knows what's happening on the other series in LCK. Reminder, folks, that if BLG were to win this, Top Esports would go into regionals. And if worse things come to worse, if Top Esports ended up going through as 4th seed, They'd now be playing as T1, as 4th seed in the first round of Worlds. Whoever comes through as 4th seed from LPL will be facing off against the LPL's Overlords, the team which has crushed them down mercilessly time after time. I suppose you do have that chance of that golden opportunity to, as an LPL team, knock out T1 from Worlds, a feat which has never happened before. That's now set up on the table.
All right, Alex, I might take this opportunity to go quickly grab myself a glass of water, and I will trade out with you in a second or two.
All good. BLG down against 2 match points now. Can they bring us another 5-game series? Similar happened, of course, in the upper bracket matchup. They went 2-1 down, fought back to a 3-2 victory. You do have to wonder, do they bring back in Beichuan? Do they keep with Shadow? What is the play? What is the play? Cream player of the game. I mean, he had a great Rise game. Awesome play from him. The 1v2 was slick. His laning was good. The first blood against Knight with the help from Kanavi. Really good. Ryze is Cream's best mage. I raise you Karma. His Karma's actually really good. It's already been played in this game now. Okay, 2 match points for top esports here in our grand finals of LPL. Hope you're all enjoying yourselves. I need to go drop some adverts here. On Twitch anyway. Kanavi's been on a league of his own on carry junglers. I think that Tarzan's the only one that's competed with him. Tarzan on stuff like Neferi has been really, really good. So I think that, yeah, I think Tarzan, Kanavi, I think I still put them on the same level. How's Knight's TF? It's fine. Yeah, Kanavi is just... Kanavi in general has been on a league of his own. See you, Blade. Thanks for the work today. The dream is, if we get enough, like... If we get enough money from the stream, I'd actually like to be able to pay mods. That'd be actually really nice, as opposed to, you know, leaning on people's generosity. I also wonder what's going to happen with bot lane drafts, because I think that BLG expect more bot lane leads than they're getting. They're not actually getting that good value out of 2v2.
월즈 때마다 집에 보내드렸던 것 같은데 이번에도 변화 없을 것 같습니다.
최선을 다해 플레이하는 것 같아요.
챔피언으로 참가했고 챔피언으로 떠날 계획입니다.
Who fights T1 in regionals if top esports wins? So we still have to play regionals. So the way that regionals will work is that our third seed will be determined between Invictus Gaming and either top esports or anyone's legend, depending on the results of finals here. And then the team that plays T1 will be the loser of that, so IG or AL or TES, and they'll play off against the winner of JDG and Weibo, who are starting regionals in the lower bracket. So T1 will be playing against one of JDG or Weibo if they make it through the lower bracket, or one of IG, AL, or top esports if they drop down from the upper bracket of regionals and have to play a second best of 5.
我觉得今年一整年算是有点跌宕起伏吧。
They only won a game because Elk on-slapped on Ezreal Karma. I don't think that's completely true. I think that Knight's Galio was the real star of that performance, right? I think that Shadow was very, very confident on the Jarvan. But yes, Elk was very good too. They were very good on that lane. But I think lane dominance is definitely something we should need to pay attention to.
再次对上 K 皇，就是他算是一个英雄池比较全面的选手吧。
This series holds so much value for top esports because they missed out on... I did see that. I don't think it's actually a curse though, Ghost. I don't think it's actually a curse. And I don't think they're thinking about that either. Because the rosters have been so different between those years. Oh, sorry. I know I didn't do the compliment earlier, Ghost. Sorry, I was still thinking about it. I just want to, you know, get it right, I guess. Now we see if we have a shorter day, I suppose, or the longest possible with 5 games. I think it's all on Knight. Give him something with a global and he'll carry the whole team. I mean, I was wondering whether he should have gone for the Talia the last game. We did mention that. I think it would have been way better, actually. But I think, personally, I think they need to have bot lane pro. I think that Elk and On are so much better when they win lane. I think they struggled this game because they didn't have lane pressure. Why isn't Top Esports automatically qualified as second seed even if they lose? Because they bombed out of last playoffs. If you remember, Top Esports lost to Team WE in last playoffs. You know, they came first in Winter, but that has less points as the first split of the year. Came second in and then they came. Well, God, where did they even end up? They ended up finishing, well, 1, 2, 3, 4. They ended up finishing 5th, 6th in Split 2. And whereas Annual's Legend, they came second, then they came first, then they came third. They had way better average results through the year because last split, Top Esports really struggled. Because people forget that Top East was bombed out of the last playoffs. They really did. They took a big loss there. They took a big loss. Sam, you have crumpets? Oh my god.
Oh, yeah. Food of the gods, Alex.
The food of the gods.
Of the gods.
Sam did actually bring some crumpets over to Berlin, actually, so I do have some in the kitchen. In the other room.
If you want to join me in the crumpet gang, you're welcome to.
I may do if this goes to 5, Sam. I think we're about to get ourselves into our draft. For game 4, BLG, much like the upper bracket. That's very cool. BLG, much like the upper bracket, now down 1-2 versus Top Esports. They'll have to climb back into a 5-game series. And Top Esports, well, I think they're on pretty good form right now. We're just talking about in the break, Sam. I think BLG need a better winning bot lane. I think that they've struggled, actually, in laning phase. I think that the level 1 last game was hurt by the fact that they were chunked on their way into lane. BLG so often rely on laning prowess from Elk and On. I think that Jackie and Hung have had the better deal of them for the most part in this series. Of course, the Ezreal Karma was very good in one of the 3 games that we've seen so far.
And it's not like we haven't seen that BLG don't have it in them, that El Canon don't have it in them. Look at the level 1 in game 1, right? They done all the hard work with the Nymaera, getting so much value, getting Jackie so low. It's just when they then try to really, really pressure that advantage, get as much from this as they could, they didn't quite play it right, gave up that kill on the turret, and it all went a bit awry. But that could very easily have just been a very good level 1 from El Canon into their significant advantage, and that just didn't quite pan out. So it's, I guess the long and short of that is basically, it's not like El Canon don't have it in them, don't have the capacity.
That's a fair point. I haven't seen anything saying that Beige-One's in, so I'm going to assume that it's still Shadow. You have to presume that. There you go, Shadow still on the Rift. Just saw the confirmation on the giant light up floor. So cool the tech they have here. Gosh, it is so cool. Right, now, we have a couple of things which are left open. In the other series, we've had Poppy banned in every single game. There's another pick which I'm forgetting right now, but the Poppy was permanently banned. The Nico and the Kiana, similarly, keeping up their 100% ban rate, but that Poppy's still open and available.
Akali, Annie off the board by BLG, looking to get rid of some of Kareem's options. He's having some fun. Let's go. Let's go. Very, very expressive cheeks. It's like nice face expressions. Annie, the Sivir comes out. What else are we banning here? The Kiana by Top Esports, not giving that first pick option. They're banning the Nico away from On, of course. I wonder, Alex, whether we are hitting Caitlyn Elise hours for BLG.
Yeah, I wonder whether the Caitlyn gains some extra value now. In terms of AD junglers, what have we got left? Neferi might actually get picked up at some point. Talia also notable here. Vi, I think also getting into this. We're getting to the point where we get like Vi, Nocturne, Neferi into that jungle matchup. Stuff like Silas for Kanavi. He slapped BLG the last time when they had that. How many kills did he have? 12 kills or something like that on the Silas jungle in the upper bracket matchup. First pick, though, to come for BLG. What are they valuing the most?
Worth considering things like the Morgana and the rest of it, but Poppy got through picks and bans. Poppy is picked. It can go to On, it can go to Shadow. The Top Esports might now just slam a Caitlyn of their own to say, yeah, you can't have that.
You might just do so, and then you have to ask the question, what do El Canon have? Maybe Jhin at that point is your lane dominant option. Welcome to Mass Spawn in chat, by the way. Sam and I started our casting career about 5 years ago, actually, with Lexi over in the LJL. We did our own fan bootleg broadcast, not dissimilar to what we're doing now. It's been a hell of a ride. We appreciate it an awful lot, Lexi. Nautilus locked in for Hung. Now, what does that lead to? You can still go towards Jhin yourself. I think Caitlyn locks you into a specific comp. If you go towards something like the Jhin, you're a little bit more flexible as to what you can achieve with that lane. You don't just have to smash lane and use that as a win condition.
Of course, you can't do the Kai'Sa pairing with this. That was used earlier on in the series, but you could look towards that Jhin. You could look to pick up the Talia here as well.
Take it away.
Nautilus Talia, already a good combo. Just lots of CC chains that can be quite nasty to set Talia shoves up well, but that means immediate lock of the Caitlyn for BLG.
Okay, so you see the Nautilus. You don't have the Braum. Caitlyn Braum is often used into Nautilus lanes. They do go for the Elise. All right. So this is what BLG do when they see you hovering hook supports. They say, okay, we have a range support that can survive the hooks. You can repel as the Elise. You're still very lane dominant, but you're much harder to kill. Oh, Jackie Love. Don't. Oh, he's not even hovering it! We've not even seen this the whole split! Jackie Love Draven. Folks, Jakulov was the Draven player before he went into pro back in 2017, 2018. He was streaming to 60,000 people over in Chinese streaming services, and they said, well, why don't you just go pro? He did, and he won a goddamn world championship, and his Draven is arguably his most famous champion of that era, even ahead of stuff like the Kaiser and what have you. The Draven throws down the gauntlet and says, put up or shut up. You want to go lane? We'll go lane.
There are some champions that are just iconic to certain people out there. Draven, synonymous with Jakulov. And into this Caitlyn Elise lane, the BLG have made their own. Elise is played by basically no one else but On. And somehow they make it work. It makes this bot lane so spicy. You were just saying you needed Elkanon to get lane priority. And Jakulov cracks the neck. They are willing to fight fire with fire here into the second phase of bans. Syndra away from Knight, a specialty pocket pick of his. The Neferi away from Kanavi.
I actually wonder if we're at a point where Knight starts going back to some really old classics. I actually wonder if it's a Zoe angle if the opportunity presents itself.
Is
I
it
wonder
an Ahri angle?
because Talia and Draven are quite low range. Might be able to play something a little higher range. I mean, there's still stuff like the Ziggs if Knight wants to go to it as well. Typically uses that as an Azir counter.
Been used earlier, wasn't it? Did we not get a bot lane game?
Oh, so we did. That's true. You're absolutely correct on that point. I wonder whether Bin angles towards a Cassandra, then Knight goes towards something a bit longer range in terms of that play. There is also still some of the Ahri for Knight as well, which I don't think is awful in this composition too.
You've already got the Poppy, you've already got the Elise. Your ability to dive turrets is very, very strong right now. Top Esports, a bit more flexible. The Nocturne with the Talia allows you to get the double globals to potentially punish that bot lane if they overshove.
Now I wonder whether Knight does go towards something like the Ahri and just says, I need the mobility. Knight's Ahri is the best in the world. He is, by my eye, as an Ahri one trick, I think he's the best Ahri of the modern era. He locks it in. This year it's been less powerful for him, but God, is he good at accelerating on this champion. He's safe versus a lot of these champions. Been likely to go towards the Cassandra. He can tank up the hook now from the Nautilus, buy some space from the engage while still having that assassination potential. 369 will get himself counter pick up here into the Cassandra.
Last pick for Top Esports. 369, what do you have? Unless, of course, he's decided he's doing Draven top. The Shy once upon a time, but Mordekaiser for 369, a specialty pick of his, even before the buffs and changes. I see it. You can pull apart some of these key members. The Ahri, the Cassandra looking to protect people. No, you're not anymore. At least caught in a 1v1 with a Mordekaiser. Yeah, that one's going to suck as well.
BLG currently hovering over that Elise in the jungle and just quickly changing it away. That would have been very strange in the current meta. Once upon a time, Elise was the early ganker in the jungle. Not today. Top Esports, they have that long-range engage combo. I think BLG will struggle to make plays onto the Mordekaiser in the way that they want to, because if you gank him with the Ahri roaming around the map, well, he just takes you into that 1v1. BLG have strong lanes, they have great skirmishing. Top Esports do have a fantastic pick potential with the Nautilus twinned into the Talia. And of course they have Jakulov's Draven. Jakulov's Draven. Perhaps the last we will see of it here in the LPL. As you were saying, Jakulov was alluding to the fact that this might be his last year. Injuries catching up after years and years of hard training here. Multi-LPL champion, world champion, well-respected, well-loved. Jakulov, perhaps a setting of the sun on a career which has forged greatness here in the LPL.
Potentially, our last time on the Rift. The Caitlyn Elise gets locked in. And the response is, well, you couldn't ask for anything better here. It is narrative gold. Drama abounds here in the LPL. LCK may have finished, but fortunately for all of you back home, we've still got more action. Here we go, Game 4 on the Rift.
And unlike the last time these two teams played and there was a hook support against the Elise, we will not see a massacre at level 1 where Top Esports gave over 2 kills because On repelled away from the damage. In fact, BLG won't contest the vision in bot side brush at all. They drop down a ward and decide, no, we're not going to go that far. Ward cleared. That's important, particularly when you're playing Nautilus against the double-ranged bot lane. You do need to make sure that you are safely able to enter that bot brush, because if the Nautilus stands out of vision, he doesn't have to play technically against the ranged bot lane. He can stand out of vision and equalize that somewhat. Can't attack what you can't see.
You have the ability, of course, to throw things like volatile spiderlings in, but that will take time. You need to get to that level 2. Those early levels are very, very volatile, especially if you do land a good hook, or for that matter, if you miss it.
Early shove coming in.
Hard fought goes.
Elk wanting to just use that Q on the wave. You can see the mentality. Now, if you're using the Q on the enemy champions, you want it for poke. If you're... Hang on a second, Shadow. Very quickly taking that. Has the ward on his own Raptors. Will be spotted here. Going into the other side. Kanavi will be spotted now, leaving his top side, going bot side. And that means that Poppy will go back into his own jungle. Both of them seeing the angle and going back to their own clear at this point now.
What it does mean, though, is that Kanavi's wasted time on that red buff, has left it, and now had to go and clear bot side, or it would have been a complete disaster. On misses the cocoon, trying to read Hung, looking for the hook, I guess, towards the wall.
What this means is that actually the timing of Kanavi reaching bot lane is going to be different. First game of Ahri for Knight this split. Again, I think he's the best Ahri in the world. He's the best this split. Level 2 hit from Jackie and Hung, looking for the hook.
They find it.
That repel was available for On. Could have gotten him out of danger there.
Scary for a second there, for sure. Shadow back over that ward. Gotten a lot of value from that of top esports.
Potential play in mid lane. The full build Poppy. Level 3 with red buff. What else does Poppy need in life? I'll give you the answer to that. Nothing.
Nothing. A
Shadow...
Sundered Sky?
Oh, interesting. You see, Kanavi is now chasing Shadow around the map because Shadow's threatening a red buff still. He has that level 3. Now, Nocturne is good at the level 3 too. Will have to spell shield the wall stun if it comes through, though.
Looking to get a little bit of something here. They're going to throw down the Unspeakable Horror. The spell shield comes on through. There's the fear. Doesn't lead to all that much. It's going to reset here, actually. Ooh. Looking for the shove into the wall. Flash for flash.
So Kanavi used that spell shield a little early. Now Knight gets the shove in and goes over. But I think with the flash down from Shadow, the threat is gone. They were tanking the red buff a little bit there too. So Shadow, despite getting an option there to attack Kanavi, can't quite execute on it well enough to leverage Knight's early prio.
At least get Scuttle Crab from it, can probably then look to take his blue side and maybe look at that bot side Scuttle Crab. Either way, Kanavi not being able to get bot side, and Shadow on the whole here, just slightly ahead of curve.
Yeah. You know what the most important thing about this is actually bot lane being isolated. That's a cocoon. Where's the trap?
Damage is good. Dead.
Elk gets the first blood of game 4. Kanavi will go into the top side jungle, maybe try and deal with Shadow a bit. I'm a little bit worried if he does try anything here, because Ahri can just walk over, even drop a little bit of farm. We will see a bit of a fight over the Grump.
Smite up for both junglers. The angle into the wall. There's the spell shield down. Shadow can now get the stun to the wall, but the fear will come on through. Forced toward 369. Bin also coming on over. It's going to be an absolute skirmish. Kanavi gets a double Umbra Glaze on top of the Unraveled Eye. Looking for the charm. Knight gets the kill onto the Nocturne. Bin in danger as the darkness begins to rise, but the Unbreakable ain't enough. And it ends up 3-0 for BLG in the early game. Cream in danger. The Foxfires keep coming. Charm! Into the orb of deception, and Hug can do nothing but watch his mid laner die.
The best Ahri in the world strikes early and strikes hard. BLG help out their jungler with the solo lanes coming to turn the play. Bin and Knight save Shadow as Kanavi invades him and turn the game on its head. Folks, it's an early lead for BLG in a composition which thrives off of that. Shadow gets the phase rush down, but it was looking a little risky. I thought that 369 might be able to turn the damage around, especially with Cream coming through. But the solo lanes make the difference. Flash Q, the charm to make sure that Cream can't get any extra damage down. And with Cream getting the phase rush, it means that he runs so far away in the duration of the charm, he can't stick around for any extra damage. Blue buff active, plenty of mana, threads the needle, and Knight's Ahri. He hasn't played at this split, but God, it's so good to see it back.
The first back is a Dark Seal and a Lost Chapter. Hook just wide. Kanavi, though, can make things a bit tricky. Knight gets level 6, does get the Fear Seismic Shove. Still has another charge left on the on, gets out fine.
Knight just went back to the wave to get level 6 to survive. Incredible awareness from him. Really good presence of mind. Loses the ultimate. Shadow will get the Scuttle Crab. Top Esports will get the ult out of the Ahri. That is a big thing. but Knight does survive.
Jackie now potentially under threat as On and Shadow find their way into this tri-brush. Gromp, look in here. They're going to be spotted out. Hook potentially over the wall, looking for something. Jackie begins to throw out a few axes, but gets stunned up by the cocoon, preventing him from following up too much with some blood rushes.
Top Esports now behind 2,500 gold before 7 minutes. Top Esports, what do they do now? They need to find a way to claw back some gold. You are not a team that particularly wants to deal with this snowball build. Hang on a second. There might be an ult coming from Kanavi if you can hit level 6.
There's the Weaver's Wall. Keeps Knight on the wrong side of this. Doesn't have the ult. Doesn't have the flash. Seismic shove just wide. Kanavi can't quite get in range. No! He gets away with it.
It's actually really spooky there too. Knight lands another charm. Top Esports really trying to punish the flashless, ultless Ahri. Not able to do so.
You saw the idea. The execution just not quite logistically possible.
BLG really want to take us the distance. Now, folks, it has been a while since we've had, a very close LPL finals. Last one I remember really was 23 Summer. 5-game series, LNG, JDG. Knight was the difference maker largely in that finals. Kanavi, though, was on the other side. He was on the same side. Always been the difference maker. Sam, you and your Peter Drury quotes. God, don't think I won't notice that. What a commentator over in the football world he has been. BLG starting up the Dragon.
Onto the Dragon they go. That is nearly a 3,000 gold lead by the bite. Not even 10 minutes in. Esports were doing something very similar in the previous game. Fairness to BLG, they came back from a deficit like that. We'll see whether Esports have the capacity to do the same here. But there's the Dragon picked up. Already got the early kills, and you can see the leads in significant places. Knight nearly 1,000 gold ahead. Elk nearly 1,000 gold ahead.
And now Knight, he will get flicked back this time. He does have the... Oh, the hook just missing. I don't think it would have killed, but it might have forced the ult. Another charm lands, not going to lead to that much. Knight does have Ultimate Hunter stacked up twice, which does help him an awful lot. Grubs started by Top Esports. Will there be a contest? I think there can be, and I think there will be.
Looking for something. The hook goes wide. Oh dear, Hung's dead. Repel up, avoids a lot of the CC. Kanavi tries to turn on the other side, but I don't think he's winning that one particular. As Cream forced her onto the wrong side of the jungle. Shadow flashes for heroic charge. Kanavi has to flash away, and this Nightmare might be, unfortunately, about to wake up. Throws out a Duskbringer and will survive for now, but I don't know how dark this darkness is, as Knight is looking to illuminate the dark recesses of Kanavi's health bar. Flash with a bit of footwork secures the kill for Bin.
Oh, Knight gets another couple of kills. Another couple of participation. The Grubs will not be a full house for Top Esports. 369 does have his ult. That does save him from a bit of the threat here. But the poke from the Cocoon Trap, nasty, nasty stuff. Top Esports, once again, losing a big skirmish. And Hung's hook accuracy must improve. Some poor skill shots from the support, which I think has had a great split so far. Hung Fastly needs to level up here, though, to close out this series early for Top Esports.
2-1 leads are very vulnerable in League of Legends. Good chunk onto the side of 369. Under the turret, gonna try and get in range for an ult, and will not. Ace in the hole. The Tyrant of Noxus is, well, he's just dead.
On even repelling and making sure that 369 could not ult to get away from the ace in the hole. 369 goes down, and BLG continue the onslaught. They took that last game personally. Walking up towards this top tower now, trying to get even more plates for the Caitlyn. Shadow taking the Krugs. He'll be here to potentially provide some more threat onto Jackal and Hung.
Oh boy, everyone on BLG is flying this way. There's a steadfast presence. That hook landed, but not as easily as they might well have liked. Another plate towards Elkanon. And when BLG snowball early, when they hit the mechanical plays, they look so damn dangerous as they have this game, as they did game 2.
Surely BLG don't drag us to another 5-game series against Top Esports to happen in the upper bracket. Surely not. Ever heard the one about BLG with the Ahri and the Elise?
No, how's that one go?
No, I don't know. No, Sam, sadly, I can't predict the next play in the game to really match that.
Probably can will LPL like this, though. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a look at these item breakpoints. Early level ones being hit. Not level ones. Early first items being hit by BLG now. Sundered Sky for the Poppy. Collector for Elk. Knight has cooldown boots well on the way to the Malignance. And as you were saying, has a bunch of Ultimate Hunter stacks to make sure that even that long first rank cooldown of the Ultimate gets cut significantly less. Top Esports need to be very aware that Knight is in a massive point of power.
Gonna try and find some damage out. There comes the Cocoon. Flash for the depth charge. Kanavi in danger. Still got another Spirit Rush to work with. 369 forces Knight into the Death Realm. On the other side, Kanavi goes on in, but On is just fine for the moment. Trying to turn it around is finally brought low. Burns everything from top esports, but they will secure the kill on the Spider.
Nautilus Ult gets good value there. Knight very, very close to turning it around onto Kanavi himself. But top esports bring more people to the plate. Jackalev sadly not getting a cash in though. Of course, we have to remember that about the Draven. You get a good enough kill, he gets very far ahead of the game. Jackalev, well, he's one of the best players of this champion of all time. Perhaps that could be the way back into the game for top esports. Hang on a second, Knight. My dude. Dodges that on the hook.
Aware enough. Gets out of that one just fine. Again, about 230 Adoration stacks right now. On is going to find Kanavi. The shield is quick enough to immune the Cocoon. Something in 12.
One of the consequences of bot lane winning so hard and these plates going over, BLG are uniquely good at this. On is given a lot of gold when he plays Elise support, if you can manage it. Because now he's got to a Proto Belt first item, which is actually really good. Teleport to the other side of the map. 369 was almost caught there by a Cocoon, but Sir Grompompulus Michael helps him escape.
Indeed, and Elk will take the opportunity. With that little assistance, of course, take another plate. So bot side, top esports here in vague force, actually, looking to potentially fight this Knight here as well.
He is low damage, low health on this tower.
Yeah.
The siege of the Caitlyn, very hard to outweigh once they start getting a rolling. BLG pushing in mid, moving towards bot side, and even if Talia were to ult down, which he doesn't currently have, it would still be an uneven number fight!
Rocket Bell ace in the hole. Poppy gets that one, and Jackalev with all of those stacks looking real lonely down here. A 4v1 and the Draven is just like, let me get the wave, please! Stand aside and gets that at least, but it is still his death. And half the stacks missing.
Oh, he went from 200 and something to 127. A lot of potential gold eliminated. And BLG, they are the ones getting the value in the side lane dives now. Top esports got so much of that in the last game. Jackalev will now get his first item, the Bloodthirster, but he's 2,000 gold behind Elk. Knight walks back into mid lane, has Malignance, 5 Dark Seal stacks. His Ultimate Hunter is, I think, fully stacked now as well, actually. I think he's got a kill and killer and assist onto everyone. Dragon started from top esports. BLG might still contest, though.
Last plate, first turret, upgraded boots from the Feats of Strength, and BLG continue. The snowball has hung out to dry. All the while, they do at least get off Ari. That's not bad. To at least bring it down to 1-for-1. Bin, though, will go all out. I think Cream will likely be an additional trade. 2-for-1 plus Dragon in favor of BLG.
Shutdown on the Ari is good, but they don't get the Dragon, and they still get blasted across the map. 369 using the 2 grubs to hit the top lane tower will similarly get something back, but they are down 7,000 gold and 2 dragons. Top esports. This is a drip in the ocean of what they need to match up to. Kanavi walking back towards topside, realizing that there's not much wave clear on its way from BLG.
4-0-3 on this Poppy. On as well with the Rocket Belt early has become his legitimate own threat right now. That's what happens with the Elise sometimes. You are so low economy, you kind of become a threat of very little value. Can turn up topside. I don't actually know whether you want this. You can just get dragged down into the Death Realm.
Hang on, if the Cocoon lands here, there's an Ari behind.
Yeah, I think this is a dead Mordekaiser. Oh my god!
Jesus Christ! The Elise is still an Elise, even if it's a support. The damage from On and Knight slaughters 369.
I was kind of half joking with the as actually legitimately an additional carry.
Sam, he has a one item and pen boots. That's the same as everyone else on the Rift.
I mean, he's got Blood Razor as well. That's 2 as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, this is the power. BLG are the only team in the world that plays Elise support right now, and this is why they do it. If you can snowball that bot lane, the Elise legitimately becomes an extra threat from a support role. Knight combos up onto it, Herald will be theirs, top esports lose another objective, and BLG keep on rolling.
They do. I thought with the Realm of Death available that 369 was going to be quite comfortable taking that. I think he thought he was too, and didn't get a chance to press the button. Ari comes up from downtown, and On just flexes the mechanical muscles and shows exactly why they have still been playing this champion. Now to mid lane we go with the Herald charge, and another turret goes the way of BLG. Hung went looking with the blast cone, depth charge on top of Elk, who's going to get blasted. Flash away, barrier, hook goes wide again. Z-Axis, thy name, is of course Death Realm. That's why it went wide. Either way, still get the kill. That's nice. Elk important to shut down. Knight with the ult running can look to try and get over the wall and after safety. There's a Mega Blast Cone, takes it to prevent too much easy follow-up. And so turret for Elk is the trade.
I think Hung wanted to hook the Caitlyn who was in the realm of death. I think it would have actually hit if Mordekaiser hadn't pressed the ult button. Top Esports, a good kill back. Though, but there comes the Mega Cone. Great charm.
And a wonderful charm and a wonderful cocoon. And Cream gets electrocuted. Grounded out. As On gets another, this dive, this pick combo of the Ari Elise continues to be an utter menace.
I have missed this version of BLG. They've shown it in bits and pieces over the split, and they're showing it here in Game 4. After getting blasted in the last game, Wallstone comes through, and there's another cone!
Oh, no! The cone comes in, Shadow sets him up, and Knight knocks him down. Mid lane tier 2 goes down as well. A bit of a skittering frenzy to give Elise some attack speed. And she'll pick up that tier 2 with the assistance to Bin.
This is one of the most dominant games we have seen all LPL playoffs, and a lot of it has come through from On and Knight. Double pick combo. Charm and Cocoon both land at the same time. And it's just death to Cream. Cream's curdled. The milk's gone sour. We are decidedly lactose intolerant as that dairy product gets forced out of the fridge and into the ground.
Pull back away. 16 kills to 3. I remember when we were saying, wow, it's a bit of a slow series. Not anymore, it's not. This one's about as violent as you could please. Second item's largely coming in now for BLG as well. Look into the inventory of Caitlyn. Upgraded Berserker's Greaves all the way to the max value. Collector Rapid Fire Cannon to accelerate the snowball.
Same with the Ari as well. He's gone towards the Horizon Focus. This is all about early spike, all power, all now.
Understandable with the way the game is going. They're nearly 10,000 gold ahead at 18 minutes. And Jackie Love at 0, 1, and 2 is yet to get a cash in. He is looking like his dividends are never really going to mature here.
It's a real problem too that the... Hang on a second. Dragon spawning in a minute. This volatile Spiderling helps a little bit. Oh, they catch him.
Hook onto On, he's dead. That's a nice pickup. But no, it's the Nocturne that picks the kill. Depth charge, though. And maybe they can look at Elk as well, who doesn't have the flash to work with. Cream comes across, and that'll be both. Bot lane is surely dead. Elk's alive! Flash for Kanavi. God! No way! Caitlyn! A charm afterwards! And despite everything going right for BLG, for Top Esports, I mean, it's BLG who come away with more. Another charm, another knockup, another combo from Elk. Headshot! Headshot! After headshot, and Jackie Love can only find hate in his heart as Elk puts him in irons.
BLG land all of the skill shots, and I'm left charmed as well because I am in love with this gameplay from BLG. Oh, it's so beautiful to behold. Top Esports left stunned, just as you are, and I am as well.
I genuinely thought Elk was a dead man. How he gets away, how they turn it around. When BLG are on form, when they're playing like this, you can't help but love them. Here we go again. On getting caught, the Spider just too short.
The Spider kind of baiting BLG into thinking there was no one in that brush. The Nocturne and the Talia follow-up, and they just don't have the damage. Jackulov maybe could... Oh, he misses the ult just by an inch. Imagine how differently this could have gone. Knight dashing forwards into the play, spreading the Malignance burn, getting the Shred, landing another charm. The Horizon Focus really paying dividends at this item spike. It falls off after the second item, but right now, you get so much value. 3 charms in a row from Knight. Poppy comes in. Elk lives. Even a flash forward changes nothing.
Oh my god.
How beautiful gameplay is this?
Elk, I think, managed to dodge skill shots by pixels 4 times in that one. The threaded volley, a pixel off. Kanavi just wide with the Duskbringer. Managed to 90 caliber a net away from the hook mid-fight. I mean, sometimes you remember why Elk is considered so highly within the LPL. When he walks that line so perfectly, you can see how dangerous he can be. Atakan's now up. 10,000 gold lead still there for BLG. They're at Soul Point as well. Game is all theirs all day. Check the inventory of Knight as well. Those 10 stacks have turned into pages.
The Death Note brought up for Knight. What a player he has been. What a player he is. We have legends on either side of the rift. Jackulov, a player who perhaps playing his last finals ever. Words of his retirement due to injury. He's battling through it for now, but how long will that last? Knight on the other side, his 10th LPL finals. Perhaps the greatest player to ever play within the LPL. Perhaps. He puts his name on the short list. Atakan started top esports. Can they contest? I don't know.
The verge of game 5. You can hear silver scrapes just faintly in the distance, and Billy Gaming are edging closer and closer and closer to it. The Weaver's Wall comes down. The Keeper's verdict. Low is on. Repels to avoid Konami, but it's a flip. He's in there. Flash away from on. Death Realm from 369. They take the Atakan. Big win for top esports. On just about alive. Elk surely goes down here. Trapped in the Death Realm. And finally the darkness rises and brings the Sheriff of Piltover down. The Death Grasp comes on through, but Ari with the reset. Looking for more. Jumping on forwards. Charm finally wide. Bin, though, is such a menace. All out he goes. The strikes on Tofu. Crime is now about, I fear, to be claimed by Bin and crew. Flash on forward for a little bit more work. The Pathmaker comes down. And unfortunately for you, Cream, your building permissions have been denied.
Top esports do get the Atakan, though, and they now have 49 petals. That is a huge victory for top esports. Remember, they get themselves the extra 25% value there, too. Knight also loses some Magi stacks, sticking around a little too long and losing out on, what is that, something like 50 AP from the 10 stacks lost? Yeah. This was a mess. Hung hit the hook onto the wall. The Poppy ult didn't achieve that much, and the wall separates out the carries. Elk gets way too close to the Mordekaiser. The flash forward's helping. Elk really should have known better on that front. BLG playing it fast and loose. The only thing saving them here is their gold lead. And it does just about save them, but it's still not a bad play for top esports. Those petals will give them a ton of XP for the next fights in the game.
Bin played this one out really well. How did Knight end up dying? It was a bit of burn in some Atakan there. I was wondering what it was from.
Knight ended up dying, not Bin.
Sorry, that's what I mean. I was talking about Bin getting a really good all out, and I was like, how did Knight die?
Yeah. All good. We can get our heads in a bit discombobulated in a game such as crazy as this. We now have very close to the Infinity Edge for Elk. 3,000 gold ahead of Jackalov. It's very hard to choose a player of the game from BLG so far. It's between Knight and On. I think those two have been so incredibly good. It's very rare that you see someone like Kanavi put down to 1 and 5 in the scoreline. Jungle and support for top esports right now are combined 1 and 13 between two of them. Shadow will cancel the ultimate as BLG keep on sieging their way through the map.
369 trying to shove it best he can. I'll note as well in that last play, as I was trying to say, Knight Bin managed to go all out and drag the Draven towards the waiting Knight, and he died for the 3rd time, so we lost his stacks again. Still not cashed in.
This is
40 seconds out of Basalt.
Yeah, this is a bit of a jobless Jackalov here. Sat at 0 and 3, his most famous champion in some's eyes. 30 seconds till the Dragon now. BLG, I will say, not the best at turning up to objective, getting vision control and then holding onto an area. They prefer just to fight you, really. Not always about the setup. Right here, they've actually been second to the setup again. Knight having a full Banshees. They want to blow that spell shield if at all possible.
Yeah, you want to know why they were late? It's because Elk went to buy Infinity Edge. He's now a full item up on Jackalov. Charm my days, just about spell shielded. Shadow a little bit off to one side, but the ace in the hole coming on through. Triple knockup with the Keeper's verdict. Charm on a 369, who does get the Death Realm up, but I don't think he'll win out that fight afterwards. Knight looking for damage in the backside to go Spirit Rush forwards, trying to get the reset. Shadow surviving. They do kill Ari. Draven finally gets the cash in. And that's a 1-for-1 as it stands, but finally Jackalov gets some value. Cream looking to turn this around for a little bit more. Elk and Shadow split off from the river.
Yeah, poor fight from Knight there for once. Loses even more Magi stacks. Gives some gold over to Jackalov, though a lot less than he had on. Still around, does not have flash, still has the repel. Might have to use it defensively. Not bad from top esports, though. We were saying BLG, not always great at the setup for these fights. Top esports getting the better of that.
In the end, though, it's still top esports out of the river, and the TP's come on through, and Elk's been able to set up some traps. Soul, for all of the slightly scrappy team fight, will be BLG's.
Will be Chemtech Soul. That will help them, particularly against that Mordekaiser, if someone has to duel out with them for the breadth of their HP bar. Jackalov, that shutdown, I don't think that cash-in is going to matter enough, sadly, for top esports. They're still 10,000 gold behind. Baron spawned will be the next big objective. The fight's over. 3 items quickly coming in for the rest of BLG. You'll imagine soon after this. Top esports, what do? Hope for a Baron flip, use the Mordekaiser ult to get Shadow out of the picture, get an uncontested smite. That might have to be their way back into the game, if there ever was one.
What a simple task, to be sure. Been caught briefly, but at this point, he's insanely tanked. He's 609 as a Cassante.
Oh, Kanavi.
Jack Show. Kanavi is going to try and ult away, but the paranoia, unfortunately, was well described. They really are all out to get you. Onto the Baron they go with Kanavi. No ult, no health bar. BLG in position to punish anyone who overface checks here.
Now, Kanavi does have flash if he wants to get into the pit. Mordekai's are not really close enough to get into the play either right now. It's going low. I think they might just have to give up the Baron.
Then, gonna face check and frontline best he can. Gets caught by the death grab, but Pathmakers as well. Kanavi nearly in range, but it's still going to be the take on the Baron by BLG with the jungler not there. 369 blasted. On gets the kill. Looking for more. Another set of knockups. Another charm. Jackie is gone again. And Billy Gaming. It's a railgun to the head. Flash. Charm. Death. Elk finishes the last kill, a triple to him, and they will guide these minions down mid lane and take us surely to Silver Scrapes.
One last time in playoffs, the Silver Dragon Cup will be fought over in a Silver Scrapes game. BLG Snowball and Top Esports fall to the wayside.
It was always going to 5 with these two teams, wasn't it? We have got a decider on the boards. Billy Gaming go quietly into a victory which they are so damn decisive in.
BLG, even up the series. One last game to determine our champion for our grand finals of 2025. Awesome snowball on Zalise. One of the main characters, Knight's Ari, hadn't seen it for a little while, coming out as well. Some stumbles here and there, but not nearly enough to derail the train which BLG put on the tracks. And now Top Esports, who had 2 match points, now have 1 match points. BLG have the same. We are at deuce, but we will not be playing for a 2-point advantage.
Alex.
Yes. Hello.
It might be worth reminding people what happens when one of these two teams wins next time, because obviously the winner guarantees first seeds for LPL. It does have significant ramifications for what happens in play-ins, though, because points for this year have been weird as hell.
So, if BLG or Top Esports win, they will be going through as first seed from the LPL out of 4 total seeds. Second seed is determined by championship points. Because Top Esports finished 5th, 6th in the last split, and Anyone's Legend instead finished 2nd in our first split, and then 1st in our second, and then of course 3rd coming into split 3, Anyone's Legend have more championship points than Top Esports. If BLG win, Anyone's Legend will be our second seed, and not Top Esports.
Top Esports.
The person who does not get that second seed will be dropping down into our regional finals, our regional qualifiers, where our last 2 remaining seeds will be determined. Our 3rd seed will be determined between either Top Esports or Anyone's Legend, whichever doesn't go as our second seed, and Invictus Gaming. They will play a best of 5 very soon after this, actually, in the next coming days. And the winner of that will go through as our 3rd seed. However, it's not over for the loser. If the loser loses, they will go on to one last final best of 5, where they will be playing against one of 2 remaining teams who will be fighting through the lower bracket between Weibo and JDG. That last series will determine our 4th seed for the World Championship, who, as we found out today, will be playing against T1, the world champions back-to-back, for a chance in World Proper. Only a single best of 5 they will play. If they lose, winner gets you into the main tournament. So, that's our stakes. First, the winner here goes first seed. Second seed, either Top Esports or Anyone's Legend, and then the rest of those seeds will be determined through our regional qualifier bracket.
Excellent damage graph we just saw there. On and Knight doing a lot of work there as a support mid lane combo.
Oh, look at that kill participation from Knight.
Yeah.
Almost 80% kill participation.
Yeah.
He had 1 or 2 rough fights, but honestly, Knight's Ari, I still think it is just when you evaluate an Ari player, the most important thing you must look at is how they accelerate the game. Knight is just pedal to the metal, and he's very good at weaving in and out of fights to get the most value. This guy is so good at this champion. He's my favorite player of Ari of all time, and I do think that this guy is the best Ari in the world.
He really is just exceptional. First time this split picking it up, and reminds people why it was often banned just against him. Never give this guy Ari was a statement we've said more than once, but hey, the Poppy, Ari, Elise diving, roaming squad proved way too hard to manage. This combo under the turret was magnificent.
This is beautiful.
369 didn't know what he hit him.
Didn't know what hit him. Couldn't use that ultimate. The ace in the hole after that last headshot. On is the only Elise support player in Tier 1 in the world right now, really. He's the only guy who's actually doing it. God, On was so good this game. It's between him and Knight. I'm not going to begrudge it if it goes either way. Both were fantastic, and this game could not have snowballed without the power of the Ahri or the Elise. Now, this is Game 4. You need to somehow find your extra ammunition for Game 5, though. The problem with Fearless, you don't get to play these champions again. I have to say that is one of my reservations about Fearless. I could watch this all day. Sometimes, when you go through that Game 5, you run out of ammunition in the draft a little more. Oh, such a heartbreaker.
Oh my days, how close was that with the threaded volley?
Oh, ridiculous. Well, one last game. Top Esports demolished that last game. And BLG returned it in kind. Game 5. Oh, so many charms back to back. Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Jackie can't even get that one. He's already dragged all out. I get what the Flash has said. Look, I'm not getting out of this backwards. Let's see what I can do going forwards. But Hawk just had enough in the tank, and it's a good overall game from BLG. They go for a scrappy skirmish game, and it's where they are born and bred. Great repel up. Actually, credit to Kanavi here for nabbing this Atakan. It gave them something in a game that was feeling absolutely beyond reach.
One last game to determine our champions for the grand finals of LPL 2025. Not gonna lie, not exactly sure who I think deserves it more. I mean, I suppose it'll come down to that Game 5. BLG, this has not been the year which they wanted. Not really. But they are here in the finals, and they have a chance to get themselves that upswing going into Worlds. Of course, Game 5 World finalists in 2024. Heartbreak for them against T1 as they lost one fight too many in that last game. They're in London in the O2. Top Esports, a team which many people have international reservations about, but regionally this split, they have been our best team on the whole through regular season. They went through the lower bracket at the hands of BLG. They're back here again for another bite at the pie. If they were to win it, no one could hold that against them. While internationally, yes, there are worries about them. It's not the whole story. Knight popping off there on the cameras as well. I'm so glad we got a Game 5.
BLG on the other hand.
Yeah.
If BLG on the other hand win this, having been counted out all this split, saying, oh my days, they've done it again. What are they doing with the junglers? These players aren't performing very well. They're so inconsistent. Are they even going to make it through playoffs? Crap winter split. Spring was looking dicey as well. To make an upper bracket run, switching out junglers, turning into a 6-man roster to take down Top Esports in a
Who's our MVP?
5-game silver scrapes. It would be ridiculous. And of course, Knight on the Ahri, the golden left hand, strikes once more.
I think he's the best Ahri in the world. I think this guy is so talented at accelerating the game and linking up with his team to make the most of this champion. As a main, a one-trick for over 10 years of Ahri, this is the guy I've learned most about the game from this specific champion. The way that he uses his full HP bar as a resource, and grand majority of the time is rewarded for it, is insane. The flash cube.
Exceptional.
The fact that he's here to determine these plays is the biggest thing. Sometimes you look and think, oh, is it actually that important? The decision-making is more important than mechanics most of the time on Ahri. And right here, you think, oh, but there's a support roaming up. The fact that he knows, actually, no, I've got this, and I can get these kills. That's the important thing. Getting so accelerated. This blast, I mean, it's just slick. So slick.
Cocoon into Charm, into Death. Knight and On were unleashed this game. And they got so much value, particularly in those early and mid stages. This skirmish as well, just fantastic. Knight with the reset goes for another charm. Cream gets hit by it. He goes down the hook, lands. It means nothing because he gets another ult reset. Another one.
There's always another one when Knight's involved. Now, the problem is, this was awesome. What do you have for that last game, that Game 5? God, could you imagine Knight Syndra Game 5? They banned it away from last time. Do you gotta wonder? Do you gotta wonder? Oh, so nasty. And
he got a reset of every single player from Top Esports in that fight.
That's ridiculous, man. Well, that's what happens when you kill the whole team. It does tend to happen that way.
Yeah.
God, one last game. Silas is up, very true. Kanavi's played it as well.
Oh, yeah.
A couple of votes for support. In fairness, I think that's actually a pretty fair vote split. I would have also considered putting a vote towards that at least. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I think, if you were those are the two you go, yeah, you decided this game. And I think you could have been happy either way. Yeah. Knight gets the nod, and that's very understandable. He is very, 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 very good.
Yeah. So, BLG, Top Esports, one last time. If BLG lose, they go through a second seed. If Top Esports lose, they go to regionals. So they'll have to play, potentially, even another 2 best-of-5s. They've had to go through the whole bracket, of course, too. God, they've had a journey, had to go through the lower brackets. They played an extra best-of-5 there, too. It will be a lot of games back-to-back. And as we were saying, some of these players have been around for a good long time now. Hanavi, of course, won Asian Games back in, technically back in 2023, so he's actually exempt from Korean military service. He can play for as long as he wants, actually. Top Esports have chosen blue side, of course, by losing Game 4. They get the loser's choice of game selection, side selection going into Game 5. That could be important.
See how it all plays out. Quick heads up as well, folks. We've not done the spiel yet. I'm Initialise. On the other side of your screen is Nymaera. We are brothers. We cast League of Legends together. I'm actually casting remotely for first time in a little while. I'm back home for a wedding, so it's kind of amazing to still be able to do this broadcast, be here for the finals with the power of technology. And for those of you who have been enjoying this broadcast, please do consider supporting us. There is no official broadcast of the LPL anymore. We are professional casters, and we rely on all of you back home to keep us in business. That means if you can donate via the Ko-fi link, if you can subscribe on Twitch, even if you've got just that base amount of power, to follow us on social medias at InitializeCast, at Nymaera. Make sure you're liking and commenting on those YouTube videos. It really does help us play that algorithm roulette game. And on top of that all, we can also offer you a little bit of something different in League Mastery as well, which we've got a casting course up on as well for those of you who want to learn a little bit more about broadcasting, about esports, either as someone who wants to get into it, or as someone who just likes esports in general and wants some cool insight and stuff. I can promise you it is worth your money, worth your time. There's some amazing creators on there. Get involved. There's some additional bonuses out and about and being considered as well, so get in early while you can and while the prices are good. And click on our link in particular to help support us as creators.
Yeah, we, I think I did the numbers the other day. I think per stream, we typically earn about $30, I reckon, per person. And we've done hundreds of days this year, folks. So we're working below minimum wage to bring you the LPL because we love it, because we love doing this. But it is very difficult for us to, you know, pay rent at the same time. Yeah, you know, I work on the LEC. It definitely helps with that. But it is very, very difficult to make the most out of this. I'm going to go on break real quick, Sam. I'm going to go for another coffee. Sam, there's a compliment for Deadly Ghost as well. I have been trying to think of the best way to word things as well. The thing is, I give so many compliments to Ghost. I'm like, damn, what haven't I said before this?
Let's think. Ghost. Friend.
If I had a choice between my Star Wars Lego and friendship with Ghost, I would choose Ghost every single time, and then I would get him Lego so I could buy Lego.
So my thinking was you were going to say I was still going to pick the Star Wars Lego, but you'd be close.
No.
Which would have been...
It's not a comment, Sam.
So we're listening to... Is this Elk? Or I never do actually. Didn't quite see.
再一次面对 TES， 我觉得就是他们非常厉害嘛。然后我们在上一场面对他们也是打得有来有回，就希望我们在决赛的时候能够打得更好，然后更稳一点吧。再一次面对捷克呢，其实因为都交手很多次了嘛，然后就希望能够打出一场精彩的比赛吧。我们再一次进到了决赛嘛，因为我们在于第二赛段进到决赛，其实就是被 AR 就前2把已经输了，我就觉得比较可惜。然后自己在 2次决赛的时候发挥也不是特别好吧，然后就希望这次决赛，因为是一年最重要的赛段吧，然后也是最重要的决赛，我就希望我们能够就大家一起加油，取得最后的冠军嘛。
Well, back to us. Hello, folks. How are we all doing? One final time into the breach, eh? One final time into the breach. We should play more stably. Thanks, Elk. Yeah, probably true. And yet we see that attempt to dive in game 1. The more they can say all the things they want. Play says otherwise sometimes, but you know, when they are playing for that volatility, for those mechanical hands check, when it works, man, does it look so cool. It's just risky, isn't it? And when it goes wrong, it doesn't look pretty either. Got themselves there. Of course, not sure who the artist was, but they were on the desk there having some fun, getting some cameras waved. Look at that. The lights in the stadium come up everywhere. Really exceptional stuff, that. It's beautiful out there. I mean, in fairness, they have actually been playing pretty respectfully this series. I would argue not, but that disrespect has been working for them. Caitlyn Elise is inherently a very disrespectful lane. You have to play so aggro, so swaggery. It's not a smolder lane. It's not a respect lane. That is a lane where you put your elo on the table and say mine's bigger than yours.
Hello, welcome back, everyone.
Hello, hello.
Let's get ourselves ready for Game 5. Silver Scrapes.
Oh, yes.
Cue it up.
Oh, yes.
How can we not have that? It has been a very strange year of LPL. No one team, I suppose, it hasn't been a team which is typically, like in the LPL, been ruled by one or two very dominant teams. We've had an upper echelon, partly because BLG took that step back compared to last year. Of course, Shun was on the team, left with Wei. Wei was then replaced by Beitron. Wei left the team. Then Shadow came in, and they've now returned to an actual 6-man roster, which they weren't really doing before. Now, BLG in the finals, potentially getting Shadow and Beitron both their first titles ever in a Tier 1 region. Top Esports on the other side, fighting for, Kanavi and 369. Record titles for them. Knight on the other side, though, definitely has a lot. I mean, you know what, Sam? I'm going to have to go look up these records, because both these these sets of players have ridiculous amounts of titles.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Knights, Kanavi, 369 are all fighting for sole control of the most LPL titles ever earned by any player. 369, Kanavi, and Knights are all tied at 5 wins in the LPL all time.
Unbelievable.
Knights and 369 won together for the first time in 2020 summer. However, Kanavi won against them for the first time in 2020 spring for his first title. Knight and 369 won together with Kanavi in 23 spring and summer. BLG, of course, was when Knight got his other titles. To round out 2020 summer, 23 spring and summer, then 24 spring and summer as well. That was 4 titles back to back for Knights. Has been away from the title for a little while now. 369, 2020 summer, 22 summer, 23 spring and summer on JDG, and then finishing off with split 1 of this year. Kanavi, similar story for him. 2020 spring, but then of course 22 summer, 23 spring and summer with JDG, and then 25 split 1, same as 369. This is a battle for potentially most decorated player of all time in LPL.
It's going to be something special, isn't it? And I think the fact it has gone to Game 5 and the manner it has as well. Top Esports with a smash in Game 3. BLG returning fire in Game 4. The fact that the last series went to Game 5 and we ended up with things like Swain coming out. Like, I am expecting both of these teams who've had some very close affairs versus each other in recent bouts will have something special cooked up here. It is a fearless draft, and it feels like both of these teams probably our best at this point at managing the system, have got something ready to show us exactly what they can pull out to catch people off guard.
Another thing as well, Jackie-Love, for a player that was capped at only just the 2 titles for a very long time, 2019 spring, 2020 summer, of course won his 3rd title early this year. If Jackie-Love wins this title, he will be joint most decorated AD carry in the LPL of all time, alongside Nymaera at 4 titles each. Nymaera won his last one back in 2016 spring. Folks,
where's
we are getting
at?
Elk, he's not far behind, but he's only had the 2 titles, 24 spring and summer.
Really?
Elk, if he joins, that will go towards 3. Elkon. Of course, Elkon and Bin, between the 3 of them, have now hit, I believe, 400 games as a trio between all of them. But they only joined together, of course, in that 23 year. They lost out to JDG most of that year. Knight was on the other side, as was 369 and Kanavi. Scraped some silver with us, folks. Game 5, determining game for a 2025 Grand Champion.
The winner claims that all-important first seed to Worlds, the golden ticket. Top Esports lose. Oh, if they lose, they are descending all the way down to regionals for all of their dominance in the regular season. The way the playoff bracket has worked out, the way championship points have worked out, AL beat them to the posts. and they have to play through regionals. If they win, all is forgiven. They win, they go through regardless. BLG takes second, and AL are playing through regionals despite how good they were in spring. So many teams looking on here, so many players looking on here. You have to feel they are praying to whatever they believe in, because you know how much this matters.
Good day, thank you so much for the support on Ko-fi, Whitebeard for the sub on Twitch as well. Of course, we do this for the love of the game, for the love of the LPL. Your support means an awful lot here. One last game. And Sam, you know, I think we have to go by draft. We have to go by draft. I don't think any team has shown us they are... Of course, it's gone to 5 games, but I don't think we've seen, you know, one team clearly be better than the other all the time. It has gone very, very close. We've seen now 9 games between these two teams across playoffs. It has been neck and neck. Whoever wins this 5th game, there is no arguing. They are the team which deserves this last and greatest title of the year. And gets the honor of being first seed heading into the World Championship.
Last game was decisively BLG favored from the early snowball. With the draft they locked, you knew how they wanted to play. It was a quintessentially BLG way, wasn't it? Poppy, Ari, Elise. Early snowball, early dive, early pick. That's what it turned into, a convincing avalanche of a snowball. Top esports. What happens when Kanavi and Cream are locked out of the game? When Jackie Love isn't able to help hold down Elk? It gets a lot harder for them to play out the game. Once more into the breach, or at the very least draft we go.
And now we get to see what is left up on the table. The Sivir basically permanently banned throughout the entirety of the series. What is left? Do we go down to something like Victor for the mid laners? Do we see something like the Silas making its way through? Top laners also starting to get really chunked out too. I suppose there's stuff like Aatrox left. And particularly bot lane. What happens with bot lane? Bot lane priority has been so determining of the snowball in these games.
Even in the backroom staff, you can see some conversations happening. You might recognize EasyHoon there behind the side of BLG. Legendary player for the likes of T1 back in the day. On the other side, there's Goong, legendary LPL player. That's not including the likes of Hom. And Nico gets through draft.
Nico
consideration
does,
for first pick.
but also Alistair does as well. I wonder whether BLG chose to ban away that Silas because they want the Alistair side of that trade and say, screw the lane dominance, we want on the Alistair. It gives us, again, more skirmish power. It gives you that very strong front line for On. He's one of the best players of the champion. The Nico is a tough pick to give up, but I think you can go towards the Alistair now for On.
They want that engage option on the cow. Akali also let through. Reminder, that was banned last game.
You take it away from Cream. He's one of the best players of the champion. The Silas is gone to give it a harder matchup. You deal with stuff like the Yone and Knight goes towards the Akali. Assassination potential for BLG's mid laner.
We wondered whether they might look at something like that. What do you want to pair it with? The Kiana, the Neferi, the Silas, those skirmishing jungle options. Of course, Silas, a bit of a flex going to be taken off, but they're going to take the Jhin. A Jackie Love special, but it's also easy follow-up for the Akali. Your ability to be the artillery piece to back up and provide the air support for Akali matters.
Also denies one of the best combos for the Nico still left on the table. What does he have left now? Do you have to go towards something like, I don't know, man. Annie Lee Sin, point and click. That is a way to deal with the Akali. Cream goes towards it. We did say the Alistair a likely consideration. You have now given up a lot of AD carry bans, though. I think you're probably losing Xayah. I think you might lose another AD carry. I'm not sure what else that Jackie Love can use to win this game.
Well, look, you've already lost the Rakan, so you could never have gone that anyway, and the Nico's already in.
Okay.
I think they're going to get rid of lane dominant options. So the Misfortune, I can see the consideration, but is that meaning we're looking towards things like Jinx? Are we looking towards things like Zeri?
I think you bring up a good point. I think the lane dominance is being targeted. With that in mind, what else do you get rid of? Do you get rid of, I mean, Lucian normally not great paired up with that Nico. What else do you have? What else do you have?
Smolder, Senna. Just let the Nico roam and play to scale.
Questions and questions.
But then you've got...
Top esports currently not in a position where they have a good front line. This is not going to be an easy team fighting draft. And I look at these champions and say, if the stun from the Annie is ever not used on the Akali, the Akali runs rampant. That could be a huge issue. The Zeri is banned away. Good call on that, Sam. Top laners conspicuously left very unbanned by BLG. They would rather leave that pool very open. Bin deciding on things. Stuff like 369's Nah might come out here now.
It's a game 5, and we've seen some spies. I'm going to put these out there. But if you're locking in Annie, Lee Sin, Nico, Neela, Samira, hyper aggro
Sam, are you telling me
for Jackie.
we're going to have a Neela Game 5 LPL Finals after not seeing any play the whole year?
I mean,
how
we saw
crazy to
Swain.
predict that would be.
We saw Swain. I'm just saying. I'm just looking at it going, where are we at? What kind of vibe? You could always go towards a Senna, a Smolder, something safer, but you've got so much snowball elsewhere. Can you afford it? Oh, Bin. You can't hover things like that.
They're thinking about some different options. It's the Jace.
Okay.
I was wondering
Follows
whether
up
the
the
Akali might be held as a flex pick, but they say no.
Yeah.
We're blind picking the Jace, knowing that 369 really likes that. Now the question is, what is 369 playing to? You could go something like Aatrox. You could go Gragas as well for 369. He has a number of comfort picks into that. Jackalow might still go towards the Lucian. He was hovering over it as a lane-dominant mobile AD carry that can sometimes outplay the Akali. Aatrox not bad here into the top lane matchup if they choose it.
Aatrox the consideration. Are they still thinking the Lucian? You said you weren't the best fan of it with the Nico, but hey, sometimes needs must. You want some lane dominance, you want some ability. I can see the thought process. Last pick for Jackalow. The Draven did not work. Never got the cash in.
Lucian likely to be the option. I think it gives you mobility to deal with some of the bursts from BLG. Sometimes escape the Alistar. I was wondering whether the Desire could be locked into, but I think it's so hard against this team. Shadow, your last pick for your finals. It's Sejuani. Gives them the double tank frontline. I'm not going to lie, folks. I think BLG have walked away with a better composition. You do have a lot of melee synergy. It's not the prime melee synergy, but Akali and Jace can both get that. The Alistar occasionally too. There's a lot of pick. There's a lot of range. Top Esports will have to play fast. They'll have to play around the point and click of the Annie and the big engage of the Nico. There's a lot of damage on both sides, which is exactly what we want here in the LPL. I think early skirmishes will be the name of the game. The lanes are pretty flippy, I'm not going to lie, Sam. It's not exactly going to be clean winning on either side. Kanavi on Lee Sin, Knight on Akali. 369 Kanavi and Knight, teammates on that super team of JDG23, fighting to be the most decorated LPL players of all time at 6 titles. BLG Top Esports, one last time, one last scrape of silver for LPL Grand Finals.
Brace yourselves, folks. In a deciding game, drafting Lee Sin Annie. Your 1-item spikes, your level 6 spikes have to be so good for Top Esports. If you let it get later, the Jace, the Akali, the range, the Alistar in front, it just gets that little bit harder. I fear for the scaling, I fear for the side laning. If you don't snowball, if you don't get that skirmishing off when you're at your point of power, it can all go so wrong. But I'm just saying, we saw BLG do just that last game. It's felt like that has been what's decided the last 2. Can it decide our final game of the day of the split for Grand Finals? One of these teams is going home as a champion, the other will wonder what if forever.
And we take a brief pause. No level 1 planned. Sometimes we get surprised by them. Top Esports BLG, their game 5 in the upper bracket. Partly decided by a level 1, which the Elise Caitlyn from BLG happened in game 4 this time. As we were saying, we actually think that BLG walk away, I think, with a better draft. Trading of, well, no, not trading of wards. On will have to walk over if they want to get something on the Raptors. Knight, how bold does he want to be? You'll see Cream over here. I don't think they can get themselves a ward down at the early levels. That could be actually very important. They get a shallower one into the river to spot Kranavi if he goes across the river. That will be it. Q missing from Hung. That's actually quite important. That early poke does mean an awful lot, actually.
Very much can. The poke there from the blooming burst. Not much beyond that, though.
Cream is going to be fairly dominant at level 1. You do have, of course, Door and Shield, which helps you a little bit. Hung, oof, getting quite close to Pulverize range there from On, actually. They don't have vision into this brush just yet. They're about to hit the level 2. That's what they're fighting around here.
2 nearly want it, don't they? There's Hung clearing out that ward. That means the bush control is top esports, and they will get control of the wave, and that means level 2 is theirs.
It is. We did say lane dominance, very important for these teams, but that being said, the first level and the worries to level 2, not always the thing which determines it. At the end of the day, you are playing with an Alistair. Ulti will be hit now. And the Triumphant Roar does give a bit of sustain through from the Alistair.
Important that Shadow clearing out his Raptors will be a known quantity just about. There we go.
And they'll know they've been spotted as
also
well.
passing towards the top side of the map. That's the one I'm looking for. And Aatrox versus Jace. There's another potential snowballing matchup. But I'm looking at all of these matchups and going, volatility abounds.
Jace has been strange pick here in the LPL. It's actually been better in mid lane than top lane, I think, on the whole. Like, one of the better players of it. Of all time, actually. In 2023 is one of the best players of that. In top lane, 369 had a bit of an awkward game on that, actually. Even in their Game 4 victory against Anyone's Legend. He struggled on that one. Level 3 about to get hit by Jackal and Hung. See if they can jump forwards and use the most of that. Denying some farm hit. Good double W there from Jackal. The early base damage quite high on that from the Ardent Blaze.
Does manage to get a little bit of extra damage. Couple hundred gold as top esports. Current advantage purely off the laning stats. A little bit, particularly towards that bot lane where, as it stands, Jackie Lover's got a significant advantage. Lands the Sonic Wave and then goes in with a Resonating Strike, but the problem is the Permafrost passive gets a little bit dicey. Cream and Knight also trading out, but it means that topside Scuttle Crab will be BLGs because the shove from the Jace is good. Nice chunk onto Knight, but a Shuriken flip away. Gets an Electrocute trade onto Kanavi.
So Kanavi won't get the topside Scuttle, and that's important. It means that Bin gets to keep doing what he's doing up here in the top lane matchup. That looks small, but it's actually quite important. Knight was always going to trade his HP and then recall and then teleport back in at some point. He doesn't care too much about that right now. Bin getting safety from top Scuttle. That's the most important thing about that early jungle look-in. Also noticed by in that jungle matchup right there, Shadow not running the Aftershock, going towards the Spellbook instead. Sometimes when you see the Sejuani into the Lee Sin can't do that much because he just gets queued at. His Q gets cancelled by the Arctic Assault. Also procs the Aftershock if you have it, but he didn't have it there. Instead choosing the extra utility later on. Spellbook is just such a powerful rune. Watch out for those extra summoners from Shadow later into the game.
For once, despite the early volatility of these lanes and potential snowball potential on both sides, even if I think early on top esports are really indexing into it. No one's pulled the trigger as yet, but we've not really got level 6s through. No. For a minute or so, keep your eyes on Cream, on Kanavi. When they hit the level 6s, I suspect some violence will begin to occur.
Right down a significant amount of CS as his bot lane. It's only BLG winning through that Jace top lane matchup. Top esports, the lane dominance is actually pretty good here. They can hold on to this, use it to push waves, get chunks before important fights. That's how we see the early snowball work in top esports' favor. It has been very knife's edge in the early game. However, I will say, compared to previous games, BLG aren't looking for early lane dominance necessarily through their mid and bot lane. They're looking for that skirmish and teamfight power later. The Akali will also be very good against this largely quite squishy team from top esports at some points. And the Jhin Alistair, very good at dealing with top esports. They walk into a fight with their ultimates and enough stats ready to take the fight.
Cream now potentially getting ganked here. Gets stunned up. Cream throws down Tibbers. Flash away, but they can still look for some more. Permafrost passive comes on through. Knight will ensure that the execution is perfect. And they managed to pick up a kill at Shadow, who ends up the recipient. But good gank in mid.
Whilst they lose a lot of farm for that under turret, Knight's still down gold against Cream. They would have liked to get that to the Akali. They'll shove one in now. That's quite important. Can they hold the wave for Cream? I think they might be able to, but if they do, they might lose the start of the dragon.
Kanavi nabbing a few minions where he can. Cannon should be just about there. And we'll be in time, I feel, for the likes of Cream to pick
we might
that
see a
up.
big skirmish here, Sam. This could be important.
On goes in for the headbutt, the pulverize, the damage back is good. In goes Knight, Permafrost passive doesn't come across. They kill off the Alistair, Permafrost down, and the Lucian dies for it. In goes Kanavi, trying to hop back out with the Steadfast and the argument there with the safeguard. Elk now in danger himself, does need to cleanse. The stun just wide with the Disintegrate. Knight though is stunned up afterwards as Incineration comes on through. Elk trying to turn out. Shadow gets Permafrost, Glacial Prison. Cream locked up, flash from Knight. And as he managed to pick up a double, does Shadow, and a flash for the fourth shot secures.
A bright spark from Top Esports, but it casts an equally powerful Shadow. Sejuani for Shadow in this 5th game might carry him to his first title ever. The passive was absolutely destructive here in the fight. Oh my god, the Sejuani value. Jacula flash forwards, but the permafrost gets so much value down. Shadow on the Sejuani. God, what a hero he could be. The 6-man roster for BLG. Baytron in and out, Shadow in and out, both of them providing value to the team, but perhaps Shadow, the one to get them over the finish line, hits level 6 midway through the fight. This jungler coming in for this split midway through it. What a story it would be.
Away with it. Hang on, we come back to live as Knight lands a Shuriken flip. Can look to be perfectly executing a few people. The curtains are called, looking for more. He's dead. Kanavi picks that one up. Shadow now potentially in danger. As he's guarding the Gromp, Kanavi can go looking for it on and out back towards the mid lane, and that's an important kill for Top Esports.
We didn't see the intro to that fight. Knight going down, even in gold now, with Cream did pick up some value from that last fight as Mertred's first item. You can't blame him against that, Annie. Grub spawning now, Top Esports. Not too far behind, obviously. Bin not actually getting an advantage versus the Aatrox just yet. We'll have to track that. 369 on the Aatrox was disturbingly good on this champion versus anyone's legend. Raid boss status was achieved for him. 3 grubs likely here from Top Esports, and there they are. No cleanse for Elk.
Then we look. Elk doesn't have a cleanse. He's hit by the Tangle Barbs after the Blooming Burst about to come on down. They don't quite have the damage. Jackie, no flash, can't get on top of it.
No idea where the extra damage.
Alive.
Yeah, Jacula, I guess he didn't have mana for E and, of course, the W or something like that. So close. Great disengage play from On. Top Esports tried to get Elk down. Can't quite manage to do so. Cream walking over Vision. Knight no ult. He might be able to force him a little bit off this turret.
Get the Incinerate down. Won't disintegrate after. And that'll be all that's really wrote about that one. A slight gold lead towards BLG. Good chunk onto Bin there, as 369 gets through a few of those Darkin Blade procs and will use part 3 to attack the wave.
And we take another breath. We have 8 kills in 9 minutes in our game 5. Kanavi 1,000 gold behind almost Shadow. But can he get himself back into the game? His Lee Sin is legendary for this player. Kanavi's Lee Sin has been the worry, the doom, the downfall of many a team. Shadow, though, a newer kid on the block, we'll be looking for... God, we've got players with almost 6 titles here in the LPL. And Shadow's here looking for his first, and he might have determined this early game. 3 kills on the Sejuani. Top Esports do not have great answers to the Sejuani. If they get tanky enough, they're going to be able to buy so much time. At that point, you have to throw the anti-stun into him instead. Dragon goes to BLG. That's a good win for them too.
Got the kills already. They'll pick up that Dragon. Marks towards feet to strength, beginning to stack. Top lane teleport from the Annie, interestingly. Looking to get value out of these 3 grubs.
His ult's not back, but he does have the stun. Level 6 available for On. You can't make a play around the ult, Alistair, surely.
You'd think, but they still get a decent chunk onto him. Burns the Ghost. Forced to back away a little bit, left at half HP.
He has a cookie. He has his ult. Chooses not to blow that, and I think that's important. Cream teleports down. BLG will know that. Knight is back up. Now, Knight, of course, not getting the best of the early skirmishes himself on the Akali. Failed to play it into the Annie. It was a very early Akali pick. I think it was actually mainly a takeaway from Cream. The Akali itself, I don't think it's going to be the main character for BLG, but the fact that Cream doesn't have it, being one of the best Akalis within the LPL, would be important. They're going back towards Bin. They really want this. They've not defended him enough. Here they go again.
They just can't hold me. Good flash! And they miss everything! And now Cream's in dangerous. Bin is looking at the 1v3 to take one with him. Teleports come crashing on forward. Permafrost allows Shadow to pick up another as Knight. Still got R2. Glacial Prison just one, but the Shuriken flip will not be taken quite yet. Kanavi now here, looking to trade onto Shadow. Good damage back, but the Permafrost can come on forward. Another 5-point strike. Damage is stacking. And Jackie Love will allow for a safeguard out to safety from that Lee Sin. But my God, Bin gets away with literal murder.
Bin is on something else today. He wants his title as well. Not been his best year in his career, but who the hell cares if he starts to ramp up like this? It is so good to see Bin playing with balls like that.
Plate towards Knight. And we get the reset
I can't believe
for
this.
it over.
It is
Shadow, let's have a look again.
Ridiculous
it's a 4v1.
Predict. It's a ridiculous predict. He manages to flash. I can't believe it. I just cannot believe it. Never in my life have I seen something like that in pro play. Bin does it again. I just can't believe it. The flash away from both ultimates changes the course of this top side. Oh my god, Bin. Now Knight's left alone under this top side. He has Merctrez. Does he have his W? Might need it to outplay here. Top Esports really want to make the side lane work.
They don't have that many flashes to work with. Kanavi does. Keep your eyes on that shadow. Also around. Doesn't have a Glacial Prison, but it may not matter. Cream stepping up. We'll get a plate. Not looking for the dive itself. Couple minutes to the next Dragon. Couple minutes to the next Herald. That means this plate and this turret. It's really what both teams are looking at. There's that second one they were after there. The ones with the grubs. Take a lot of value there. Stun on tonight, who is struggling to clear the wave under the turret.
He is, but Top Esports are not getting the maximum value out of this side lane. Reminder, a lot of this game has been determined by side lane dives. We saw it with the Caitlyn Elise onto the Mordekaiser. Before that, we were seeing it with the Varus just dunking down on everyone walking towards the top lane turret. BLG survived that this time. We've not really seen what happens when the top lane dives fail, or the side lane dives fail in this series so far. We are in uncharted territory, and BLG perhaps takes some of the wind out of Top Esports' sails.
You've got yourself Annie, Lee Sin, one item. Now is the time to strike, or I get worried as the game gets later. This Jace, this Akali, Sejuani, Alistair becoming more of a frustrating frontline, the Jhin providing a lot of CC, the limited CC from Top Esports. All of these things start to mount against Top Esports. Their point of power is now. And for me, it's not really led to all that much help. They're down 1,000 gold.
They still have chances to make these dives work. If it fails, try again, of course.
Can't avoid to not to.
They have to do something. This Lee Sin is going to get increasingly less value as the game goes on, unless you get those miracle kicks, which are very hard into Alistair and Sejuani. Now, going on to the side lane, Spin. He's got himself Phase Rush, worth noting, not the grasp in this game. A little less tanky, a little more escape potential. Around majority of this year, we've seen that tanky Jace. First turret will go to Top Esports. No surprise there. Top Esports get it slightly delayed. Now it will be down to the next objectives to decide who gets themselves the feats of strength. BLG choosing one turret for two trade. If they get the mid lane out of turret, that's a huge victory. Remember, they don't have any grubs at all. They just take it straight up.
And they got the bot lane turret as well. That's a huge win. And now they can potentially collapse as Top Esports are looking for the tier 2 top side. That's the trade, so it's a 2 for 2 in terms of turret trades, but BLG are on the hunt. Look at the collapse coming on forwards.
They're not looking for the big fight. Elk going back towards mid lane. Now, I know in chat you might think, well, isn't it a 2 for 2 turret trade? Isn't that better for Top Esports to get the inner one? Mid lane outer turret is the most important turret in the game. It gives you unparalleled access to objectives and safety when the enemy team wants to start pushing you around as well. BLG with 2 outer turrets down opens up many more entrances into the enemy jungle, and with their composition, which can jump over a wall with Sejuani, have the Jhin follow up, Top Esports must now have their heads on a swivel whenever they walk into areas of darkness. BLG have some real threat here. Herald started. BLG don't bring that many other members to the play right now, but they still want to keep on this objective.
Teleport available from Ben. Cream also with the teleport available can look to join on short notice. Down to half HP. Here come the teleports.
Kanavi, can he get himself an insect? That Lee Sin. Now is your time to make yourself a champion again, Kanavi.
The one-man army, the greatest jungler the LPL has ever known. 369 with the Darkened Blade. Shadowing goes on! Gets the pulverized, not as much as I think he was hoping for. Now trapped on the wrong side of the wall. Is that too far? Glacial Prison lands. In comes the curtain. Hung forced to back away. Does so. Damage on the shadow, but he survives. Now Kanavi in a potentially dangerous spot. No one dies, but health bars a little dicey. The Shuriken flip is onto Kanavi. Knight will not reactivate.
Okay, that's double summoners away from Hung. Kanavi, not a great ultimate there. And things diffuse. No kills. Summoners blown, of course. Dragon is available. Maybe BLG say, screw the Herald. We want to get the Dragon. Get ourselves threatening towards that soul later. They had that first on the mountain. Chemtech Rift will be off the table with this Dragon being on there too, and we'll see exactly what soul is presented to us. Herald not going to be looked at by Top Esports. They go back and clear their jungle instead. Dragon taken by BLG, and it will be an infernal soul for our game 5 here in finals.
Oh my god.
For Jace, for Jhin, even for the Akali. Yeah, that's a nasty one, Top Esports. They have had mainly Dragon priority this series. BLG getting 2 dragons, I believe. Well, maybe that last game's a bit different, but they have themselves the first 2 dragons on quite a rare occasion here against Top Esports.
Couple souls for BLG. They got those ocean souls that were potent. There's the Chem soul as well for BLG. It's all been an interesting one. Herald
so
now another consideration.
Yeah, and Kanavi still has flash. His ultimate's coming up soon. This is the point in the game where that kick flash could just be devastating. Even if you flash away, you might be out of position at that point. Hung down the summoners does hurt, though. The Nico needing that flash, the Proto Belt to confirm the ultimate sometimes. Not having either of them, not built the Proto Belt just yet. Not enough gold quite yet at this point in the game. And that flash being down reduces his impact on the game.
That is... Herald's still up. No one started it as yet, though. BLG, I will know, are the ones in the river right now with the lane priority. There's a quick look at the vision. Top Esports coming over to contest, Hung in the form of Lee Sin.
The terrain really working out in favor of Top Esports. BLG really don't want to be stood against that wall there that the Herald's against. When you're against, you know, Lucian, Annie, Lee Sin, everyone that can jump forwards potentially, cause you issues, you really don't want to be stuck against that pit. BLG, I think credit to them here, not giving Top Esports a clean fight around it. If they stuck on that terrain, I think they would be inviting a big engage, which could lose them the game and the series off of it. Elk about to cash in his cull. Lucian has not gone for the same. Wave pushed in towards bot side, so some bits of farm lost for Top Esports. Tentative. BLG not wanting to give the easy fight for Top Esports against the good terrain for them around the Herald pit.
Lucian with the 2 items himself, of course, though. Got the Essence Reaver and the Flicker Blade, so despite not going for the color, still hitting a pretty decent spike here. A lot of ability haste, a lot of cooldown reduction on those basic abilities that can make a lot of value here for Lucian. Just want to cycle through passives as often as they can. Herald started by BLG.
Okay, so they'll take that down. The melee synergy of the Akali does mean that they take the Herald pretty quickly with the Sejuani. Lee Sin saying, screw this, I'm taking your jungle. Gets 2 camps on the bot side, which is, it's nice. You'll get something back for Kanavi, but then again, individual advantage for the Lee Sin. Feels like the time for that sort of gone, really. Giving the Herald to BLG, that feels way more impactful.
It does, but at least with a lot of those outer turrets already gone, getting value out of the Herald is a little bit harder.
But feats of strength go to BLG from that.
Very true.
That means that actually, no, Knight, hang on a second, that's a stop on the recall for Hung. He doesn't have flash.
The Ignite comes through and Hung now trapped. His Shadow's coming on forward. The Deadly Forest Land, and Knight is going to be donated the kill. Thank you very much.
The Nico is hung, drawn and quartered. A dubstep Ignite from On. Puts Tongue down to the beat of the drum. Knight gets himself a kill on the board off of a terrible recall from Hung.
Oh, the Ignite interrupt. He was just about out, and then he wasn't. Awful reset. Costs them big. The kill going over towards BLG, this time into the hands of Knight. And the gold lead at the top of your screen now beginning to just slowly creep BLG's way. Minute and a half until Soul Point.
Giving that gold over, it worries me, because now you have the feats of strength. There's triple Merc Treads on BLG. If you can upgrade them too into the defensive feats of strength Mercury Chest, the extra magic shield on top of it, the extra defensive stats, that is impactful. Top Esports, they don't have that much damage to spare, I don't think, if it goes towards multiple targets. Getting that onto Akali, onto the Sejuani Jace, that could be a game changer. Atakan is now alive. And folks, the game is not so far gone for a game not to be thrown by an Atakan. I'm firmly of the belief the game is never far gone enough to get thrown, to not be able to be thrown at the Atakan. Perhaps Top Esports, who are mildly behind the game right now, to start putting their crosshairs on that area of the map and look for a way to get themselves into the lead.
40 seconds till Soul, and again, Soul Point, I apologize, not quite that close, but again, you get Dragon into Atakan, and that feels really good for either team. BLG favored, but not so favored that it can't go wrong. And how LPL would it be for it all to be decided around an Atakan flip?
Bin is about to get himself the Muramano, and he only needs like 1 extra skill shot, I believe, to transform that over. Atakan taken, well, started to be leashed. 369 pushing out topside, has teleport. Knight choosing not to answer that and saying, no, screw it, we're going Atakan. We are moving down here. You teleport first. Folks, we might just flip it around the most burger-like objective in the game.
The coin is tossed. Is it red or blue? Heads or tails? Top Esports or BLG? A shuriken flip lands onto the back line, and the coin lands on the floor.
I don't know about this. The Herald
willing to fully commit.
Now the Dragon is alive as well. Did BLG say, screw it, we go the Dragon instead, get early Infernal Soul Point? I think they do. Herald summon, helping them push out bot side. I don't love this. I think they could have used that as a Battle Herald midway through the fight. That won't be the case now. Atakan will not be leashed. It's going to have to come down to a steal from Kanavi if they want to contest at all.
He's got a ward in the pit. He's going to land a Sonic Wave onto Shadow. It's not onto the Dragon. Tries to go in. It's too far. And he's dead. And now with the jungler gone, the kill donated tonight, they can turn onto the Atakan.
Oh, and I don't think the fight will come through now. The Blind Monk closes his eyes for the great sleep of death.
And the Glacial Prison lands onto the World Ender. Pop Blossom is good. The turnaround potentially better. They've blown up Shadow. Hung dies. Jackie Love landing the piercing line. It goes wide. And Jackie Love survives. BLG. Bubble. Deadly flourish from Elk. Finally finishes what the Akali started. And we're down 2 men both sides.
It is a mess. The Atakan is not taken. BLG take the third dragon. They will take, 3 kills in the fight. A cost of 2 of their own. Knight can't quite get the perfect execution and goes down. Snipe saves the lives of BLG at the end of it, though. BLG still come out the better from it. They get themselves the dragon. Atakan will have to wait, though. BLG denied that objective by Top Esports.
Clutch kills going towards Jackie Love, though. Now he's at 3. That will matter. We'll have a look again at the replay, because, of course, this is post the death of Kanavi, who failed to come and contest that dragon.
The CC chain is insane. Hung gets a very good combo, but a lot of the damage is blocked up by the tanks. It should have realistically been a better fight, but they've given too much gold over to the Sejuani early. Knight, so close. He has to try and blind ult. Jackie Love backsteps it. Great play from Jackie Love to out-mind game the Akali. Knight could have cleanly got that kill. The snipe blinds in its own way, though. Elk just about cleaning up the mess.
I think if Elk hadn't picked that up, we would be in a very different scenario here, potentially. He's now 4-0-3 himself, building towards an Infinity Edge. Not a lot of tanks on the side of Top Esports. No need for a Lord Dominic's regard. Can just build raw crit, raw damage. Shadow assaulting over the wall. Kick towards the wrong side of the map. The Pop Blossom comes on down, but Bim will pick up the kill. On gets the headbutt, and the Pulverize after Knight with the Rocket Bell. He's into the backline. The execution can start to come on through. Jackie Love trying to dance, trying to charge away. Will find nothing relentless about it. Throws out a culling, but he's only clearing waves, and BLG pick up to 1. Make that 2, and they can turn back to the Atakan.
Yeah, Kanavi's alive, but he can't smite now. BLG win the dance with death. And Shadow being so brazen at jumping forwards, but on the Alistair has his back. This support jungle, we were worried about BLG. Their jungle support, open heart surgery for a team. But they've made it work, and it might just get them through to a title hit. Shadow's first. Shadow, stop going over the wall, but they've given too much gold over towards the Sejuani. He's too tanky. On has his back. The long-range follow-up from the Jhin, Jace, the J duo gets enough in there. Kanavi lives, but at what cost? BLG walk away with the fight, and the Atakan.
And the game continues to just break towards BLG. And we already said the later the game goes, the more we favor BLG. You've gone for at least Sin and Ecomp Top Esports. Your first items, your level 6s needed to matter. Yes, there is always the miracle play. There's damage everywhere you can look for Top Esports, but it's just getting harder and harder and harder. An Infinity Edge for Jackie Love, maybe there's the damage required. If he can glide through a fight, maybe the 2-item Aatrox on the right targets, it could do some work, but I'm just struggling to see the easy way to make it happen in these grouped up fights.
The grouped up fights, yeah, I agree with that, because my counterpoint is they need to find someone away from the play. Hung doesn't have flash. He should be spotted now.
Oh, he got rooted. That'll be the cleanse off Elk.
Jeez, yeah, he didn't spot the minion movement quite cleanly enough. And now maybe they just go Desperation Baron. Hung has himself an ult. He doesn't have flash. Elk, no cleanse. BLG, now they're the ones which have to approach Top Esports on the objective. Gauntlet thrown once more. Let's dance.
The coin twirls through the air. We need to see which side is landing. Down to half HP. Shadow looking to contest. The curtains are called. The Glacial Prison lands. Shadow being forced away. Safeguard keeps people relatively healthy. But the heal comes on down. The redemption for a Junk Knight still threatening on that top side flank angle. 1,000 damage from the Alistair, the current leader in DPS. Yeah. That says a lot about it.
The Nico clone soaked the accelerated shock blast from Bin. That could have been the death of Hung. He had no flash. Now his flash is back up, and I can't see it on the right-hand side right now, but I think Jin's is still down. Top Esports, they want to invite BLG into them. If they can find a split, they've gone back into it. Knight, where is he in this equation? He needs to get himself back onto the ball. BLG, corn on resets right now. This is going to be a rush Baron.
They can try and get their most damage down as they can. There is no Sejuani here, just coming through mid lane down to 6,000 HP. Shadow should just about be there in time, but doesn't have flash. If you can body block him out, he won't be there. 3k HP. Shadow now ready to come try and steal. Not going to get in there. Baron taken by top esports. Turning on the Knight. Stunned up. Gone down. They get the kill on the flanker. Now a 5v4. Can look for more. Top esports finally finding an angle in this game.
Dragon is alive though. BLG, I wonder whether they should have given this for the Dragon setup. They choose not to, and their Akali is dead. Top esports, they have the man advantage, but do they have the cooldowns to fight against the eventual Dragon Soul?
Can look for something more. Kanavi can look for potential angles with the Sonic Waves. Gonna force back towards us, and again, BLG don't have to throw it at the Dragon. They can give one up.
Once again, it is about the Baron and the Dragon spawning at the same time, much like the start of the series. Top esports get Baron and Dragon, denying BLG the easy access into late game. Knight tried for the flank, but really, BLG should have just gone towards the Dragon. Their objective play a little behind Top esports.
Just not fantastic. The curtains get called for wave clone for some chunk onto Hung, who did eat a pretty nasty, deadly flourish trade earlier. Can't quite get what they were looking for there. Resets come on through. We'll start seeing Baron jump. Here is the Baron rush.
So BLG were caught on bad resets, and Knight realistically should have been way more defensive on the side there. Protobelt's forwards may be looking for a big play, but his teammates are not in position. The communication between him and the rest of his team, poor Knight immediately exploded as BLG caught flat-footed. Top esports, great play, finding out the isolated member into the way that they exactly have to.
Necessary. The gold now back in Top esports' favor, just about. It's not done yet, is it?
Of course not. Of course not, Sab. It's not over until the Nexus falls here in the LPL. BLG, they do have those feats of strength. They still have the third Dragon. Top esports only their first. BLG have a very, very tanky Sejuani, who's quite hard to kill when you get towards this point in the game. And Top esports, you do wonder what happens when that next Dragon spawns. They managed to get that Baron the last time. That Dragon the last time, rather. Of course, the Baron too. They are not necessarily in a cleanly winning position at themselves. They still need to find themselves a way to win a grouped up team fight in BLG's favor. I don't think they'll be able to deny them that.
No. Unlikely, it has to be said. Mid lane tier 1 still taunting Top esports. They got Baron now. This should be a much easier take, and it will be.
It will be. So that's going to be the outer turret take, and they don't have many easy options left for the Baron to take. 3,000 Baron power play, not bad. They're going to walk through bot side and try and get some vision down. It's a little early to bring their Dragon setup. The wards will die by the time the Dragon is spawned, but they can still force BLG to play respectfully. That mid lane outer turret will give them much easier access towards it in the future.
A couple items I'd like to note as well. The Infinity Edge has been completed by Elk, which is a big one. And of course, the Serpent's Fang done for Bin, looking to manage the shields. And again, Top esports not that tanky, but the tankiness they do have is from shields. It's from the likes of Molten Shields, of Safeguards, of Sterax. And there's that gold graph. It would be an EKG graph, wouldn't it? And there it is. Heart Attack City is the LPL. Game 5 in a grand finals. Yeah, it could be no other way.
So, BLG, they are in a position which has not favored them all the time. About objective setup, late game decision making. BLG, most of this split, have been bad late game. Dare we say it. Top esports, they have been perhaps our best objective team across the LPL teams. Can they use that to win themselves a title? It'll be 2 in a year for Top esports after 3 years away from a title. The last one was in 2022 for Top esports, the spring of that year. It has been a long time since Top esports were our dominant team here in the LPL. BLG were that last year. They've spent a few splits away from the title. After the last Worlds Finals, we thought it would be a shoo-in for them to be a top team. Not nearly been as easy as that. 2 minutes till the Dragon now. The setup really starting to commence at this point. Any pick at this point could determine the fate of the Dragon, perhaps the game.
Observers just noted on that reset a couple key items from 369 and Jaculov. GA for the Lucian.
Important.
Death Stance for the Aatrox. Those are big. Minute and a half until that Dragon. And one of these teams will be ending the year in glory. The other job is not done. BLG, despite all their woes, are going to Worlds one way or another. Top esports, some sins still to be forgiven. Win today, and you're absolved. You head to Worlds, lose, and regionals await.
minute till Dragon. Resets coming through. Akali will get their last buy before the Dragon. They do have a teleport. They could wait around for another thing. Gets a needlessly large rod. Bin can do similar if he so wishes. Gets himself the execution is calling. There's a Bramble Vest on Shadow for anti-heal as well. Very much helps against the Aatrox, of course. BLG have access to bot lane River first. That is 1 point in their advantage. Top Esports, of course, the Baron timed out much longer ago. The defensive items from BLG could potentially be game-changing for them. Shadow needs to be a little careful here. A lot of damage onto him.
They're donating Kanavi the mid lane wave. I wonder whether he's trying to rush for GA.
Perhaps that could be huge for him. Yeah, I think they are. I think that's exactly it, Sam. I think you've called it right. Can he get the recall? I think it was just stopped by a shock blast. That shock blast stopping the recall means that he's going to be late for the Dragon take. The BLG know about it. Perhaps they do. Joe, he stopped again. He stopped up with the redemption. He can't go back for the GA now. Big win for BLG.
That might change everything. No GA on the Lee Sin. He can't leave anymore.
Shadow has himself his HP regen back up as well. 10 seconds till Dragon. Kanavi denied his final base. Top Easel's pushing up mid lane. BLG might just call their bluff and say, no, you come towards the Dragon.
The night is dark and full of Billy Gaming members. Into it they plunge. Lanterns lit, praying to find the flanking Akali.
Getting rushed.
Assassin, scary. Dragon started.
Watch out for the Lee Sin Q. It could dumb down to a steal. We are flipping for the soul.
Again, the coin goes into the sky. The case for President Bomb Blossom taken by Elk. Infernal Soul. And the fight is Billy Gaming's Knight with the triple. Knight looking for more. It will not be the pentakill, but it might just be a quadra. But no. Jackie killed, and the game is over. Knight Sakali slices every throat in front of him.
Ladies and gentlemen of the LPL community, your tyrants secure the soul and may well secure the series. The barrel will be next on the table. BLG get a huge lead off of the fight and will claim themselves domination over the late game. The multiple back cancels onto Kanavi to stop his GA purchase, which he finally gets after hitting the sepia screen. That may well be the overlooked play which wins BLG Game 5.
3,000 HP remaining on the Baron, and it means nothing at all. There's Soul, there's Baron, there's a mid lane tier 2. Knight might have gone a step too far, but no, he certainly hasn't. TP's behind. They're trying to get something here, but I think it's desperation. Knight's not going to be threatened. They'll TP in to help keep himself. It's Shadow with the spellbook on the Sejuani. We look again. Elk secures the Dragon. Knight eviscerates the team fight.
They save the fourth shot. So much damage. The ultimate from the Sejuani onto Lee Sin means that he can't kick them away, and Knight gets the flank to end all flanks. Knight, truly superb a player. It's not been his easiest game, but god damn, the damage from the Akali and the Jhin takes over.
We were all wondering whether it might end up being the pentakill, but Elk ends up picking it up there and denying it in the end.
I don't think you can begrudge it too much. You got the Dragon. He's 508. You can't grudge him too hard.
You really, really can't. A worthy kill there as the Aatrox went looking for something. And now it's BLG's turn with the Baron. And they've got Soul to work with and range to work with. We've not really talked about Bin's Chase. He's not been the main character this game. With Infernal Soul, he might start to claim a bit more screen time. Pop Blossom is decent. Into the backline they go. Turret goes down. They've blown up the Jhin. Shadow now in danger. He's getting hit by the culling. Jackulov rotating through. The Vigilance passive. Everyone deserves a second shot. And maybe a full salvo. Two members dead.
They didn't count the minions. Knight is on the flank. How much can he do? He can kill both. Here comes Knight.
Perfect execution. Guillotine down. And they get more. All the while Top Esports now in danger. They just blown at the Alistair. Knight now in danger himself. Bin is TP back in the Solar Lenners. Of course the Solar Lenners. Hung flashing away. Knight out of the Twilight Shroud. Claims another in the 1v2. He's looking for everyone down to the GA. Kanavi loses it. 369 trying to find some value here, and Knight is having none of it. Bin goes to the skies. Kanavi needs to one hop away. And despite Top Esports finding two, Knight says no.
Day turns to night in a way that only BLG's mid laner can shut off the lights of Top Esports comeback. 9-4 and 9. It wasn't his early game, but it sure as hell is his late one. Knight on Akali wants to become the most decorated player in the LPL of all time. They don't count the minions. Hung, awesome slapback. Almost threads the needle for Top Esports to mount a comeback against the Infernal Soul. Credit to Hung, a player who has had a difficult year, but an awesome split 3. Almost found the winning play, but Knight.
Extraordinary.
Knight. Swings the sword, decapitates 2 enemies. And BLG find themselves once again at advantage.
I hope you're all enjoying this, folks. I hope the popcorn is still topped up. I hope the heart rates are still manageable. Hell, I kind of hope they're not. BLG on the verge of winning the LPL in summer, in spite of everything, in spite of the stories of their demise, of their collapse, of the dissections we were doing on their level of play. In the end, it matters not a fucking bit.
Well, it comes forwards from Shadow. They have the Infernal Soul. Good damage there again from the pop of it. Trying to push in, to zone them off the tower. They don't have minions to work with, but maybe they don't need them.
Turret dead. Base finally broken. I say that, I speak a little too soon. They can't quite clean it up, but in many ways the work is done. I will note the timer in the top right of the screen. 1 minute and 25 and counting towards Elder. I think we might be flipping at it.
I don't know if it'll come down to it, you know. I think BLG can force a fight before a bin. Inside lane, Jackie Love has summoners.
He's going to need something flashing away as the permafrost lands.
Great bush bait from Bin. Was threatening, real kill threat there. Shadow didn't have the ultimate, of course, he used that before. The Infernal Soul makes it so hard to walk up. You're not that tanky as a team. That Infernal Soul from 4 different people proccing it on you, yeah, that'll add in a load of extra damage. Kanavi, it's dangerous for him to walk up here.
Jackie has now just picked up the Lord Dominic's regards. He needs to send a very strongly worded message, I feel, here.
With regards from Jackie Love. Again, perhaps his last ever finals here in LPL, his last ever series here in LPL. If he were to win this one, would have to play through regionals after that. There is word of his retirement. What a career he has had. Many players in BLG and Top Esports can claim the same. 30 seconds till Dragon now. BLG looking for smoke and mirrors. Top Esports will need to be so afraid of that random damage coming out from nowhere.
In the wake of the era of EDG and RNG came a new cadet of teams. Among them were Top Esports, were Billy Gaming, and these 2 titans of the modern LPL age are about to decide LPL finals over an Elder flip.
Oh god, so much damage from Bin. Lands 1 shock blast. They managed to find out Kanavi, Zoe from Jhin. This stuff is scary. You don't want to give that up. He'll regen a little bit, but these are the kind of picks which are a problem.
Glacial Prison goes wide, but the curtains get called. Someone's going to be forced to take a bow prematurely here. The traps, the false shot, the damage goes down, Hug is gone, into the backside they go, Knight is there, kicked away is on, flash for the perfect execution, and Knight again begins to cycle through the queues, and all he's handing out, like his chess piece, is L after L after L. Top Esports wasted.
BLG will find themselves their championship. Shadow and Baytron will become first-time LPL champions, but Knight will stand above the rest as the most decorated player in Chinese history. 6 titles for the man in the mid lane.
Somehow, some way, heavy is the head that wears the crown. And despite the failings in winter, in spring, at the end of the year, Billy Gaming stand alone atop the LPL once more.
I think BLG will have to say a grazie mille to their jungle. There's a splash of European flair in the jungle to lead them across it. Shadow Sejuani in the early game against Kanavi. There is no truer way to claim victory here in the LPL by going through Kanavi. 369 and Kanavi, 5-time title holders themselves, will watch their old teammate pull ahead of them. 6 titles as a stumble on stage, but it wasn't on the Rift. BLG, Hugs, LPL, China, your tyrants, your overlords, your champions have returned. BLG win the grand finals of 2025.
Be upstanding, swear fealty. Once more they return to Worlds. Once more they prove exactly their caliber, and it is something quite extraordinary. How have they done it again, Al? We thought they were done. I was making tweets that this roster would never play together again, that the magic was gone. And when it looks lost, somehow, some way, they still manage to win the damn league.
Hey, last Patron raising the title as well. Oh, BLG. What a story of this year it has been. This has not been the year of dominance from BLG in the way that 2024 has. They'll take it in turns raising the trophy, and they all deserve it. An upper bracket run. The Silver Dragon Cup, there's again Bin raising that trophy. So many players. Elk, On, and Bin, third-time title holders. Twice last year, once in this one. What a team BLG is. I have been so won over by this team again. What a wonderful team to watch play. They'll be heading forwards to the World Championship as our first seed from China. Easy Hoon in the background as well. What a player he has had a career of as well. Top Esports will be sent down to the regional finals. Anyone's Legend as our second seed. And we'll see exactly who we send forwards. But BLG, a grand congratulations for our grand final champions.
Of course it goes to Silver Scrapes. Of course they have to claw it back from 2-1 up. And I think for the other side, for Top Esports, this one's going to sting, isn't it? It is going to be a difficult pill to swallow. You were the best team in the regular season. You were the team that was expected to realistically win finals. You go down to the lower bracket, you look for the response. You're the one that's 2-1 up, and now you're playing regionals. Now your performance in the other splits come back to bite you, and it all gets quite challenging once more.
And folks, it has been our utter pleasure to bring you yet another LPL Finals. My name is Nymaera. This is my brother, Initialise, over on that side of the screen, currently across the continent over in the UK as I'm here in Berlin. It is an utter pleasure to bring you this gameplay between these teams. We have followed these teams' journeys, and if you would like to learn more about them, please continue watching here, because now I've cast 1,500 LPL games. Sam's cast hundreds alongside me as well. Seeing players like Beichuan and Shadow go through their trials and tribulations and end up as champions is special. Seeing Knight become the most decorated player in LPL history is special. And doing that alongside you, our community that sticks by us and watches it here with us, makes it even more special. There is no use in casting a League of Legends game without there being an audience to cast it to. And I am glad that you are here alongside us as well. Sam, thank you so much for joining me. It has been utter finals, 5 games, late game banger. BLG champions once again.
Look at that goal graph. You can tell the moment when they win the Soul and the Baron, can't you?
Ridiculous.
I think Knight's going to get the MVP, isn't he?
I actually think it should be Shadow. I think it should be Shadow. The early game, the objective secures from him, the skirmishes, and the story of it. I think across the series it's Knight, but I think for the final game, I think it's between Shadow and Knight. Knight becomes our 6th-time LPL title. How many years Top East was not winning the title LPL? None, because they won in winter. So they actually won earlier this year.
They did win in winter.
They did win in there. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. BLG. I said it in the last game. I have been hit by Knight's charm through the screen and fallen in love with this team and you. What a team to watch this team skirmish and figure their way out. Now, there are still going to be worries about them. Their late game objective play gives me heart palpitations. I think going into the World Championship, they will have to level up again. But there is a chance. BLG back at Worlds and ready for another shot at the title.
And I think the other thing is there's a lot of teams out there who are not going to be ready for the Caitlyn Elise games, for the Knight Akali games. Sometimes the LPL just says, where everyone else is playing chess, they come in and say, we're playing a boxing match. Eat fist. And sometimes that kind of ability to just say, screw this, we're getting down in the mud and you're coming with us. That matters sometimes as well. That ability to change up the game state, to find another way to play the game can be a massive difference. And, you know, credit to Top Esports in this game. I thought they did a decent job about coming back when it looked pretty challenging. We had issues with the draft as the game went later, and they still managed to make it a pretty threatening affair. That massive set of picks that got them the Baron. You wonder whether that might be the turnaround, and then the Soul fight.
That will be us for this split, folks. Gosh, what a time it has been. I know that some people were saying that, you know, Shadow has an LPL LEC title. He doesn't. He only came in second in LEC 2020 summer. They did lose, of course, there. They came fourth in summer playoffs. They came second in summer there as well. So he has never won himself an LEC title. He was close, but he never quite got that. Mad Lions got their titles with Luoya just after that. Thank you, everyone that has joined us. We really appreciate you all. We'll wait until we see the MVP. We'll wait until, you know, we're going to stick on for a while. Why not? We'll hear the interview. We'll see if anyone can translate for us in chat. We'll stick around for a little bit more. Folks, another thing which you can do, if you enjoyed any moment from this stream, if you could clip it out, post it on Twitter and Reddit, it makes an awful lot of distance to us.
Please.
I would love to do it myself, but it's been very hard to do it while being casting here. If anyone can do that, it would make an awful lot of difference to us, because again, competing streams means that it's quite hard to get your voice through the masses there. I really hope that everyone has enjoyed our casting today. I thought you did a great job, Sam. I loved your lines in there. Giving them much like his chess piece, handing the L's from brother to brother. We appreciate that. Gosh, you're covering regionals? Yes, we will be covering regionals. That will be in the next few days as well. There's a number of days beyond this point. We'll see what Sam can cover on your side as well. But don't you worry, this channel will be live for it.
That's the plan. That is the plan.
Oh boy. Gosh. I mean, insane stuff from Knight. Just ridiculous. Just ridiculous. We'll go onto the stage. I'm going to send cameras off to wait for them and their trophy raising ceremony and stuff. What a team. Get themselves their special champion shirts. Sadly, oh, come on. You gotta give us... They're not gonna give us interview audio? You kidding me?
Oh, really? Boo! After all of this?
Oh, we'd have... Yeah. Yeah. Well, turns out they didn't give us audio on the clean feed of them. You kidding me?
That's very irritating, actually.
That's so funny. Well, whatever. We'll leave it alone for a little bit longer. Gosh. Holy moly, folks. Holy moly. Oh boy, some sweat on the face of Bin. God, he was carrying... He did some good work there, man.
He did. There was some insane 1vx scenarios. I mean, the flash earlier on under the turret against the Annie and the Lee Sin to survive. The 1v2 kill on the Yorick. How many times did he outplay those? And we've seen a lot this split. Bin hasn't won those. He's overplayed it a lot and then started getting surly and blaming his junglers. Well, if I had a ward there, it wouldn't have mattered. Now he just locked in and just won them anyway. Like, that matters a lot. You need that level of form. If you're going to play the way that BLG want to play, you have to come in with a certain capability to play out the weak side dives well, or you're going to get smashed at Worlds, and those things matter. They really do.
I'm going to have to clip out that Nexus call. Oh, man. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We'll chill and chat a little bit more, and then we'll figure things out after that, folks. Figure things out. I'm very happy with that Nexus call, Sam. It was very good. 6 titles for Knight. That's God, how ridiculous has this guy been? I genuinely think Knight has been, like, the only thing against him is not winning a Worlds title. But I think personally, I think this guy is the greatest LPL player of all time. At this point, I think he is.
He's pretty awesome.
The problem is, it's just the international success. I think that he has competed in an era of higher international competition than, say, like 2018 to 2020 or so, where I think that the LCK really struggled. I mean, Xiaohu obviously has a bit of a... Xiaohu has, like, a strong claim with 3 MSIs, but... Knight or Chovy, who needs the world title more? I mean, they're both just generational players. Realistically, it's both of them, but... Hey, Viper had his world championship in 21 with the EDG.
It's true. He did.
Well, folks, not exactly sure. Did we get the MVP for finals? I guess we'll have to wait for that.
We'll have to wait on that, yeah.
I think finals MVP has to go towards Knight. I think it has to.
Probably. He was so good.
I think
they didn't show Shadow's trophy list on the Chinese feed, by the way.
Wow, really?
No.
Okay. Okay. Gosh, that's okay.
Oops. Apparently.
I can't verify that, so.
So Cubby is saying, and I trust his opinion. Great music.
Yeah.
How have they done it again, Alex? Genuinely, we were already doing the post-mortem for this team. We were like going, oh my god, again you switched the junglers? Trust the process, apparently. What do you think they're talking about, Alex?
Probably League of Legends, I'd imagine.
What one would imagine, yes.
How many? 6 titles? That's
ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
It is remarkable. All
So
my voice is getting
he's
a little bit fried at this
overtaken
point.
Clearlove, Xiaohu, Kanavi, and 369.
Of course, we're on the other side. As you were noting, they were the ones also playing for that, and today they weren't quite there.
I guess with the music change, I wonder if this is the final MVP.
Looks like it. Let's have a look. Here comes the commissioner, I believe.
Okay, I posted on Reddit about the
Fabulous.
all-time title being broken, title record. I just can't believe that Xiaohu and Clearlove's record has been broken. I just didn't think that would happen in this era.
I know.
Just
I
didn't
know,
think
I
so.
know.
It's the prize money. God damn, that's a big check.
That's a huge check. 2 million yuan.
UN.
Yuan? Oh, where's it? Yuan. That's what yuan. Yuan? Yuan?
If it's
Okay,
AN, a lot of
trust
the time
you.
it's N.
And, fair enough. I know not. the secrets of Mandarin.
Is he speaking Chinese? I mean, he was in China since like 2016. So he went to, was it Newbie or Vichy? I think it was Vichy actually.
He was Vichy for a while, yeah, that's the one.
6 LPL titles. That's ridiculous.
It really is.
I reckon they've been cooking up the montage right now in the background.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Okay, folks, if you could, you know, drop a nice thought or comment or, you know, something like that on the... Oh my god, that's loud. Finals MVP, Bin!
Oh. Oh, this will be for the whole. This will be for the whole finals, won't it?
Bin MVP. Oh no, this is the full team. Oh, okay, so it's going for the full team. We'll see who the finals MVP is. Who's gonna get
That
it?
makes more sense. Oh yes.
Damn the damage.
Oh, very lovely.
Oh, this is such a slick solo kill.
So clean. And the flash out after. Oh, yeah.
Who is our finals MVP? It's Knight. Another finals MVP. I believe he's also the most decorated finals MVP of all time as well now. I don't believe anyone else has ever had as many finals MVPs. That's ridiculous. He deserves it. He does deserve it. I'm actually not... Who... I need to go check on some other things about... Who is the finals MVP? So that's the MVPs, rookie. Hall of Fame, that's different. Well, there you go. Knight MVP of Finals MVP. I'm MVP of Finals MVP? Jesus, okay. That was some words.
Lots of them about MVPs and finals, mostly.
Yeah. I gotta go check out who's got the most finals MVP of all time. I don't think... not many people get multiple finals MVPs.
No, very true.
Very, very rare. God, Knight is such a good player. It's so good to see Knight playing on form, you know?
Very much so. Very much so.
God, how many times has he got this now? Apparently Clearlove is counted as having 6 titles, but I'm not actually sure that's true. I'm not actually sure that's true. God, so now Knight equals the amount of, like, he actually equals 6 title records with EDG, who won 6 times total as well, which is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Well, there you go. Trophy lifted. Knight was already the highest? No, he was shared highest, and now he is alone in his... Yeah, so Knight now has 6, because he won on top esports in 22 spring as well. I guess we get a highlight of finals now and get to hear some of the stuff. So he was 2020 Summer Finals MVP. Yeah, so he won in 2020 Summer. So he was MSI Finals MVP. Finals MVP for 2023. 24 Summer MVP. So this is his 5th Finals MVP. Jesus. Wait, has he had another Finals MVP? 2020, 23 MSI, 23 Summer, 24 Spring. Oh no, that's regular season. 24 Summer Finals MVP. This is his 5th Finals MVP. Jesus. Holy moly. Well, folks, thank you so much for joining us for yet another Finals MVP, Finals here of the LPL. We will end our stream here. If you're on YouTube, the show will end here, and if you're still sticking around on Twitch, we'll find someone. We'll find a home for you. We'll go right over to someone else. Thank you so much for everyone for joining us. Sam, any last words?
Stay healthy, stay happy, and be good to each other.
Sounds great.